Chapter 38, A Parent's Pride. Yugao crouched slowly as she watched in sadness the still body of Katsuchi. The girl was unnaturally pale and had a black rod coming out of her chest. She was completely motionless as she rested on a pool of her own blood. The ANBU already knew that it was wishful thinking, but she still brought her hand to the girl's neck, confirming on what she already knew by just looking when she found no pulse. Katsuchi was dead. Yugao clenched her teeth as a sorrowful frown marred her features. "You stupid girl," muttered the ANBU as she stared at the corpse of the IWA Kunoichi. She had come here as soon as she woke up, fearing for the girl's well-being as well as Naruto's, just to find this. Not to mention that she could feel the energy shockwaves that came from the distance that she knew had to be from Naruto fighting pain even if she couldn't see them. And judging by the intensity of the chakra, she felt she was sure that Naruto had unleashed the Kyuubi's power. Everything was going to hell. Her home had been destroyed, her friends and fellow shinobi were either dead or heavily injured, and it didn't matter who won in Pain and Naruto's fight, since even if the boy could defeat the Akatsuki, there was no one left who could calm down the fox before it consumed him. Yugao was at a loss. She couldn't think of what to do in this situation. She decided to first take Katsuchi's body somewhere else where she could give her a proper burial later, so first she reached for the black rod and pulled it out, wincing at the sight of the metal sliding out of the poor girl's body. Once she discarded the weapon, she took the deceased girl in her arms before she stood up. She gave the IWA Kunoichi another look of distress, lamenting on how things ended up for her. Katsuchi had given her countless headaches, but she had come to care for her like a little sibling after looking over her for so long. Then, she was brought back to her senses by a terrible shriek. Yugao looked at the distance to see a giant ball of rock and debris forming in the sky with what appeared to be a skinless Kyuubi being buried in it as more and more rubble covered it despite the beast's best efforts to break free. Just what in the world is going on in that fight? Wondered the woman in astonishment as she saw the Kyuubi disappear inside the orb. The magnitude of Naruto and Pain's skirmish was unreal. She could just ask herself how all this was going to end. Naruto's mindscape. Why is this happening? Asked Naruto out loud, knowing that no one could hear him as he held his head with both hands, pained to the core for how hellish this whole situation was. There was no more Konoha, no more Team 7, and no more Katsuchi. What else was for him to fight for? The blonde got to his knees, soaking his clothes in the water of the sewer in his mind. He couldn't help it, he simply couldn't stand anymore, not because he didn't have the strength but because he didn't have the will. How could he find any reason to go on when everything he cared about was gone? What was even the point of anything now? "You know what you have to do, Naruto," the booming voice of the Kyuubi filled the place as he stared intently with his bright red eyes at the boy at the other side of the bars that kept him imprisoned. "At the very least, make that man pay for what he has done. Show him our power." Naruto tried to ignore the deceitful words of the tailed beast, but in his anguish he found it hard to resist the temptation. It was true. What was even the point of showing restraint? He had made Katsuchi the promise that he would not let the Kyuubi control him anymore, but what else was there to do? There was no one alive from Konoha to suffer the wrath of the Kyuubi, and he would get rid of Pain, the one responsible for taking everything from him. Yes, making that man pay was the only joy he could get out of all this. He didn't care if he died by releasing the fox. His life didn't have a purpose anymore anyway. The Kyuubi stared silently at Naruto for a few seconds, trying to gauge the boy's reaction. "So, what will it be?" asked the fox finally. After a moment, the Kyuubi watched Naruto rise slowly from the floor. The boy's look was hollow, but he still started approaching the cage at a sluggish pace. "Yes, Naruto, that's it," said the Kyuubi with sick delight. "Just let me out of here and I'll show Pain the most brutal sorrow he could ever hope to imagine. You can leave the rest to me." Naruto stood in front of the cage, staring at a huge paper tag with the word "seal" keeping the doors closed. Having made up his mind, he slowly started reaching for the piece of paper as the Kyuubi's evil triumphant laugh pierced his ears, but it didn't deter Naruto. The Kyuubi watched in anticipation and unrest as the foolish boy was about to take the seal off. The fox could already taste his freedom. However, before Naruto could go any further, the Kyuubi saw in utter shock as a figure appeared beside the boy and grabbed his hand before he could tear the seal away. "How is this possible?" yelled the enraged Kyuubi at the sight of the man he loathed with all his being. "You are supposed to be dead." Naruto stared agape, just as shocked as the Kyuubi was, at the face of the Yondaime Hokage, his father, grabbing him by the wrist. The Kyuubi threw himself at the bars in an attempt to break free, but to no avail. The fox thrashed in rage at the presence of the man responsible for his imprisonment. "Yondaime, I'm going to tear you apart." The Kyuubi didn't know how was the Yondaime here, and he didn't care. He just knew that the accursed man had once again gotten in the way of its freedom. The Yondaime turned to look at the fox with an impassive face. "What a noisy guy you are," said the former Hokage. For such a powerful force of nature with chakra capable of lifting mountains, the Kyuubi sure didn't know how to keep his temper tantrums in check. "What is going on?" asked the still surprised Naruto. "How are you here?" Minato simply smiled at his son before responding. "I'll explain everything to you. But first, we need some peace and quiet," said the yondaime before he snapped his fingers, making the sewer landscape of Naruto's mind to disappear along with the angry fox, and then both father and son found themselves standing in a white void as far as the eye could see. Naruto simply stared in shocked silence at the older man as Minato waited patiently for his son to say anything. When the boy didn't seem to want to voice anything, the yondaime saw it fitting to start the conversation himself. "How happy I am to finally see you in person," said Minato with a smile. "You have grown to be quite the oof." Minato stumbled backward after Naruto punched him in the face, interrupting him. "That was for putting the stupid fox inside of me," said Naruto through clenched teeth. Minato recovered his footing to look at Naruto with a sad look on his face. "I guess I deserve dash," only for him to receive another hit. "And that was for killing Kuro-chan's mom?" yelled Naruto. Minato stared somberly at Naruto before he blocked yet another punch, catching it with his hand. "Why did you appear now after all this time?" Naruto demanded to know. "Do you have any idea how lonely I've been all my life? Why did you appear now after all this time?" Naruto demanded to know. "Do you have any idea how lonely I've been all my life?" "I'm so sorry, son. I was only able to appear to you once you released 8 tails of the Kyuubi," explained Minato. "When I made the seal I was almost out of chakra, I had to make my remaining energy count. If I had been able to I would have presented myself to you much earlier." "Even so," Naruto continued, "you have no idea what I had to go through just because of your mistakes," yelled Naruto with tears in his eyes, remembering years of hateful looks and the look on Kuratsuchi's face when she found out who his dad was. "You are a terrible father." "You are right. I'm a lousy father," admitted Minato in sad resignation. "There is so much I regret but I can't take back anymore. Even if I have only shown myself to you until now I have watched you all these years and I'm sorry for all the things you had to endure because of me." Naruto was momentarily taken aback by that but he quickly recovered from it. "So you must know that Konoha is gone." Minato stayed silent for a moment before nodding. "I do. Then, just let me free the fox. The very least we can do is bring pain down with us," said Naruto coldly. Minato frowned at that. "I won't. Don't you get it? Everything is gone," said Naruto. "My friends, my home, Kuro-chan, all is lost. I don't care what happens, I just want pain to die too." "I know things are hard right now," said Minato. "You are hurting, I get it. But this is not like you, son. Things will only be truly lost if you lose yourself. What would your friends say if they saw you like this? What would that girl, Kuratsuchi, say if she saw you? You have no right to talk about Kuratsuchi. Not after how much pain you have caused her." Naruto glared at his father before he grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. "I saw her die in my arms. I watched as her life left her eyes. I won't ever forgive pain for that. I'm never going to see her again, I'll never get to tell her that, Minato felt Naruto's hand start shaking as tears started to stream down his eyes. The yondaime's face softened at the sight before he put a comforting hand on his son's shoulder. "You loved her, didn't you?" he asked softly. Naruto let go of his father before he glanced at the floor, still crying. "I did. I still do." "I see," said Minato. "I know she was a unique girl. I would have liked to meet her even if the girl was Anoki's granddaughter. If they had played their cards right they could have used the relationship to their advantage. The possibilities for a large-scale conflict was there but there was also the chance that with the proper measures taken their relationship could have been a bridge to give ways to a stronger bond between the villages, which was something that Minato had always intended to do but unfortunately he had died before he could put any plan into motion. "I don't think she would have liked to meet you though," said Naruto plainly. "Yeah, I guess not," said Minato sheepishly before returning to a more serious topic. "Anyway, what I was trying to say is to take your strength from her wish for you to keep going." Naruto clenched his fists. "Is not that simple." "I know," said Minato. "But do it for her sake. I have already caused enough anguish to her and her family, don't be like me. Don't disrespect her memory." "I want to but, it's just so hard to do," said Naruto, trembling with impotence. "She realized that," said Minato. "That's why she asked that of you with her last breath. She wanted to give you the strength necessary to do it. But she had faith that you could, as do I." Naruto closed his eyes as a knot formed in his throat. He remembered Kuratsuchi's last words and how she had asked him to never change, told him how strong she knew he was and to basically live his life to the fullest despite everything. It really hurt. Just thinking about her and knowing that he would not get to hear her voice again, to feel her warmth, it made him wish that someone would tear his heart out from his chest just so this pain would go away. He would trade his life for hers in an instant. But the reality was different. She was gone and he wasn't, and he had to live with that awful thought. Regardless that, he knew that his dad was right. Even if there was nothing he wished more than to crawl under a rock and give his body to the Kyuubi to forget all of this, he had to keep going if only for Kuratsuchi's sake. Once this was over he would mourn to his heart's content. Okay, I'll try to honor her memory. I won't give up just yet, said Naruto with a serious face, lacking his usual vigor. Minato nodded, glad to see that his son was willing to give life another shot. Remember, things might look bleak but there is always a way to keep going. Konoha can be rebuilt, you'll meet new people, new bonds will be formed. And who knows what might happen later. Life has a way to surprise us, said Minato sagely. Naruto simply nodded half-heartedly. It was obvious to Minato that Naruto was going to try and live out of obligation rather than of his own volition, but that was to be expected. Minato knew that his son would not just bounce back after all of this, but him being willing to take the first step was enough for now. Minato glanced down at his palm to see it starting to turn transparent, which caught Naruto's attention. What is happening to you? Inquired the boy. My time is running out, informed the yondaime. My chakra won't last much longer, and he still had so much he wanted to discuss with his son. You are leaving already? Asked Naruto in disappointment. But. Minato gently put his hand on Naruto's head, giving him an encouraging smile. I know our time together was short. But I want you to know that I'm proud of you. Don't ever give up. Despite everything that was happening, Naruto still managed to give his dad a small smile. Minato was happy to see some of Naruto's fire returning to his eyes even if just a little bit. Lastly, I'm going to repair your seal for one last time. This will consume my remaining chakra, so this is farewell for now, informed the yondaime as he put a hand on Naruto's stomach. Dad? Minato tilted his head in curiosity at Naruto's call. Thank you, said the boy. Minato regarded his son with a tender gaze before he finished applying the seal, and Naruto could feel his mind returning to the real world. Konoha. Yugao watched intently the gigantic rock sphere in the sky, waiting for something to happen. The Kyuubi's rampage had stopped just a moment ago. She could not hear the angry beast anymore trying to break free. What could it mean? Then, she noticed a figure standing on one side of the ball and saw it jump to the ground. Was that Naruto? That was the only logical explanation, but how had he managed to calm the fox by himself? If that had been the case, the boy was more amazing than she had given him credit. At the other side of the clearing, Pain followed the falling form of Naruto with his gaze until the teenager landed just in front of him, all the while the boy was keeping eye contact with the Akatsuki member. How did you manage to calm the Kyuubi down? Asked Pain serenely. Does it matter? Responded Naruto with a glare. No, I guess not, said Pain. You must realize that you are as good as dead, don't you? The fox's power was your last resort to defeating me and you didn't take advantage of that. I don't need the stupid fox to kick your ass, said Naruto, narrowing his pigmented eyes as he had somehow managed to summon enough natural energy to return to his sage mode. This time I'll defeat you for sure. So you better get ready for round 2 foot. Such overconfidence, said Pain. Very well, let me show you how futile that confidence is. After a brief delay of both enemies regarding each other for a few seconds, they both threw themselves at the other, resuming their violent fight. Unknown location. Pitch black. That was all that Kuratsuchi could see. She was confused for a moment. She didn't remember how she got here. 1 second she just woke up standing in God knows where and there was nothing but darkness all around her. Where am I? Thought the girl as she tried to remember anything. That was when she recalled Konoha's destruction and her battle against Pain, and how she had seen Naruto one last time as she passed out in his arms. She widened her eyes in alarm. She was sure that had been the end, but she didn't think she had been saved. This sensation she had, her body felt weird, unnatural, as if she was floating away even though she was standing. She just knew that she had to be dead. She had trouble processing that thought. She didn't expect to exist in any form once her life was over, but she couldn't say she was happy about it. That just meant that she had an eternity to ponder on how she had been so pathetically and soundly defeated by the Akatsuki and she had been unable to help Naruto. Naruto! Exclaimed the tomboy loudly as her mind drifted to the boy she loved. She had died in his arms and she didn't have any way to know if he was okay and didn't have any way to help him either if he wasn't. She clenched her fists as she shook with rage and sorrow. She had died like a loser in front of Naruto as she had tried in vain to help him. She knew that knowing Naruto he would never forgive himself for her death, which was entirely her fault. Just what had she accomplished? What meaning did her life have? She had done nothing. She never managed to return to IWA, she never became Tsuchikage, her father and grandpa would live grieving her death, and worst of all she never got to spend more time with Naruto and after she had confessed how she truly felt. She closed her eyes as tears rolled down her cheeks. She was pathetic. She had been so useless and just had been good to go and die like a dog. Katsuchi, is that you? The tomboy widened her eyes as she glanced at her surroundings. Who had said that and who could know her in this place? She didn't even think that she would see anyone here. Then, as she turned around, to her surprise she came face to face with someone else. She had almost stumbled back by the stranger's sudden appearance, but more than being surprised at the apparition of the newcomer, she was more shocked to realize that she knew this person. It was a woman, and one that Katsuchi had seen countless times in old pictures. The fair pale skin, the long silky dark hair, and bright pink eyes identical to her own, as the woman's red lips broke into a gentle smile when she took a good look at Katsuchi. I knew it. You are Katsuchi, right? Asked the woman cheerfully before stroking the cheek of the surprised girl. My, how much you have grown since I last saw you. You turned into a fine lady. Katsuchi was speechless. Her mind had trouble coming to terms with what she was seeing. This person was, she was, Mom? Asked the shocked girl. The woman nodded with a gentle smile before she frowned in worry at the sight of Katsuchi's face. Oh my. Katsuchi, are you alright? You have been crying, said the woman before she wiped away some of her daughter's tears. But as she was almost done, Katsuchi threw herself at her mother and embraced her in a tight hug. The older woman glanced contently at her daughter before she returned the gesture, wrapping her arms around Katsuchi as she rested a hand on top of the girl's head. I've wanted to meet you for so long, sniffed Katsuchi as she buried her face in her mother's shirt. There were so many things she wanted to say to her, but at this moment nothing came out from her, she just couldn't find the words. I've wanted to meet you too, said the older woman before her smile became sad. But it's a shame that I got to see you much sooner than I thought I would, she said as she stroked her daughter's hair. I'm sorry, Mom. I really tried, but in the end, I just said Katsuchi as her overwhelming emotions flooded her already fuzzy mind. Shoo, it's okay, sweetie. Why don't we sit down? Said the older woman as she brought Katsuchi to a bench nearby that hadn't been there a moment ago. Katsuchi didn't question how the bench had materialized from thin air and she just sat down along with her mother. You can tell me everything, dear. We have time after all, said the older woman. Katsuchi sighed in an attempt to calm herself. I guess I'll just tell you everything from the start. Please do, responded her mother. The tomboy took a deep breath before she started her story. You see, Dad and I were assigned a team. We were tasked with capturing a Jinchuriki. Outskirts of Konoha. Inside a large tree, in the shadows stood Naruto with crossed arms before two individuals. One was a woman with short blue hair that framed her face, she had orange eyes and a pierced lip. She was using the Akatsuki uniform and looked ready to attack Naruto at any sign of hostility. The other was a sickly thin man with red hair. He had the same eyes as the pain bodies and his torso and arms were connected to a large machine-like contraption that had his entire body immobile. Naruto had managed to defeat Pain by the skin of his teeth, but more importantly, he had been able to track down where the real body was, which led him to this place. After that, the man had requested for Naruto to hear his story, so he understood his reasons, which the man had done just now. So tell me, Uzumaki Naruto. What is your answer? Said the sickly man expectantly. Both the man and the woman looked intently at Naruto, waiting for the boy to say something. I understand your motives now, but... started Naruto as his frown deepened. I still can't forgive you. You have taken everything from me. I see, said the man before he turned to his companion. Conan. Yes, Nagato. Responded the woman as she got into a fighting stance. Regardless. Both Conan and Nagato stopped when they noticed that Naruto wasn't done talking. I still want to believe in peace, I have to, continued Naruto. For that reason, I have decided not to kill you. Both Akatsuki members stared at him in disbelief. So you'll just forgive me after I killed your friends? I find that hard to believe, said Nagato. Of course not. I haven't forgiven you, far from it. To tell you the truth, there is nothing that I would like more at this moment than tear you to shreds, admitted Naruto. But Katsuchi, before she died, she pleaded me to not change, to not lose myself. I don't want to betray the trust she put in me and the hopes that she and the Ero Sennin placed in me. So for their sake, I will be the better person and not take your life. What naive nonsense are you babbling on about? Said Nagato. You think that putting the other cheek is enough to bring peace to this world? No, I know that this won't be enough. But I'll find the answer in my own way. Peace was my master's dream and so is mine. And I'll stop at nothing until I find an answer. That is my ninja way, said Naruto with a conviction that Nagato and Conan had never seen. Nagato was especially shocked. This boy, after having lost everything, he was still able to let this transgression go and not give up on his ideals. When most people would break, he simply stood up. Also, he remembered how the boy was able to change that Iwa Kunoichi's outlook on him and the rest of Konoha, and not only that but to also form a close relationship with her, something that with their village's history should have been almost impossible. Maybe, just maybe, this boy could actually make a difference. Nagato? Inquired Konan as she glanced at her old friend. He was unusually quiet and seemed deep in thought. All right. I have also made up my mind, informed Nagato at last, which piqued both Naruto and Konan's interest. Uzumaki Naruto, I have decided to entrust you with my dream of peace. But first, I have to amend for my mistakes. What do you mean? Asked Naruto. Nagato, are you going to use that? Said Konan in a worried tone. Don't worry, Konan. I wasn't going to last long in this world anyway. It's better to make what remains of my life count, said Nagato reassuringly. I don't understand. What are you guys talking about? Asked Naruto. I'm going to return to you the people you lost in this invasion of mine, declared Nagato. What? Is that possible? Said a shocked Naruto. With the Rinnegan it is, said Nagato. That's amazing. I didn't know such a jutsu existed. Said Naruto in joy. The prospect of seeing all his friends had no comparison. But there is a drawback, informed Konan. This will cost Nagato his life, said the woman somberly. That stopped Naruto dead in his tracks as he glanced back at Nagato. Is that true? Even if Naruto couldn't deny that he thought it was worth it if it meant getting his friends back, especially if the trade-off was the life of the one who killed them in the first place, it still didn't feel right to ask someone else to trade their life for his benefit. As I said, I made my choice, said Nagato before turning to his friend. Konan, I entrust Amigakure to you. I won't let you down, Nagato, said Konan with sorrow, sad to say farewell to her friend. She then turned to Naruto and approached him as she created a flower bouquet of paper and handed it to him. Naruto stared in confusion as the paper roses in his hands. This is a symbol of our friendship, said Konan. You are now the carrier of Nagato and Jiraiya-sensei's dreams. You have my support as well as Amigakure's. Naruto was momentarily stunned at this turn of events, but he still managed to crack a smile at her. Thanks. I appreciate it. Then I shall begin, declared Nagato. This is goodbye, Konan. And Naruto, you have a hard road ahead of you, but I chose to put my faith in you. May you have success where I failed. Naruto nodded as he watched closely Nagato's jutsu while Konan looked on with sorrow clearly visible on her face at the loss of such a close person to her. Nagato proceeded to make a single hand seal as he channeled all his remaining chakra and life force in what would be his last technique. Rinne Tensei. Unknown location. And then I ended up here, said Katsuchi as she stared at the ground, or rather the black void that she could stand on. Now that she had told her mother all that had happened since her mission to capture Naruto, she was anxious to know what her mom thought about it. I see, said her mom thoughtfully. Your whole situation was complicated, to say the least. And here I was wanting to know how your father is doing, but I'm guessing that you have no clue either, Katsuchi shook her head. I'm sorry. I haven't seen him in a while ever since I arrived in Konoha. I can only hope he is doing fine. She decided to leave out the attack on their village by Deidara. She had faith that her father had made it out all right and she didn't want to worry her mother unnecessarily. Besides, if her dad had been killed her mother would probably know about by now. I guessed as much, said her mother before she decided to break the gloomy mood, grabbing Katsuchi with a surprise hug and catching the girl off guard. My poor thing. You have a knack for getting yourself into trouble, my little firecracker. Mom. Stop that, you are embarrassing me, said Katsuchi with a red face before she freed herself from the older woman's grasp. Dear, didn't you know? It's also the job of a mother to embarrass her children, said the woman as she snickered. Katsuchi pouted, but she quickly gave her mother a small smile. She had dreamed all her life for these kinds of interactions with her mom. To finally be able to experience them was something else. By the way, Mom, said Katsuchi, making her mother stop laughing to look at her attentively. Where are we? If this is what the afterlife looked like, it was depressing as shit. This is, how do I put it? Said the woman in thought. This is where we come before we move on to the next world, basically. I see, replied Katsuchi. It was depressing to finally have definitive confirmation from someone else that she was indeed dead. But then she realized something. But Mom, what are you still doing here? You died almost 17 years ago. Her mother looked surprised at that. Is it really been that long? I didn't realize. You see, I could have moved on long ago, but I wanted to be the first person to greet your father once he passed away. I'm a bit sad to find out that you came here first, though. I'm sorry. If I wasn't such a failure I wouldn't have died, said Katsuchi somberly. You are not a failure, sweetie, said her mother. You gave your life to save that Jinchuriki boy you talked so much about. There is no shame in risking our lives for the ones we love. Love, repeated Katsuchi, flustered. How had she know that? She was very careful to hide the intimate details of her relationship with Naruto when she talked to her mom about him. Don't look so surprised. A mother can tell these things, said the woman with a wink. Besides, you remind me a lot of me when I was dating your father. Ah, young love is the best. But aren't you mad that he is from Konoha? Asked an incredulous Katsuchi. Love knows no bounds, replied her mother in a playful manner. Mom, I'm serious, said Katsuchi in exasperation. I'm being serious. I never liked the hatred our villages have for each other. I'm glad that at least you were able to see past our resentment towards Konoha, said the older woman. I'm proud of you no matter what. You having some Konoha friends doesn't bother me in the least. However, the older woman saw with curiosity that Katsuchi just turned away in shame and fear, which wasn't the reaction she had been expecting. Dear, is everything all right? Katsuchi shook her head gently, much to the ever-increasing worry of her mother. There is something you should know. Something I didn't tell you, said Katsuchi, unable to meet her mother's eyes. Something you didn't tell me? Repeated her mother in confusion as she noticed that her daughter started to fidget. The boy I talked to you about, the one I love. His name is Naruto and he is, Katsuchi gulped hard before going on. He is the son of the Yellow Flash. The older woman widened her eyes at the revelation. For the first time in their conversation, she was the one left without words. That had been the last thing she expected Katsuchi to say. I'm so sorry for letting you down, Mom, said Katsuchi as she closed her eyes in her shame, her tears gathering at the corner of her eyes once again. I knew that man killed you and yet I still went and fell in love with his son. She could feel her mother watching in silence as she spoke, but she didn't dare look at her. She was so ashamed, but she had to come clean to her mother. I know I have let your memory down. Even so, I can't help loving Naruto. He is just dashed. Then, Katsuchi found herself on the arms of her mother as the older woman squeezed her tightly. You haven't let anyone down, said the older woman as she rested her cheek on top of her daughter's head affectionately. But the Yondaime dash? Katsuchi, I didn't die so you could live your life feeling like you had to take revenge in my stead. I fought and died in hopes of building a better future for you, a future where you could be free to spend your life however you wanted, explained the older woman as she patted her child's head. You seem like a smart girl. I'm sure you have good reasons for feeling what you feel for Naruto. The way you talk about him makes me think that he is a sweet boy, Yellow Flash's son or not. Mom? Katsuchi couldn't hide her surprise. She hadn't been ready for a positive answer. Just one thing, added her mother. Did he make you happy? Katsuchi nodded gently. Like I never thought possible. That earned her a proud smile from her mom. That's all that matters. A strong feeling of relief washed over Katsuchi. The knowledge of her mother's death and her self-imposed duty to hate Konoha and the Yellow Flash had been one of the strongest driving forces of her life. Now that the heavy burden of that had been lifted from her shoulders, she felt free at last, freer than she had ever felt before. Thank you, Mom, said Katsuchi as she returned the hug, simply enjoying the closeness that they shared. Her dad had been right about her mother, she was an amazing woman. The older woman was about to reply when suddenly an otherworldly light enveloped her daughter. Katsuchi broke the hug to stare at her own shining body in alarm. What was this light? Mom, what is going on? It seems like your time hasn't come yet after all. Her mother beamed with joy. What, you mean that? Asked Katsuchi with hope. You are going back, nodded the older woman. Katsuchi grinned from ear to ear. She didn't know how it was possible, but she wouldn't question it. She wasn't about to complain about a second chance at life. I'm glad that I got to meet you, Mom, said Katsuchi, already feeling her body started to shift from that reality as the brightness intensity steadily grew. It was a delight to be able to have a talk with my beautiful girl, responded the woman. But please, sweetie, try to not come back here in a very long time. I'll do my best. This time I'll make you proud, vowed Katsuchi. You already have, said her mother. Now go. Get back to your dad and that Naruto boy. Tell them that they better treat you well or I'll haunt them for life. No need. I can make them pay dearly myself, said Katsuchi. That's my baby girl, said the older woman. Katsuchi frowned at the nickname, but she quickly erased her face of displeasure to give a small laugh, which her mother shared. Both mother and child shot each other one last grateful smile before the light finished enveloping Katsuchi and she had only been able to see white before vanishing. Chapter 39, In Plain Sight. Yugao stared into the distance with worry. Katsuyu had informed the remaining ninja that Naruto had gone by himself to find Pain's real body, but that had been hours ago. Had he won? Why was he taking it so long then? We should have gone with him, Yugao berated herself mentally. I understand how you feel, Yugao-san, said Kakashi, who had been accompanying the ANBU captain ever since he recovered consciousness. But we have to keep our cool. How can you be so calm, Kakashi-senpai? Inquired Yugao incredulously. Naruto is your student, how can you be so collected when Naruto left us to fight that monster? We should at least have gone after him. In our current condition we would be of no use to him, you know that, said Kakashi as he eyed Yugao seriously. We are injured and almost out of chakra. You felt how Naruto and Pain fought. In our current health, we can't hope to keep up with them. Pain may even target us to force Naruto to slip up. Yugao glanced at the floor and clenched her teeth in suppressed rage. She knew that Kakashi was right, but that didn't make this all the less frustrating. Konoha was her home, those who there laying in the remains of their village were her comrades, and Naruto was her fellow leaf shinobi. Knowing that she wouldn't be able to help didn't make all this any less aggravating. Suddenly, Kakashi narrowed his visible eye as he noticed something approaching in the distance. Yuge, look! The purple-haired woman diverted her look to the horizon and saw some kind of light rays getting closer at an impressive speed. Both Jounin didn't even have time to wonder what it was before the light beams were upon them and started raining all around the village. What the heck is going on? Asked Yugao as she glanced around in confusion at the beams of light landing everywhere. Kakashi managed to catch a glimpse of a ray that landed on the corpse of a Chunin laying in a pile of rubble a few yards away. The copy ninja didn't have time to wonder what was going on when he noticed in shock that the ninja started stirring and standing up with a hand on his aching head. Yugao was now also paying attention to the man coming back to life. Both she and the Cyclops were still in complete astonishment when they started noticing several more shinobi starting to rise from the debris around them. The previously dead ninja wandered the place, seemingly just as confused as Yugao and Kakashi. Yugao stared in disbelief. Did they just come back to life? How is that possible? Said Kakashi. Maybe it was Naruto? Kakashi and Yugao turned around to see another Katsuyu approaching them. Naruto must have defeated Pain, said the slug. This should be the result of that. I can't think of any other explanation, said Kakashi. They knew almost nothing about the Rinnegan. This could very well be the result of Pain being defeated. Yugao watched this amazing scene deep in thought. She couldn't believe this was possible. Suddenly, she widened her eyes when a realization hit her. Wait, does this mean that? Then the woman took off into the ruined village, looking for the place where she had put Kuratsuchi's body. After a couple of minutes, she landed beside the still form of the Iwa Kunoichi. Yugao was starting to wonder if the girl was going to be affected by that strange light when another ray buried itself in the corpse. Yugao watched intently in amazement as she saw before her eyes the chest wound of Kuratsuchi starting to mend itself in seconds. This is amazing, thought the older woman before she noticed the pale skin of Kuratsuchi starting to regain some of its natural color. An instant later, Kuratsuchi started coughing as Yugao supported the girl, helping her sit up. Kuratsuchi stopped coughing as she gave a deep breath and opened her eyes slowly, blinking a few times as she groaned. Kuratsuchi, are you okay? Can you hear me? Said Yugao with urgency. Kuratsuchi's vision cleared and focused her attention on Yugao. Yuge? Thank Kami, you really are back, said Yugao in relief. Kuratsuchi widened her eyes in her own surprise. She was back. She remembered being with her mother before she started emitting a strange light. By Yugao's reaction, Kuratsuchi knew that it hadn't been a dream, she really had died and come back to life. But then, Yugao gave the tomboy a berating look. You stupid girl. What were you thinking going off to fight Pain on your own without any backup? Kuratsuchi shrank at the intensity in which Yugao was glaring at her. It was weird seeing the woman worked up. What was I supposed to do? Let Naruto die or dash? Kuratsuchi quieted down when Yugao put her hand on Kuratsuchi's shoulder. It's fine, I understand why you did what you did, said Yugao in a much softer tone. She didn't have the heart to be too hard on the girl right now. Just try to be more careful next time. Kuratsuchi returned the smile. Believe me, I don't feel like dying again anytime soon. It was good to see Yugao again even if she wouldn't admit it to the ANBU. You'd better, said Yugao. But how are you feeling? Are you sure you are all right? Kuratsuchi nodded. Yeah, just a bit lightheaded, but other than that I'm as good as new, said the girl, even inspecting her wound just to find that it had been healed. By the way, do you know how I'm back? Even just asking that felt weird to Kuratsuchi. You are not the only one. Our shinobi started recovering all over too, explained Yugao. We aren't sure why, but we suspect that Naruto somehow managed to bring you back. Kuratsuchi looked amazed at the notion. What do you mean? How could he have done this, and where is he anyway? I have to see if he is fine. She quickly got to her feet, stumbling as Yugao helped her steady herself. Calm down, you need to take this easy, said Yugao. Naruto is not here, he left a while ago to fight Pain's real body on his own. A bit later was when everyone started coming back to life, so that's why we suspect he did something to cause this. Kuratsuchi meditated on everything Yugao said. That did sound like a reasonable explanation, at least the most reasonable they had at the moment, but she still could only hope that Naruto was okay. There was so much she wanted to make right after how she had treated Naruto. She couldn't forgive herself for how she had almost killed Naruto when she found out who his dad was, or how she had told him she never wanted to see him again. On top of that, she was alive because of him. Not only did he make her life more meaningful, but she gave it back to her. She knew that she could never pay Naruto back for all he had done, but she would try, and this time around she would do it with all her heart. You are back too? Amazing, isn't it? Both Kuratsuchi and Yugao turned their attention to a bunch of Chunin that seemed to be ecstatic with the turn of events. This is a miracle! Exclaimed a Chunin with a huge grin. But how did it happen? Asked another. Didn't you hear? Apparently, Naruto found a way to bring us back to life when he defeated pain. Said another. What? Naruto did it? Responded his surprised companion. Who would have thought? And here I always thought the boy was extremely lacking in talent, said the other. I was so wrong. And he got so strong too? Exclaimed the previous one. To be able to defeat pain when not even Hokage-sama and the entire village could. He is going to go far, I tell you. Maybe even become Hokage. Hokage? Aren't you overreacting? Said another Chunin. Of course not. To be able to defeat a monster like pain, that makes him more than qualified. Said the other. Kuratsuchi was surprised at the conversation the Chunin were having before she smiled with pride for the blonde Jinchuriki. It looked like his dreams weren't so far-fetched now. It looks like Naruto's victory is already changing people's opinion about him, said Yugao, happy for the boy. Katsuyu must have told some ninja what had happened and word was already spreading like wildfire. Come, said Yugao to Kuratsuchi. Help me see if everyone is back, at least until Naruto is back. Kuratsuchi nodded at Yugao. It was fine, it wasn't like she had anything to do for the moment. She just wished that Naruto would arrive soon. Iwagakure no Sato. Anoki grumbled angrily as he took another document on the pile of his desk. The paperwork load was so massive that the stacks easily towered above him, forcing him to occasionally use his anti-gravity jutsu to reach higher sheets of paper. Like any Kage, he had always used to ramble and complain about the ridiculous amount of paperwork that he had to do some days, but ever since the loss of Kuratsuchi, the attack on his village by the Akatsuki, and the exorbitant monthly tolls he had to pay Konoha to keep his granddaughter safe, his work seemed to have multiplied as the damage of all issues put together could still be felt even months later. A knock was heard on his door and he gave permission to enter as he knew perfectly well who it was. Katsuchi entered the Tsuchikige's office, spotting his father deep in his work. What is it that you wanted to show me? Asked the Jounin with crossed arms. His relationship with his father was still a bit shaky ever since he caused Kuratsuchi to be captured, but they were slowly becoming more cordial towards each other again. Anoki stopped signing a sheet of paper to regard Katsuchi with his gaze attentively. We got a letter from the Land of Iron, informed Anoki. The Land of Iron, you say? Inquired Kitsuno, not hiding his surprise. Anoki nodded as he stood up from his chair. Mifune himself sent it. That's very unlike him, said Kitsune. What did he want? The Land of Iron was completely neutral, they didn't even have shinobi, just samurai instead. They didn't even trade with ninja villages to disassociate themselves entirely from any sort of allegiance. They have gone to such lengths to remain neutral that it was very strange that they were now sending a letter to them. The small Tsuchikage crossed his arms before floating to a window in his office. He glanced down at his beloved village before answering. They are summoning me to go to the Land of Iron. They want to gather all the Kages. Like some sort of Kage summit? Kitsuchi widened his eyes at that. A Kage summit? When was the last time one of those had been made? Even the daimyo has already approved it, so it would reflect badly on us if I refuse to go, said Anoki. But does it say what they hope to accomplish with that summit? Insisted Kitsuchi. Just so you don't misunderstand. The one proposing this summit is the Reikage. Mifune is just hosting the event, declared the small man. Well, that makes more sense, said Kitsuchi. He thought that it was weird that Mifune had all of a sudden decided to host a Kage summit. It made way more sense for another Kage to summon the others, even if was unheard of. Still, what is the Reikage thinking? They want to discuss the underlying threat of the Akatsuki and they want all the nations to cooperate, said the Tsuchikage. I see, said Kitsuchi in thought. That had to mean that they hope to reach some sort of truce between the villages or maybe even an alliance just to deal with the Akatsuki. Katsuchi himself wanted to make Akatsuki pay, but trusting other villages? That didn't seem wise, and besides. So that means? Muttered Kitsuchi. Anoki already could guess what his son was thinking. Tsunade will be there, probably. I don't like the idea of seeing the Hokage or any of those Konoha bastards either, said Anoki through clenched teeth. Konoha had Kuratsuchi hostage and they had extorted millions of ryo from him just to keep his granddaughter safe. He wasn't about to forgive Konoha so easily and much less work with them. Still, I need to face her and make sure that she is keeping her promise to us. By not assisting we will look weak, which is exactly what we don't want right now. Katsuchi didn't like the idea, but his dad was right. If they stayed out of it, not only it would look like an offense to the rest of the Kages assisting who were taking a risk by meeting with their enemies, but they would also look like cowards. And he also wanted to hear from the Hokage that Kuratsuchi was safe. In that case, I'll go with you, declared Katsuchi. Anoki had already expected that reaction from his son. Very well. You'll be coming with me as my guard and so will Akatsuchi. Inform him that he is to accompany us. Right, said Katsuchi. When are we leaving? In just a few days. I'll let you guys know the exact date later, said Anoki. Now go, I have a lot to think about. And with that, Katsuchi left the office, leaving his father to his devices. A Kage summit, thought Anoki. There hadn't been a Kage summit ever since the founding of the main ninja villages. Anoki could only guess what had prompted the Reikage to feel the need to one. But no matter, Anoki's interests were in his village and granddaughter's well-being. Every decision he took was a consequence of that, and the actions he would be doing in this meeting would be no different. Kuratsuchi. He wondered how was his granddaughter doing. He hoped he would be able to bring her home soon, sometime in the future. Meanwhile, he prayed that she was hanging in there. Konohagakure no Sato. Naruto landed at the edge of the village ruins, gasping for breath. I'm, finally, back, said the tired boy between breaths. He had been in such a hurry to come back and see if his friends were truly back that he neglected to consider how drained he was from his fight with pain. Jo. Naruto turned to see Kakashi smiling at him behind his mask. Kakashi-sensei? I was waiting for you, said the man as he put a hand on Naruto's shoulder with pride. You did well, Naruto. I'm glad to see you, sensei, said Naruto. But where is everyone? Kakashi waved his hand towards him, telling Naruto to follow him. Everyone's been expecting you, informed the copy ninja before he and Naruto turned around a building. As soon as Naruto turned the corner, he spotted with great joy a huge crowd of people waiting expectantly at the other side. There he is. Naruto's back. We believed in you. Nice job, kid. You showed he is the hero of Konoha. Naruto stared speechless at the crowd of villagers. He was incredibly happy to see them safe and sound, but this feeling of acceptance was alien to him. Naruto saw several of his friends running up to him as they gathered around him. Naruto-kun, you were incredible. Your flames of youth have no comparison, said Lee with emotion. You were great, man. I envy you, said Kiba, giving Naruto a toothy smile and a pat on the back. You almost looked cool. Who knew you could be so strong? Said Ino. I had faith you could do it, said Chuji with a smile. But, Naruto-kun, are you okay? Asked a worried Hinata. You are not hurt? You had us worried for a bit there, added Niji. Don't ever scare us like that, Sakura berated him lightheartedly. Naruto laughed and reassured his friends. He was beyond ecstatic to see them again. Then, his eyes lit up as he watched in surprise as someone else made her way through the crowd. Kuratsuchi stood shyly before Naruto as the boy stared at her in relief but at a loss for words. To him, it felt like a dream to see her unharmed after he felt her die in his arms. The weird atmosphere of the scene caused everyone to quiet down as they waited for the two to say something to the other. Kuratsuchi's relief at seeing Naruto couldn't be expressed through words. She wanted nothing more than to throw herself at him and let her emotions do the talking. But she knew that she still had to clear things up between them. She had acted awfully to him the last time they interacted properly. She couldn't just ignore those terrible things she said and act as if it didn't happen. Naruto deserved better. But she didn't know what to say. You are back, said Kuratsuchi lamely, meeting Naruto's eyes before she glanced back to the ground. I was looking for dash. She never got to finish before she found herself in the strong embrace of Naruto. You are all right, thank Kami, said Naruto, barely containing his tears. When pain, I didn't think I would ever see you again. You weren't going to get rid of me so easily, said Kuratsuchi softly before she returned the hug. I want to use this second chance to amend for the pain I've caused you, said Naruto, much to Kuratsuchi's shock. I just want things to go back to how they were before. Please, forgive me for what my dad did to you. Naruto felt Kuratsuchi grip his jacket as she buried her face in his chest tenderly. Dummy, I'm the one who is sorry. Those horrible things I told you, I shouldn't have said them. What your dad did doesn't matter, it doesn't reflect on you. You are you and I like you just the way you are, said Kuratsuchi softly. I'm always hurting you needlessly, but please, just one more time forgive my stupid and hateful self. Naruto cupped her face with his hands as he lifted her face to meet her beautiful eyes with his own. Let's just forget all that. I only want to be by your side regardless of what happened in the past. I told you before, I love you and nothing will change it. Despite her blush, Katsuchi managed to return his loving smile as she lost herself in his gaze. I love you too. Naruto caressed her cheek before he brought his lips to hers. Katsuchi widened her eyes at the sudden action. They were practically in the presence of the entire village. She knew that she should break off the kiss. But then, she remembered her mother's words. If her mother was fine with this, why should anyone else? She wasn't going to hide anymore. These wonderful arrays of feelings she felt couldn't be something to be ashamed of. If anyone had a problem, they could just screw themselves, but she wasn't going to ruin her relationship with the man she loved just to appease ignorant people. She grabbed Naruto by the nape of his neck as she deepened the kiss, letting herself get lost in the moment. She loved Naruto and he loved her. Nothing else should matter. It was a shame that she had been so reluctant to be true to her feelings and over nothing. Meanwhile, Naruto's friend expression at the scene ranged widely, from the agape faces of Rock Lee, Neji, and Sakura, to the content faces of Ino and Kakashi. What is going on? Muttered Kiba as he stared in disbelief at the scene. I didn't know those two, said Chuji, mirroring Kiba's astonishment. He didn't want to keep intruding in such an intimate moment for Naruto, but he just couldn't take his eyes off, just like the rest of his friends. At the same time, several of the villagers started whispering among themselves. Some seemed just surprised, others looked happy for the couple, others looked embarrassed to watch an intimate scene between lovers, while some others were looking in indignation. Ino was swooning over the turn of events, but she could start to notice her friends and the rest of the citizens started muttering all around. She didn't want Naruto and Katsuchi's moment to go sour, so she thought of something. Okay. Now that our hero is back, let's celebrate by tossing Naruto in the air, declared Ino. Yeah, let's show our gratitude to the hero, someone from the crowd shouted. Great idea. Naruto and Katsuchi broke their kiss once they noticed everyone coming for them. Naruto tried to calm them down. Wait, you don't have to dash. Let's throw the two lovebirds together. Wait, me too, exclaimed Katsuchi. But before any of them could keep complaining about it, they were already being tossed to the air only to be caught again and repeat the action. Katsuchi squirmed for a moment as she fell, but upon noticing that despite what he had said earlier, Naruto had a huge grin on his face. Katsuchi smiled at the sight. Naruto had tried to play it cool, but it was obvious that he was enjoying all this attention. In that case, she was gladly going to let herself enjoy this moment with him. Ino sighed in relief. She had successfully managed to divert everyone's attention from the kiss, at least for the moment. Some ANBU guard thought Yugao as she regarded all that had happened. Now everyone in the village would know about Naruto and Katsuchi being in love. And Yugao had failed in keeping it secret. Now she was gonna get it with the Hokage, well, as soon as she woke up, that is. Even so, Yugao couldn't help but smile at the cheerful faces of those two love-struck idiots, despite knowing that she should be angry. Even after all of this, she was happy for them. Still, her smile vanished and a frown took its place as she remembered that things could get ugly. Not everyone was going to approve of their relationship, and it might bring them trouble in the future, and a fire they had started earning the village's approval. The ANBU captain spotted the Hyuga heiress hiding away from the crowd. She was weeping in her hands uncontrollably, trying to soothe her broken heart, while Neji was beside her putting his hand on her shoulder showing her support. It was this soon, and people already had a problem with their relationship, and they were Naruto's friends. Once powerful and bitter people got word of this, things were going to get complicated. Yugao knew that Naruto and Katsuchi could tell the whole world to piss off, but things weren't that simple, they never were. Especially because of who they were. Their teenage naivety could only get them so far against an entire world that wanted them separated. All in all, one thing was for sure, Naruto and Katsuchi's love was going to be put to the test in a not-so-distant future. Chapter 40, Passionate Feelings. Naruto and Sakura stared down somberly at the still form of Tsunade as Shizune tended to her unconscious master. They had heard that Tsunade was in a pretty poor state after Pain's attack, and they came to check on her. They hadn't been prepared to see her like this, though. Shizune, when is Bachan going to wake up? Asked Naruto sadly. It was weird seeing the Sannin like this. She had always given off this aura of authority and power. He was not used to seeing her so helpless, it was almost pathetic. I don't know, said Shizune, looking even worse than the two teenagers. She looked depressed with bags under her eyes, her skin was pale, and her hair wasn't properly combed. It was clear that Shizune was taking the state of her master and mentor pretty hard. She is stable, but I haven't managed to get a reaction out of her so far. Sure, muttered Sakura melancholically. Shizune-san, if you want I can help you take care of her. We can take turns so you don't have to stay here all day. Shizune shook her head weakly. It's fine, Sakura. I want to stay by her side. You two can leave things to me. You would be of more help if you supported the reconstruction of the village. Are you sure? Asked Sakura. It didn't feel right to leave Shizune with all the work. As I said, I want to stay with her, insisted Shizune. Okay, but don't hesitate to call us if you need help, said Sakura. That's right. You don't have to do this alone. If you need us, just let us know, said Naruto. Thanks, said Shizune, not taking her eyes off Tsunade. Sakura and Naruto glanced worriedly at each other before they turned to leave. If you are sure, I think we will be leaving now, Shizune-san, said Sakura. I'll be seeing you later, Shizune, said Naruto. Take good care of Granny. Shizune simply nodded and the teenagers left the tent, feeling concerned for their Hokage and friend. Naruto and Sakura found a bench to sit down. Most public places had been destroyed, but there were a few that had made it out almost intact, like that bench. I hope Tsunade Shirsho recovers soon, said Sakura with a sad frown. I can't stand to see her in that state. Yeah, it looks wrong. Bachan is one of the strongest people I know. She doesn't deserve to be like that, said Naruto, just as sad as his teammate. It's just that the longer she stays unconscious the more she risks staying in a coma, said Sakura. Being a medic, she knew how bad a coma could get, especially if it kept prolonging itself. Don't say that, said Naruto. Granny is strong. She will definitely wake up in no time. You will see. Sakura rubbed her eyes before smiling at her teammate. Even if she knew that Naruto liked to be overly optimistic, it was nice to hear some encouraging words. You are right. Thanks, Naruto. Naruto smiled reassuringly at Sakura, who returned the gesture. After that, both teenagers stared at nothing in particular as they each pondered on the current events. There was nothing but the chirping of birds for a few minutes, keeping things from being totally silent. Say, Naruto. What are you doing today after this? Asked Sakura curiously, trying to start small talk. With how things were right now in the village, their schedules and activities were all over the place. They didn't even have regular missions right now save for helping rebuild the village. I dunno, said Naruto thoughtfully. I guess I'll help around the village and see what Kuratsuchi is up to. He hadn't seen her since yesterday. Since they lost their apartments, Kuratsuchi shared a tent with Yugao for the night and Naruto didn't feel comfortable waking her up. After what she had gone through, he had opted for letting her rest. At the mention of the IWA tomboy, Sakura started fidgeting uncomfortably. She had almost forgotten the scene that Naruto and Kuratsuchi had made the day before, but only because it had been so surreal that it almost seemed like a dream to the Pinkette. She hadn't expected the two of them to be a couple, but now that she thought about it, she felt like an idiot for missing all the signs that they liked each other. The thought of Naruto being involved with someone was a weird one, especially a foreign kunoichi. She could only hope that this helped Naruto mature. Kami knew he needed that. So, you and Kuratsuchi-san, inquired Sakura slyly as she elbowed Naruto in a playful manner. Naruto stared at his teammate as he blushed furiously. What about it? We are dating, so what? Nothing, said Sakura. It's just that, it's weird seeing you like this, you know? I didn't expect you to fall in love with Kuratsuchi. Naruto crossed his arms, focusing on what Sakura said. To tell you the truth, I didn't expect it either. I never even considered it could happen, it just happened. Come on, you suspected nothing? Not even a little bit? Insisted Sakura. Naruto shook his head. It didn't even cross my head that someone as amazing as her could like someone like me. Don't sell yourself short, Naruto, Sakura scolded him. You are a good guy. And I consider Kuratsuchi a good friend, but be careful to not put her on a pedestal. Sakura knew that Kuratsuchi was a good person, even with her rather difficult personality, but she didn't want Naruto to over-idolize her just because he was in love. That was a dangerous trap to get himself into. It's not that I'm putting her on a pedestal, said Naruto. It's just that she has a lot of things that I admire about her. Like? Asked Sakura. You know, like, how pretty she is, said Naruto. Don't tell me you fell in love just because she is pretty. Sakura rolled her eyes. Of course not. I'm not that shallow, said Naruto, feeling offended. You'd better not, said Sakura. There are a lot of things I like about her, said Naruto. Like, how she is a very important person in IWA and still she isn't afraid to work hard for her achievements. Naruto could bet that most girls in Kuratsuchi's standing would rather be pampered princesses and let everything come to them. Sakura supposed that Naruto was right. Kuratsuchi did like to earn things herself and wasn't afraid to get herself dirty despite her growing up in royalty, more or less. She isn't afraid to speak her mind, continued Naruto. She doesn't give up and always tries to improve herself. She doesn't take shit from no one. Not to mention that she is very talented. I can't even compare my natural talent to hers. I admit that it makes me a bit jealous, but I really admire her for it. I really want to be like that someday. Sakura thought that Naruto had done a pretty good job of catching up to Katsuchi since he got so strong so fast, but now that she thought about it, that drive to catch up to her had to be responsible for his rapid growth. She has the same dream as me. She also wants to be Kage of her village, and I'm sure she will, and I'll try to keep up, said Naruto before his features softened. But more than anything, I have seen firsthand how sweet she can be. I know she tries to appear though, but she is a wonderful girl with a good heart, and I know that opening up to people isn't easy for her, so I feel honored that she trusts me enough to let herself be like that with me. Sakura looked in wonder at Naruto as she thought about everything he said. The boy noticed the weird way that his teammate was looking at him and was starting to feel self-conscious. What is it? Asked the Jinchuriki. Sakura smiled and shook her head gently. It's nothing really. It's just that, the way you talk about her, I can see how much you really love her. Naruto blushed as he scratched his cheek. You think so? Sakura nodded. It was weird seeing that Naruto found love before any of them. She was happy for her teammate even if his partner of choice was very unorthodox. Still, a small part of Sakura couldn't help but feel a bit jealous of Katsuchi. Naruto had always used to swoon over her, and seeing him outgrown her hurt a bit. It wasn't like she had expected Naruto to keep chasing after her forever. In fact, she always had wished he stopped and looked for someone who loved him back. But now that it had actually happened, she felt sad to have lost some of his affection and attention. If only Sasuke had ever talked about her the way Naruto did about Katsuchi, Sakura sighed. Her love life was abysmal if even Naruto was beating her when it came to that. Konoha's marketplace. Oof! Exclaimed Tenten as she dropped the ropes that she had been pulling several tree logs with. Done at last. We need a well-deserved rest, said Katsuchi as she too threw aside the ropes she had been using to pull a stack of a dozen logs. She had volunteered to help Team Guy with the reconstruction of the village since they haven't trained together recently. You don't look that tired to me, said Tenten as she eyed Katsuchi, who looked relatively fresh. I think that Lee and Guy-sensei's training has been doing wonders for you. Your stamina is very good. Katsuchi shrugged. It better. I don't bust my butt for nothing. Still, I think I have yet to catch up to them, said the tomboy as she pointed with her thumb to the two green-clad ninjas who were just arriving behind them. Yosh! I won! Exclaimed Guy triumphantly as he also left his stacks of logs, but unlike the girls, he had been pulling 3 dozen. Then, he turned to his student, who arrived at the scene just a second too late. You are getting slower, Lee. I'm sorry, sensei. Yelled Lee as he dropped his 3 dozen logs and turned to his teacher with tears in his round eyes. I have let your teachings down. I'll run 100 laps around the village with my hands as punishment. Easy there, Lee, said Guy as he put his palm in front of him dramatically. While I admire your enthusiasm, as it shows how brightly your flames of youth burn, right now that would be a waste of your valuable energy while the village is in such dire need of help. Instead, vow to work even harder in the rebuilding of our treasured Konoha? Of course, Guy-sensei, replied Lee in admiration. You are so wise. That's my Lee, said Guy as he rewarded his favorite student with a hug. Katsuchi felt bad that those two were able to carry more than her. Why were the crazy ones always so strong? Tenten could guess what Katsuchi was thinking by the look on her face. Don't worry about it. Guy-sensei and Lee aren't exactly normal. It's still impressive how you managed to pull the same amount as me and Niji and you didn't even break a sweat. Niji simply grumbled in annoyance and looked the other way. He had been the first one to finish and he had already been waiting for them, but he had also been the first to start. Niji, you have been like this all day. Could you tell us what's wrong with you? Asked an annoyed Tenten. Niji was never particularly cheery, but he was being moodier than usual, even with Katsuchi present. I don't know what you are talking about, said Niji as he crossed his arms. It wasn't enough to know that the Iwa Kunoichi had her claws on Naruto, but she also broke Hinata's heart. He spent hours yesterday trying to calm his cousin down, but it had been useless. She was simply inconsolable. He guessed that the only reason she even left her room today was that she wanted to help to rebuild the village despite everything. She was so selfless that way. Oh, and her room was being rebuilt since the Hyuga compound was destroyed, so that was a problem too. Just ignore him, said Tenten. I guess that you can go if you have other things to do. We got this here. If there's no problem with you guys, said Katsuchi, stretching her arms. I was just wondering where Naruto had gone off to. And speaking of which, said Tenten with an amused smile at being reminded of Naruto. You sneaky guys. I would never have guessed you guys were going out. You certainly surprised us yesterday. Katsuchi blushed furiously at being reminded of that. She had been hoping that they didn't bring that up. Well, I lived with Naruto since I arrived here and he is my friend. I think it was natural that we fell for each other, said Katsuchi, finding difficult to talk about her relationship with Naruto. Hey, I'm not judging, I'm happy for you, said Tenten. I'm glad that Naruto found someone. A lot of girls around here used to think he was annoying, so I'm glad he got a girlfriend in the end. Katsuchi huffed in annoyance. That's because most girls are stupid. Yes, Naruto can be irritating from time to time, but his good qualities more than make up for it. You are right. Naruto can be too much sometimes, but he is a good person, said Tenten. She would know, 2 of her teammates were like that somewhat. That doesn't even start to cover it, said Katsuchi. He is attentive, sweet, always sees the good in people, he treats me with respect. Then, she blushed as she elaborated. His sole presence makes me feel at ease, he always lets me know how much he values me. And not to mention how good his kisses are. She widened her eyes as she put a hand over her mouth, realizing now that she had been swooning like a common schoolgirl. She glanced at Tenten, who had stars in her eyes. That's wonderful. I didn't know you guys were that serious already, how cute! Exclaimed Tenten. Hearing such powerful demonstration of love makes my heart fill with joy, I can't contain myself. Cried Guy with comically large amounts of tears rolling down his cheeks. Ga! You were listening? Exclaimed Katsuchi in surprise at the sudden appearance of the man. Naruto and Katsuchi-san's love burns brightly with the flames of youth. Said Rock Lee, just as moved as his sensei. How wonderful. You too? Said Katsuchi in alarm. She hadn't realized that both Guy and Lee had been eavesdropping. I'm so sorry, young Katsuchi. We didn't mean to intrude, but hearing such words of passion ignited my own flames of youth, exclaimed Guy. That's right. We are very sorry, but we couldn't help ourselves. Said Lee. I guess is all right, said Katsuchi, not finding it within herself the will to get angry at them. But are you guys really okay with me and Naruto being together? I understand your concern, young Katsuchi, said Guy. It's true that it could cause some problems between the villages, but at the end of the day the choice is yours and the callings of the heart shouldn't be policed by such things. Guy-sensei is correct. Said Lee. It shouldn't matter if you are from IWA and Naruto-kun is from Konoha. As long as you guys are happy it shouldn't matter. Katsuchi was surprised at the quick acceptance of Team Guy, but regardless she was still thankful that they at least were supportive. What nonsense are you guys babbling about? Katsuchi's smile vanished as she and the rest of Team Guy turned to look at Niji, who had an enraged face. What overly optimistic crap are you guys spewing? Said Niji. He had been intently on listening silently and stay out of this nonsense, but the more they talked about Naruto and Katsuchi's relationship the more he became angry until he finally couldn't take it anymore. It doesn't matter if you guys think it should or shouldn't matter to others. The reality is that it does matter regardless of what you guys want to delude yourselves into believing. Niji knew that once IWA got word of all of this they were going to be a lot less understanding than the rest of his team. This was going to cause problems for everyone involved. Don't be so negative, Niji, said Tenten with a frown. Naruto and Katsuchi are happy. I'm sure that if she explains things to her village we can come to some kind of dash. Shut up! Exclaimed Niji, surprising everyone present at his outburst. He had never lashed out to his team, much less Tenten, who was the one who got along the most with him. This isn't something that it will go away just by talking. IWA will think we conditioned her to say whatever we wanted her to say. And Naruto being happy? I'm sorry, but that won't last. Once the problem with IWA catches up to all of us, to his village, he won't be happy then. Then, Niji turned to glare at Katsuchi, who was doing the same to him. And you? Your relationship with Naruto is already hurting him. After he defeated Pain he was already starting to sway the entire village and convince them that he is not the QB and that he was their comrade all along. After your reckless actions yesterday, people are starting to question his loyalty. Why is he with that IWA Kunoichi, they say? Is he really loyal to us or to that foreigner? He was so close to getting everyone's respect and you had to ruin that for him. Katsuchi wanted to tear the Hyuga a new one, but she instead glared at the floor as she clenched her fists with anger. She hadn't considered that. If what Niji said was true, was her presence hurting Naruto? Was her love for him getting in the way of his dream of being accepted by his village? Guy stared sadly at Katsuchi, feeling sorry for the girl. Niji was blowing things out of proportion, but there was some truth to it. While not the entire village was judging Naruto for who he chose to love, there were also a lot of people who were unhappy with the boy's choices and were even going back to hating him. Guy himself had heard plenty of shameful things that people were saying behind Naruto's back. Lee and Tenten were also lost in thought, pondering on these issues that Niji brought to light. If you really loved Naruto you would have left him alone, said Niji. This so-called love of yours is going to get us all in trouble once your beloved village finds out who you fancy. For one am not too keen on risking my life because of your selfish mistakes. Niji, that's enough, Guy scolded his student. Niji stopped his tirade at the request of his master, but he still shot Karachi one last glare. Then, he took a deep breath to try and regain his composure. Please forgive my outburst, I didn't intend to let myself go like that, said Niji before giving his team a small bow. I'm tired. I'll be excusing myself for the day, and after a nod from his sensei, Niji turned around and left, trying to push his anger to the back of his mind. He had already said to Kuratsuchi all he wanted to say. After Niji was gone, Tenten put a comforting hand on Kuratsuchi's shoulder. Hey, are you alright? Don't listen to Niji, he has just been a bit touchy lately. As Tenten says, I'm sure Niji didn't mean what he said Lee. I'm fine, said Kuratsuchi simply. I think I'll be going too. Kuratsuchi, muttered Tenten in concern. I'll see you guys around, said the pink-eyed girl before she started walking away while Team Guy glanced somberly at her retreating form. Kuratsuchi continued walking aimlessly around the village. It had been several minutes after her encounter with Team Guy and she couldn't get Niji's words out of her mind. Was she really hindering Naruto? That's the last thing she wanted. She only wanted to be by his side, enjoying his company and his warmth. That was it. She only wanted to share her love with him. She didn't want Naruto to lose his chances to win over his own people just because of her. If Konoha didn't accept Naruto, he wouldn't become Hokage. She didn't want to be the reason why Naruto didn't achieve his dreams. And what if her home really did come thirsting for blood if they found out about them? She knew that her people wouldn't accept it easily, but she hoped she could convince them to not go to such extremes. But what if she couldn't? She didn't want to think about it. But she had known the consequences of all of this before she became Naruto's girlfriend. She couldn't help it, she couldn't just ignore her feelings any longer, nor Naruto's. She knew that they have been irresponsible and selfish to put their feelings before their villages, but they had had to come to terms with the fact that they were just human and they couldn't ignore their feelings forever. Still, but that didn't mean this was any easier to swallow. Hey, it's her. What is she doing here? Is it true that she and the QB are involved? I think she is trying to convert him to IWA. Kuratsuchi tried to ignore the whispers of the villagers around her. Now that Niji had brought the villagers' real thoughts to light, it was way easier for her to pick up their judgmental stares and whispers. She closed her eyes shut as she walked. She wanted to lash out at them, but that would only make things worse. She had to ignore them as hard as it was. Excuse me? Kuratsuchi turned to look at the newcomer who had walked up to greet her. It was a woman with auburn waist-length hair, slim figure, and was dressed casually. The older woman was holding the hand of a young boy no older than 5 years old. Kuratsuchi stared curiously at the woman a little bit apprehensively. You are talking to me? Was the only thing that Kuratsuchi thought to ask her. Hey! You are that strong girl from that time! Exclaimed the little boy in joy. Look, Mom! She totally is. Do I know you people? Asked Kuratsuchi in confusion. I'm sorry to disturb you, said the woman politely with a smile. We don't mean to be a bother, we just wanted to give you our thanks. What do you have to thank me for? Asked Kuratsuchi. You probably don't remember us, but when Pain attacked the village, my son and me we were hiding in a shelter. Unfortunately, Pain found us and he would have killed us if not for you, explained the woman with a smile of gratitude. It finally dawned on Kuratsuchi who these people were. So they had been part of that crowd of people that she had saved in that storage building that the mechanical Pain was going to blow up. You looked so cool, Nei-san. Exclaimed the little boy. I was super duper scared, but you gave that bad guy what he deserved. I just had some bone to pick with that guy, said Kuratsuchi, refraining from major crass words in front of a little kid. Even so, I wanted to let you know how grateful I am to you for saving me, for saving my boy. Also, I wanted to apologize, said the woman, looking guilty for a moment. Kuratsuchi just tilted her head at that. Now she wanted to apologize too? You see, I have heard a lot about you before. Pretty much everyone has. And I'm ashamed to admit that I didn't trust you because of, you know. Kuratsuchi rolled her eyes. Of course, they wouldn't like her because she was from IWA. Though she couldn't blame her, she herself had hated Konoha for the longest time. But now I see that I misjudged you. Please forgive my ignorance, said the woman, bowing to the kunoichi in respect. Kuratsuchi stared in surprise at the woman, not knowing what to do for a moment. She had never expected a Konoha citizen to speak to her like that, much less ask for her forgiveness. Please stand up. There is no need for that. The woman complied but still looked at Kuratsuchi expectantly. You don't have to feel bad, I understand. I'm just glad that you guys were able to get away safely, said Kuratsuchi with a smile of her own. You really are a good girl, said the woman cheerily. I believe that is a shame that our villages can't get along so easily. I think so too, Kuratsuchi agreed. Okay, I think we have taken enough of your time, said the woman before turning to her little son. Say farewell to the young lady. Bye-bye pretty lady, said the young boy. See you, Katsuchi waved at them as she saw them off. Once the civilians had left, Katsuchi was left feeling odd. That had been unexpected. She would never have guessed she would ever get the approval of some Konoha citizens. And those two were likely not the only ones feeling like that, as she had saved quite a bunch of them during the pain attack. She smiled at the thought. Maybe a lot of Konoha hated her, but at the very least some of them were changing their minds about her. More surprisingly was that she realized she cared, she actually wanted to feel accepted. If only her old self could see her now. Guess who? Katsuchi felt someone sneak up on her and cover her eyes with their hands. She was quick to react and used her elbow to smack the prankster. Ouch! That hurt? Said Naruto as he tried to recover his breath. Katsuchi panicked as she now realized she had hit Naruto by accident. Naruto, are you hurt? Asked the tomboy as she rushed to check on him. You idiot. Why do you sneak up on me? Seriously, what was the moron thinking? They were shinobi, they were supposed to react fast with deadly force at the first sign of a threat. Sorry, I just wanted to surprise you, said Naruto sheepishly. That's fine and all, but try to not give me a heart attack, Katsuchi scolded her boyfriend. Or get yourself killed. I know, said Naruto, scratching the back of his head. It won't happen again. Katsuchi shot him a deadpan look for a second more before she grinned warmly. But it's good that you are here. I was going to look for you. Same here. I was starting to wonder where you were, said Naruto. It was getting late so? Katsuchi could understand where Naruto was coming from. The sun would set soon and they had yet to see each other in the entire day. Say, you gonna grab something to eat? I haven't eaten all day, suggested Naruto. Nothing at all? Asked Katsuchi. You should take more care of yourself, dummy. It kinda slipped my mind, said Naruto. You forgot to eat? Asked Katsuchi skeptically. That's a new one. Hey, even I get too busy sometimes, said Naruto in his defense. I'm just teasing you, said Katsuchi. Lucky for you that I made you something? Really? Asked Naruto, unable to contain his excitement. Katsuchi pulled out a scroll from her pouch and opened it to summon something from it. In a puff of smoke a small bento box appeared. I sealed it away so it didn't get cold. Omiyams. I have the best girlfriend in the world, said Naruto as he took the bento box with content. Katsuchi blushed at the praise. It's no big deal. I haven't made lunch for you lately and I wanted to fix that. You didn't need to bother, but thanks, said Naruto. Katsuchi glanced around to see if there was anywhere where they could sit. Seeing no benches around, she brought a palm to the ground and two small chairs made of stone rose from the ground. I had forgotten you could do that, said Naruto before he sat down. I still think is very handy. It does have its uses, Katsuchi agreed as she too sat down on the newly made chair. Naruto grabbed a pair of chopsticks and opened the bento box. His mouth watered at the sweet smell and the sight of the food was just as good. This looks delicious. I didn't have many ingredients but I did what I could, said Katsuchi. Do you like it? Naruto grabbed a chunk of rice with boiled vegetables and he almost cried in joy at the taste. Is very good. Man, I missed your cooking, said Naruto before taking another bite. Glad to see I haven't lost my touch, said Katsuchi. Wait, don't you want some? Offered Naruto. Thank you, but I'm not hungry, said Katsuchi, only to be betrayed by her stomach a moment later as it let out a deep growl. Is that so? Teased Naruto with an amused grin. Okay, fine. Maybe I'm a little tiny bit hungry, said Katsuchi with a red face. But don't worry, I can grab something to eat later. Come on, there is plenty for both, insisted Naruto. Friends share their stuff, a boyfriend shares even more with his girlfriend. If you are sure, replied Katsuchi timidly, still not used to them being labeled as boyfriend and girlfriend. Here, said Naruto as he held a piece of food with his chopsticks. Katsuchi was about to protest and tell Naruto that she could feed herself just fine, but she decided to humor him, took the bite that Naruto offered. Naruto smiled from ear to ear at seeing her go along with his idea. He took another bite for himself before he offered her some more. Katsuchi took another bite with a little less reluctance. Now that she thought about it, she could get used to this. The boy she liked was feeding her, it kinda made her feel giddy. Having a boyfriend has its uses, said Katsuchi. Being pampered once in a while felt pretty good. Naruto was happy to hear Katsuchi refer to him as her boyfriend so freely. However, his smile disappeared once something that had been bothering him crossed his mind. Katsuchi noticed Naruto's shift in demeanor and could see his apprehension as he played with his food. Naruto, is something wrong? Is just that, are you sure you are okay knowing who my dad is? said Naruto as he focused on his bento to distract himself a bit. They never cleared the issue up properly and he wasn't comfortable letting the issue alone. Kuratsuchi was filled with guilt as she stared in silence at Naruto. She hated how big of a mess she had made when she found out about the yondaime and she had taken it all out on Naruto. It seemed that he wasn't completely gotten over the way she reacted. I already told you. What your father did has nothing to do with you. You didn't even know him. Are you sure? Asked Naruto, still feeling down. You were so angry about it and I just come back and you say that everything is fine? He couldn't believe entirely that she had gotten over something so important to her with such ease. He just wanted to know that she didn't feel any kind of pressure being with him or that she didn't have second thoughts. Kuratsuchi grabbed the bento box gently and put it aside before she held Naruto's hand tenderly and looked him in the eye. I had my reservations at first, lots of them in fact. But I realized how happy you made me. Once I realized that I just knew that I couldn't let my hatred for that man ruin what I had with you. He had already taken too much from me, I didn't want to let him take you from my life. Naruto was at a loss for words as he stared into Kuratsuchi's eyes. He hadn't realized just how important she considered him. You are selfless and caring. You don't have a mean bone in your body, Kuratsuchi continued. I'm alive because of you. You didn't just save my life, you gave me back my life. Not only you helped me let go of my hatred and opened my possibilities to a more wholesome life, but you also brought me back the chance to live it. How could I not love you? She caressed his cheek but was shocked to see Naruto's features get even sadder. Did she say something wrong? You are wrong. I'm not as good as you think I am, said Naruto solemnly. Kuratsuchi waited attentively to hear what he was talking about. What did he mean by that? There is something I haven't told you, explained Naruto. When I confronted pain, and I mean the real one, I was so angry. I had never hated anyone as much as I hated him. I had just seen you die by his hand and he wanted me to listen to his side of the story. I don't even know how I managed to sit through his tale without going crazy, I just wanted him to suffer, to tear him to shreds for what he had done. Kuratsuchi listened attentively to Naruto, it was obvious that this was weighted heavily on him. I always preached to you how bad hatred was. I never knew until I lost you how you really felt when you said you hated my dad or Konoha. Until then I thought I could understand your pain but I didn't, said Naruto. And not only that but I almost disrespected your memory. You told me before you died to never change, to always keep my chin high. I couldn't do it, I wasn't as strong as you thought. I just barely managed to let pain live. I almost struck him down where he stood just to get revenge. Had I done that, you and the rest would be dead right now. I almost killed your second chance at life. I was so close to ruining everything. Naruto felt Kuratsuchi cup his face and made him look at her. But you did the right thing in the end, said Kuratsuchi with conviction. I was never wrong. I knew that you would do the right thing no matter how hard it was. Just because you almost failed doesn't change the fact that you didn't. This just proved what I said earlier. I didn't misplace my faith in you. Naruto stared at Kuratsuchi in wonder. How could she feel so strongly about him? Any other person would have failed, said Kuratsuchi. But you didn't. This is what I mean when I say you are the most wonderful boy I've ever met. I'm glad that I fell for you because I can't think of any other person more deserving of my feelings. Kuratsuchi, Naruto muttered, finding difficult to say anything. Finally, Naruto clasped Kuratsuchi's hands as he looked at her directly in the eyes and gave her a heartful smile. Just their gazes conveyed how much they cared about the other. And now especially, they felt as if they had a much bigger understanding of their partner. Thank you, said Naruto gratefully before he started leaning towards Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi prepared herself to accept Naruto's feelings as she closed her eyes for the impending kiss. There's Naruto, hey, Naruto-kun. Both Naruto and Kuratsuchi broke apart, their kiss interrupted, as they noticed a crowd of girls rushing towards them. Naruto-sama, it really is you. I love you, Naruto-kun. Please go on a date with me. Hero. The girls started circling Naruto as they swooned over him. Naruto just scratched the back of his neck nervously, unsure of what to do. This had started happening ever since he defeated Pain, but this was the first time it happened with Kuratsuchi present. Kuratsuchi, for her part, looked with disdain at the shameful girls for a moment, which was all her patience could take. Get your own boyfriend, you bitches. Her rage along with her killer intent was enough to send the girls running. Gya scary, that's his girlfriend? No way. Naruto wouldn't be with someone like her. I've heard the rumors but I thought they were fake. If that's the case, Naruto is not as cool as I thought he was, getting involved with that girl, so gross. Kuratsuchi wished she could tear them a new one. They even had the audacity to talk shit even while they ran off. Who do they think they are? Muttered the angry Kunoichi. The nerve of some people. Hee, at least they went away without much fuzz, said Naruto. Every time I tell them off they get pissed. This isn't the first time it happens. Asked Kuratsuchi. Nah, every couple of hours or so some new crazy chicks find me, explained Naruto. Ever since I beat Pain girls won't leave me alone. At least these ones didn't call me names. Every time I tell them you are my girlfriend they get shocked and don't take it well. Kuratsuchi didn't know how to take that. One side, at the very least they left Naruto alone quickly, but on the other, she could guess what kind of things they yelled at him once he told them he was dating the IWA prisoner. That just made her remember what Neji had said before. Anyway, it's getting late, said Naruto. You have some place to stay? Not really, our apartment complex is gone, said Kuratsuchi. I guess I could just ask Yugao if I can stay with her again. But what about you? I got it covered, said Naruto. Some of the villagers took the time to build me a new place. Really? Asked Kuratsuchi. She should have guessed that Konoha wasn't going to let their new hero sleep on the floor. Yep. You can stay with me if you want and don't have anywhere to go, suggested Naruto. I guess I'd like to if you are okay with it, said Kuratsuchi. She was already used to spending most of her time hanging out with Naruto in his apartment. This was pretty much the same. Let's go then, declared Naruto, happy to spend more time with Kuratsuchi. After a few minutes, they arrived at a small shack up a hill. It wasn't big by any means, but it was to be expected. This was just a temporal home until the village reparations progressed further. It looks nice, all things considered, commented Kuratsuchi. I know is not the best place in the world and it makes me appreciate my old apartment even more, said Naruto. But I promise that is very cozy inside. Both teenagers made their way in and Kuratsuchi's suspicions were confirmed when she noticed that the place had only enough room for a bed and a couch beside a small window. It didn't even have a bathroom or a kitchen. I know is not big but as long as we have a roof over our heads things will be fine. At the very least it will let us have a good night's sleep, said Naruto before he gave a mighty yawn. You can take the bed. I don't mind the couch. Naruto, this is your place. You take the bed, I'll take the couch, said Kuratsuchi. No way. I'm not letting my girlfriend sleep on the couch, said Naruto. Kuratsuchi regarded the bed as a thought crossed her mind. Maybe we could, share the bed? Suggested Kuratsuchi with a blush on her face. What? Inquired Naruto incredulously. The bed is big enough for both of us, and you are my boyfriend anyway so I don't see the problem. Despite what her words said, Kuratsuchi couldn't help but fidget shyly at the thought of being in the same bed as Naruto. I have no problem, fine with me, said Naruto, trying to hide his own nerves. If you have no problem with it I'm all for it. Then is decided, said Kuratsuchi with finality lest she chickened out. Then, Kuratsuchi proceeded to get herself more comfortable. She had lost all her pajamas in the destruction of her apartment so she had to make do with what she had. She just took off her leggings, her sandals, her IWA protector, her flak jacket and her gloves, leaving her with her skirt and black undershirt. She felt so silly. She wasn't even dressed indecently but just taking a few her garments off in front of Naruto made her heart beat 10 times faster. Naruto, for his part, simply took off his sandals and his jacket and Konoha headband. Though he was just as nervous as his girlfriend. Once they were ready, they went over to the bed and laid down at each end while they faced away from the other. They stayed silently like that for several minutes but couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard they wished they could. Naruto shifted a bit, trying to get himself more comfortable. He unintentionally brushed Kuratsuchi's bare leg with his foot, causing the girl to jerk in surprise at the sudden touch. Sorry, I didn't mean it, Naruto apologized, still not turning to face his partner. Did I wake you up? Don't worry, I couldn't sleep anyway, said Kuratsuchi, still blushing after Naruto's touch. She really felt silly. They were just sleeping together, in the literal sense, nothing more. She could only imagine what people would say if they knew they had slept in the same bed. However, instead of getting more embarrassed, Kuratsuchi's thoughts drifted to the girl's reactions after they had found out she was Naruto's girlfriend. Also she couldn't help but think of what Neji had said. Naruto, are you awake still? Kuratsuchi felt Naruto suddenly shift, answering her question before he could respond. Why yeah, what is it? Said Naruto, still fidgety at his current situation. Naruto, what if I was getting in the way of your dreams? At that question, Naruto's nerves were completely squandered and were replaced by worry. What does that mean? Asked the boy as he rolled himself to face the girl's back. Remember what those stupid girls said about you? Explained Kuratsuchi. How quickly they started talking dirt about you as soon as they knew we were together. Naruto frowned in concern. What was Kuratsuchi getting at? You said it, they were stupid. Who cares what they said? They weren't the only ones, said Kuratsuchi. I've heard that people are starting to talk. They say that I'm brainwashing you, that I want to sway you to fight for IWA. Naruto couldn't believe what he was hearing. That was ridiculous. Were people really saying that? Kuratsuchi turned her body to face the other side of the bed and come face to face with Naruto. What if you can't become Hokage because of me? I don't want to be the reason why you never achieved your dream. Maybe we were too reckless, maybe we shouldn't have let everyone know about us just yet. Naruto hadn't known that Katsuchi was worrying about this kind of stuff. He used his hand to brush a strand of Kuratsuchi's hair and to have a better view of her pink eyes. Kuro-chan, you haven't done anything wrong, said Naruto tenderly. You worry too much. I'm going to become Hokage, definitely. It doesn't matter what people say right now, I know that they will eventually come around. How can you be so sure? Asked the concerned girl. I just am, said Naruto. And even if I wasn't, you are worth the risk. That and much more. Earlier you said how grateful you were that you fell for me, well, I say the same. Kuratsuchi listened in silence at what Naruto had to say, as didn't know how to even respond to him. You are the most amazing girl I have ever met. You are talented and pretty. Even if you don't admit it, you have a good heart, said Naruto. You showed me what a true friend is, and for the first time, I felt as if I had a family when I'm with you. I don't care if becoming Hokage is a bit harder now, because becoming Hokage is not the only thing I want anymore. Being with you is way more important to me now. I love you and I mean it. Kuratsuchi was overwhelmed by Naruto's declaration. She reached out to him and pulled him close for a passionate kiss. Naruto hadn't expected her gesture, but he was quick to return it. Kuratsuchi climbed on top of Naruto as the kiss became more passionate. They couldn't have enough of each other as Kuratsuchi's hand started to grab Naruto by the nape of his neck and hair while he explored more of her body. Naruto slipped a free hand below Kuratsuchi's shirt, caressing the skin of her back gently. Kuratsuchi inhaled sharply at the intense sensation that his hand on her skin produced on her, but she didn't relent on her flurry of kisses. Getting more and more excited by the second, Naruto used his other hand to fondle the side of her breast. At that moment, Kuratsuchi immediately pushed herself off Naruto sharply once she felt his hand touching such a private part. She looked down at Naruto with guilt. She had acted out of instinct. She was not used to this kind of intimacy. As soon as his skin made contact with her breast, she felt as if she had received an electric discharge. I'm sorry, my body just moved on its own, said Kuratsuchi in embarrassment. I'm the one who is sorry. I let myself go in the moment, said Naruto before he lifted his head and planted a kiss on her lips. Kuratsuchi broke the kiss to lay comfortably on top of Naruto. Maybe we aren't ready to go further yet? It's okay, there is no pressure, said Naruto in understanding. Just being with you like this is more than enough for me. Kuratsuchi felt very fortunate to have Naruto. This was further proof that he was the right one for her. Any other boy would have pushed his luck at this moment, but not Naruto. He was being very understanding of her emotions, and she would forever be grateful for that. She once again thanked the heavens for letting her heart belong to such a man. Naruto wrapped his arms around Kuratsuchi as she cuddled on top of him. He took a deep breath of her hair, finding her smell comforting enough to relax. It seemed that they had learned a lot from their feelings towards each other today, and they continued to grow together. At last, both teenagers found themselves comfortable enough to fall asleep in each other's embrace with a content smile plastered on their faces. Konoha's underground base. Sai walked down a dark corridor as he tried to guess the reason for his visit. He had been summoned so suddenly that he wasn't even informed in what Danzo required of him. Once he finally reached a large metal door, he banged on it exactly twice. Enter. Once he had his permission, the root agent made his way into a circular room with Danzo already waiting for him at the center. Danzo-sama, said Sei with respect before he kneeled in front of his leader. What can I do for you? You are here at last. Good, said Danzo serenely. There is something that has been concerning me recently. Sai wondered what Danzo mean by that. I have been hearing some nasty rumors, explained Danzo. About Naruto and the IWA girl. Sai could feel a knot forming in his throat, however he managed to keep himself calm to not raise suspicion of his worries. You are closer to Naruto than any other of my agents, said Danzo. Tell me all you know. Sai found himself struggling to articulate a response, but he knew he had to respond and fast. He didn't want Danzo to know he was on Naruto and Kuratsuchi's side. But what could he say? Even if he lied, he knew that Danzo would hear the truth from someone else eventually, and he would pay dearly for lying. Well, said Danzo, his patience getting thinner by the second. Sai clenched his teeth. He was going to have to say all he knew, at least the gist of it. He hoped that he at least could sidestep some topics. He prayed that this didn't mean that bad things were to come upon his friends. For he knew how terrible Danzo could be against a threat. Chapter 41, The Candidates. This sucks, declared Ino as she took a look at her dirt-stained clothes. I need a shower. Again. Sai, for his part, simply ignored her and kept walking beside her. I swear I live in the shower these days with how much I have to do around the village now. And with how difficult it is to find quality bathrooms to boot after they were destroyed, complained Ino. Helping rebuild the village day in and day out was starting to take its toll on the Yamanaka heiress. She wasn't used to all this non-stop physical labor. I just hope that we don't have to keep this up for much longer. Don't you think, Saikuin? Asked Ino only for the boy to keep glancing at the floor. Hey, Saikuin. Sai was snapped out of his trance and stopped his pace to look at Ino, eyeing him weirdly. Sorry. What were you saying? Forget it, it doesn't matter, said Ino with a sigh. More importantly, what's with you today? You are even more out of it than usual. Sai muttered, unable to say much more. He was still thinking about what Danzo-sama talked with him, but there was not much he could tell Ino. He could say that he was worried about Naruto and Katsuchi because of Danzo's interest in them, but Ino would obviously want more details, and that was something he couldn't do due to the seal in his tongue that kept him from talking about Danzo en route. Something is bothering you, concluded Ino. Come on, spit it out. You know you can talk to me, right? Is not that simple, said Sai solemnly. I don't think I can tell you this. Ino looked somewhat hurt by his statement. Don't you trust me? Asked the girl. After all that they have gone through, he still didn't feel comfortable enough with her to talk? It's not that, said Sai apologetically. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but that wait, something finally dawned on him. How hadn't he thought about this before? Ino looked at him curiously. He seemed to have gotten some kind of realization. Ino-san, I need your help, said Sai suddenly. My help? Asked Ino in surprise. One moment he said he couldn't talk to her about whatever it was that was bothering him, and now he needed her help? She wasn't complaining, but it was a weird shift in demeanor. Of course. Whatever you need, just name it. Can you talk to me telepathically? Asked Sai. Ino was not expecting that kind of request. Sure, it's one of my clan's specialties, but why? I'll explain in detail later. I can't directly talk to you, so this is the only way, Sai explained. Please. Okay if you say so, said Ino. All this was somewhat weird, but she decided to go along with it for now. Just know that it might feel weird at first. Sai nodded in understanding. He was ready for that. Fine. Here goes nothing, said Ino, putting a hand on top of Sai's head. Shindenshin no Jutsu, mind-body transmission technique. Somewhere else in the village. Thank you so much for your help, girls, said a middle-aged carpenter. It would have taken me all day to sort all these materials by myself, added the man while admiring the piles of stone and wood that the two kunoichi were able to gather for him. It really wasn't a problem, said Sakura amicably. Right, Hinata? It was our pleasure, agreed the Hyuga heiress. The two girls had run into each other earlier in the day and decided to go help around the village together since they had nothing to do and they didn't know where the rest of their teams were. Still, thanks for lending a hand. It would have taken forever to do this, added the older man. Hachi-san. At the calling, the carpenter turned to greet another man who was just arriving with a young boy in tow. How are things on your end? Asked the man. He had graying spiky hair and a full beard and was wearing round glasses. I'm doing great now, Tazuna-san. These two young ladies decided to help and sped along the workload nicely, replied the carpenter. Tazuna? Sakura muttered the familiar name. Hey Gramps, look. Isn't this Sakura? Exclaimed the spiky-haired boy excitedly. Tazuna turned to look more attentively at the two girls, and after a moment a look of recognition dawned on him. You are right, Inari. Sakura-san, it's been so long. Greeted the old man happily. He didn't know how he failed to recognize the girl's distinctive pink hair before. It's very nice to see you two again, responded Sakura with a heartfelt smile. It has been so long. Indeed. I'm glad that our paths crossed again, said Tazuna. My, how tall have you gotten, Inari-kun, said Sakura addressing the boy. And you have gotten prettier, Sakura-san, responded the boy, getting a blush from Sakura. You also have gotten much more charming, said Sakura. And who is your friend? I don't believe we have met, said Tazuna as he took notice of Hinata. At being addressed, the Hyuga heiress bowed to them before introducing herself. Glad to meet you, I'm Hyuga Hinata. Sakura is a dear friend of mine. Is that so? Said Tazuna amicably. Well, any friend of Sakura is a friend of ours. After everything Team 7 has done for our country, they will always be our dear friends and heroes. That's why we accepted to come aid Konoha at once when we heard what had happened, added Inari. Now it is our turn to help you guys. Thank you. We really need all the help we can get lately, said Sakura. No problem, responded Tazuna. By the way, where's the rest of your team? We would also like to see Naruto and Sasuke. At the mention of both girls' respective objects of their affection, they diverted their gaze and got much more somber. Tazuna and Inari shared a curious look between them at the girl's reaction. Naruto must be somewhere in the village also helping with the reconstruction, said Sakura. As for Sasuke, he isn't here right now. It's complicated. I see, said Tazuna, suspecting that something about the current topic was getting to the girls. He decided to leave them be for now. Well, I'll be leaving you girls now, there is much to do. I'll keep an eye out for Naruto while I'm at. See you later. Inari said his farewells, following his grandfather to continue their job. Sakura sighed sadly at the reminder of the wayward Uchiha. In moments like these she missed how things had used to be before Sasuke became consumed by revenge. But then, she took a moment to give a worried glance at Hinata. She knew that the Hyuga's feelings could be relatively fragile, even more so lately after the revelation of Naruto and Kuratsuchi's relationship. At the sight of the depressed look that Hinata was giving the floor, Sakura felt pressured to find another topic she could distract Hinata with. Do you want to go for some lunch? My treat, offered Sakura. Hinata managed to give Sakura a weak smile before shaking her head. I'm fine, I'm not really hungry. Also, you don't have to try to cheer me up. Sakura blushed in embarrassment for being so transparent about her intentions. I deserve this, added Hinata. Everywhere she went, her friends tried to find ways to lift her spirits, which she was thankful for, but it was bad enough to know that she lost her chance with Naruto, but to see that pretty much everyone had known about her crush was humiliating, to say the least. I didn't deserve Naruto-kun. How can you say that? Asked Sakura in disbelief. I have admired Naruto-kun for so long, even since we were kids, explained Hinata with a faraway look on her face. I've seen him struggle and overcome every obstacle presented to him. I wanted to be like him and to be close to him. But I also knew how lonely he was and how much he yearned for people that acknowledged him. And I had countless opportunities to get close to him, to let him know how I felt, but I never did anything. I was a coward. Sakura listened intently with a sad look. She now somewhat understood what Hinata was getting to. I knew how much he wanted people to be at his side, and yet I didn't do anything. He helped me improve so much by being my inspiration, and I never returned the favor, Hinata continued with sorrow on her features. I was so useless to him that even an enemy Kunoichi managed to claim his heart before I did. If I could lose to that even with years of advantage over Kuratsuchi-san, then I didn't deserve Naruto to begin with. He should be with someone stronger who is willing to be at his side even when it's difficult, not a pathetic and weak girl like me. Sakura could kind of relate since she felt almost as useless to Sasuke as Hinata felt she was to Naruto. I don't know what to say. I'm not exactly the best person to offer insight into these things. If you haven't noticed, I'm just as screwed when it comes to love. It's okay. I didn't expect to be able to fix anything anyway. I know that I lost my chance and I'm trying to accept it even if it's hard, said the depressed Hinata. I guess we are sisters in heartbreak then, Sakura joked slightly. We just can't seem to do anything right when it comes to the boys we love. But at the very least we understand each other's fuck-ups, I guess. Hinata actually managed to give Sakura a small grin in response, even if it was weak. Yeah, I guess. Sakura was glad that at the very least Hinata had stopped sulking as much for the time being. It was weird to talk about these things with the Hyuga, but she found out that they had things in common at least. Come on. Let's go help around the village. There are probably still a lot of builders that need a hand, said Sakura, finally diverting their attention from the previous topic. Hinata nodded in resolution, agreeing with Sakura. Maybe some more hard work would help her take her mind off Naruto. Somewhere else in the village. Mokutan, Renchuka no Jutsu, would release serial pillar houses technique. Naruto looked in awe as several rows of houses and buildings rose from the ground, neatly occupying a previously empty ruined part of the village. Amazing, Mr. Yamato, exclaimed the blonde. With you here, we will reconstruct the village in no time. Yamato's wood element was already impressive. Naruto didn't know that it could construct buildings so easily. Man, not even with my clones helping can they work that fast. Sure, just give me a moment, said Yamato, trying to catch his breath. His jutsu might be a huge help in rebuilding the village, but it drained him terribly of chakra. Still, he had to endure it. It was for the sake of his home. Naruto was about to make a small army of Kage Bunshins to not fall behind in his part of the work when he heard someone call up to him. Naruto. The Jinchuriki turned around to find Sai and Ino approaching him. Hey, guys, what's up? Naruto greeted his friends. Naruto, we need to tell you something. The severity of Ino's tone told Naruto that whatever his friends wanted to talk to him about was serious. Is there something wrong? Asked Naruto tentatively. I would rather talk to you in private, said Sai. Sure, said Naruto before he turned to Yamato. Sorry, Mr. Yamato. I have to leave you for a moment, I'll be back soon. Fine. I'll just be here, responded the tired Jounin, not finding the strength to inquire into Naruto's matters as he sat down to rest momentarily. After that, Naruto followed Sai and Ino to a more secluded part of the village in a clearing among some trees. Okay, what is it that you want to tell me? Urged Naruto, impatient to find out what was so important for his friend to be this secretive about it. Naruto, listen. You have to be careful, both you and Kuratsuchi-san, said Ino. What are you guys talking about? Inquired the confused Naruto. Danzo has learned about your relationship, said Ino. Sai's boss? Asked Naruto. Apparently, he is a dangerous and shady character, explained the Yamanaka. You both could be in danger, added Sai. The whole village knows about me and Kuro-chan by now, what is so different about this guy knowing? Said Naruto, still not understanding what the fuss was about. This guy likes to orchestrate all kinds of dirty and dangerous stuff from the shadows to keep Konoha safe, he says, explained Ino. Danzo-sama has very extreme methods to keep the village safe. There is no telling what he could plan to do about you guys, said Sai. To give you an idea, apparently, he has always wanted to get rid of Sasuke-kun ever since he left the village. If he thinks Kuratsuchi is dangerous, he could have similar ideas, said Ino. What? Exclaimed Naruto, now finally starting to get enraged. He had heard a bit about this Danzo guy, but he didn't know he was this problematic. I'm not going to let this guy take away Sasuke or Kuratsuchi. In fact, if he dares lay a finger on her, I'm going to dash. So you guys know Sasuke? Naruto and his friends turned to look at the ones who interrupted them to find two dark-skinned shinobi in the clearing with them. The honey-eyed girl with long spiky red hair had HEW sword out and had it pointed at the three of them, while the white-haired boy looked at them with the same enraged face as his partner. Despite his surprise, Naruto managed to recognize their uniforms. They were Kumo ninja. Their attires were very reminiscent of the same guys that had him captive back on that turtle island. Kumo shinobi? Muttered Sai suspiciously, also recognizing their clothes and headbands. Say what? Inquired Ino. What are Kumo ninjas doing here? We are looking for information, said the male. We heard you talking about that piece of shit Uchiha, said the girl. We want you to tell us all you know about Sasuke. What for? Asked Naruto coldly. That Akatsuki bastard attacked our village and took our master prisoner, said the boy. What do you mean by Akatsuki? Asked Naruto in confusion. Yeah, Sasuke-kun is not part of Akatsuki, added Ino. You are either liars or are very ill-informed, said the girl. Sasuke has been seen working with the Akatsuki, he even has their uniform. Naruto and Ino felt ice running through their veins at the revelation. It wasn't possible. Sasuke would never join the very same organization that was hunting Naruto. Even Sai seemed disturbed by the news. That can't be, muttered Ino. You are lying, exclaimed Naruto. Sasuke wouldn't do that. You little fucker. How dare you call us liars after what that bastard has done to us? Sneered the Kumo girl. Your Uchiha attacked and took our master. You have no right to be defending that trash and saying that we lie, said the Kumo boy. Naruto clenched his fists and stared at the ground in disbelief. Sasuke had joined the Akatsuki? There had to be a mistake, there had to be. Sasuke had gotten colder, but to join those guys was something else entirely. They were their enemy. This could even be considered treason. What happened to you, Sasuke? Naruto lamented silently. Now that we have let you know our reasons, you will tell us everything you have on Sasuke, demanded the tanned girl. Everyone looked expectantly at the saddened blonde, waiting for him to say anything. Go on. We don't have all day, urged the Kumo boy. Naruto stared at them firmly. I can't. Both Kumo shinobi glared daggers at the Jinchuriki, worrying the Konoha ninja that they would turn hostile any second now. I understand your pain and I know that you are in your right to feel the way you do, explained Naruto. But even so, Sasuke is still my friend and I won't betray him. If it makes you feel better, even if only a little bit, you can take your frustration on me. I will bear your pain with you. Naruto had just barely finished talking when he felt a strong fist collide with his cheek, momentarily disorienting him before he spat a bit of blood. As you wish, said the angered girl, ready to continue her punishment. If you won't talk, I'll beat it out of you. Naruto, yelled both Ino and Sai before they shot deathly glares at the strangers. We won't let you keep this up, said Ino. Stop it, guys, said Naruto. It's fine. I can take this. What are you saying? Ino shot back. At the very least you accept your beating like a man, yelled the enraged Kumo Kunoichi before she punched Naruto in the face again. The blonde simply stood up once more, catching yet another blow to his face. Ino and Sai winced for each hit that connected with Naruto's head. They just managed to watch silently for a minute before they had enough. Both of them were about to intervene when someone else caught the next punch. The Kumo Kunoichi widened her eyes in shock when she found her fist in another girl's grasp being painfully clenched. If looks could kill, Kuratsuchi's glare could have murdered everyone in the vicinity as she stared down at the two Kumo shinobi, her killing intent even making them feel uneasy. She is fast, analyzed the Kumo boy. I didn't even see her arrive. Kuratsuchi yanked back the girl's fist, pulling her towards a punch from her own that sent the kunoichi flying back, forcing her Kumo partner to catch her before she hit the ground. Lay one finger on him again and I'll cut off your filthy hands, bitch, threatened Kuratsuchi. You, snarled the Kumo girl as she focused her attention on the newcomer. You'll pay for that, whore. What is an Iwa kunoichi doing here? Asked the Kumo boy. None of your business, said Kuratsuchi. What are two Kumo shinobi doing here? She shot back. We have things to attend to, which doesn't concern you, said the girl. Still, we will make you tell us about Sasuke one way or another, added the boy. I have no love for the Uchiha bastard myself. If you want to skewer him alive by all means feel free to do it, said Kuratsuchi coldly. But the way you are demanding things from us like we owe you piss me off. So, I ain't telling you shit. You talk big but let's see if you can back those words with actions, said the Kumo girl, readying her weapon. We'll be getting info out of you whether you like it or not. I care not if you want to make things hard for yourself. I would reconsider, said Yugao as she too entered the clearing, her hand on her sword's grip ready to engage at first sign of trouble. I won't let you go around threatening our people. Stand down or I'll be forced to make you. At the appearance of the ANBU, both Kumo shinobi felt the odds against them. Even Ino and Sai seemed to be ready to fight against them if need be. Ha! Like we care if you outnumber us. We aren't scared so easily. Declared the girl. That's right. We won't be intimidated, added the boy despite the fact that he looked much more on edge now. What are you two doing? At the unknown voice, both Kumo shinobi stopped in their tracks as they turned around nervously to see another woman approaching them. Kuratsuchi, Yugao, and the rest of their friends also regarded the strange woman. By her uniform, they noted that she was also a Kumo kunoichi, but by the looks of the other two, she seemed to be in charge of the team. Karui, Omoi, could any of you tell me what do you intend on doing? Asked the woman sternly. Samui, why you see? Omoi stammered, not knowing what to say. We were just looking for some info, said Karui. By picking a fight? Said the older woman, scaring her two teammates by her tone of voice. She then turned to look at Yugao. Anbu-san, I'm sorry about the behavior of my two teammates. I apologize on their behalf. I hope they didn't cause too much trouble. It's fine. Things didn't get out of control, said Yugao. But I would recommend you keep a better eye on them. Starting fights in other villages is serious. I'm aware, and I thank you for your understanding, said Samui before turning to her team. And you? I'll have some words with you in private. So come. Both Karui and Omoi cursed under their breath but still complied and followed after their leader. Wait, Ino yelled after them, making Samui glance back at her. What are you doing in Konoha? It is still weird for Kumo ninja to come here unannounced. Samui eyed the Yamanaka momentarily before answering. I'm sorry but it's classified. I can only talk to the Hokage about it. You should know that our Lady Hokage is in a coma right now, lamentably, said Yugao. I know. I was told as much, said Samui. However, I was asked for just a bit of patience since a new Hokage is about to be elected apparently. At that, everyone present stared in shock at the news. They hadn't heard anything of the sort. What do you mean by that? Inquired Ino. How could I know? This is your village you tell me, added Samui. Anyway, have a nice day. And with that, the Kumo shinobi left, leaving the rest to ponder on what the woman had said. A new Hokage? Muttered Sai. Can a new Hokage be nominated at this time? Ino asked Yugao. Even Kuratsuchi seemed surprised by the thought of Tsunade being replaced. It is not unusual for the council and the daimyo to gather during times of crisis to name a new Hokage when the previous can't be present to personally select their successor, said Yugao, mortified. However, I didn't think that they would not wait for Tsunade-sama to wake up. No way! Exclaimed Naruto. They can't just take the title of Hokage away from Bachan. We can't stay, ow! He was interrupted when Kuratsuchi slapped him in the back of the head much to everyone's surprise. You moron! Kuratsuchi berated Naruto. What were you doing back there letting that bitch use you as her punching bag? That's what this is about? Asked Naruto. We have bigger things to worry about than Dash. I don't care. Said Kuratsuchi. You could have creamed those two Kumo idiots by yourself and instead you stand there taking blows for Sasuke's sake. We already talked about this. You have to understand, I couldn't just tell them about Sasuke. Said Naruto. The hell you couldn't? Kuratsuchi shot back. I'm tired of seeing you put your hand in the fire for that bastard. If that bitch hadn't already punched you in the face I would. Please, guys, that's enough. Let's just all calm down and dash. Yugao stopped mid-sentence to glance around her suddenly. Sai and Ino shared a look among themselves at the ANBU's sudden shift in demeanor. Even Kuratsuchi and Naruto stopped fighting when they noticed Yugao acting weird. What is it? Kuratsuchi asked. Yugao didn't answer for a moment before she turned to them. Don't panic just yet. We are surrounded, said the ANBU gravely. All 4 teenagers looked at the older woman in alert. Surrounded? Asked Ino and Naruto in unison. Yugao continued to glance around silently until she finally addressed the strangers hiding in the trees around them. Come out, I know you are there. Nothing happened, so Yugao frowned and tried again. I'm a censor type. It's useless to try and act as if you aren't there, so I suggest you all come out. After a few seconds, the 5 of them found themselves surrounded by several individuals wearing white masks. Umbu? Asked Naruto out loud. What are ANBU doing here? Asked Ino. Kuratsuchi narrowed her eyes. After being under constant ANBU watch for more than a year now, she had already familiarized with the squad designated to look over her, and these guys weren't. These aren't normal ANBU, informed Yugao, with her guard up. These are Root ANBU, added Sai. He could recognize some of his comrades in Root among them. Is there anything we can do for you? Asked Yugao at the masked individuals. The ANBU abstained from answering her, simply limiting themselves to stare at them silently. I don't like this, Saikuin, Ino whispered to the pale boy. Sai wished he could say something comforting to Ino right now, but this was something even he hadn't been expecting. He hadn't been informed about this. Had he lost Danzo's trust in him? That couldn't be good. Hey you creepy bastards. Tell us what you want, you are getting on my nerves. Naruto shouted at them. Still, the Root agents stayed silent, further unnerving Naruto and company. Then, Ino jerked at a sudden realization. Could they be here for Kuratsuchi-san? They were from the same organization that Sai belonged to, and she knew that his boss didn't like Kuratsuchi. It made sense that these guys were here for her, but why now? At Ino's suggestion, the rest of her comrades stared at her in surprise, and Sai and Yugao didn't miss the subtle movement of shock that the Root ANBU did at Ino's unexpected remark. Is that so? Said Kuratsuchi defiantly. You idiots got a problem with me. Sorry, but if you are unaware, me and my squad are in charge of looking after Kuratsuchi here, said Yugao. One of the agents finally looked straight at Yugao, giving her his full attention. We are here to relieve you of your task. Your services are no longer required. I'm here by the orders of the Hokage, informed Yugao. Only her can relieve me of my post. Lady Tsunade is Hokage no more. Let's wait and see what the next Hokage has to say about it, said the Root agent enigmatically. You can't just talk about Bachan like that and treat Kuratsuchi like this. I'm going to kick your asses. Exclaimed Naruto. Yugao went agape as she finally realized what was going on. The Kumo ninja had mentioned that a new Hokage was about to be elected. Everyone knew that Danzo had been fighting for the position since forever. He was most likely trying to take Tsunade's place. That's why he had sent these guys. She guessed that as soon as he was elected Hokage he would apprehend Kuratsuchi immediately and wanted to have her watched closely until then. Everyone listen, Yugao informed her friends. We have to go look for the council. What? Asked some of them at the same time. The council is most likely meeting with the daimyo right now. They must be electing a Hokage, and Danzo is trying to use that to be the one selected, said Yugao, getting mortified faces from the teenagers. We have to make them listen and have them agree to wait until Tsunade-sama wakes up. Or convince them of a better Hokage candidate. Are we allowed to intrude into something like that? Asked Ino. Not normally, but unless you want Danzo as Hokage we have no choice, said Yugao. Everyone understood what that meant. The guy wanted Sasuke dead and Kuratsuchi behind bars, getting tortured and who knows what else. There was no way they would let someone like that become their new leader. Like we'd let you go, said another Root ANBU, ready to fight. Try to stop us, declared Naruto before making his signature hand seal. In an instant, a dozen clones materialized around them and lunged at the ANBU surrounding them. Some of the Root members found themselves struggling as they caught the clones' kunai trikes with their blades, while the more skilled members were quick to dispel some others, but as soon as they did they were assaulted by Yugao and the others. Yugao and a Root member exchanged blade strikes, steel clashing against steel, keeping both fighters in a stalemate. Yugao cursed under her breath. She didn't have the rest of her squad to back her up right now. With the village in the state it was, they didn't have the luxury to waste the manpower to all be watching Kuratsuchi, even less so when the girl didn't even misbehave anymore. So Yugao would have to make do with the allies she had right now. Another one of the agents attempted to go and help his comrade fight the purple-haired beauty when several ink wolves started circling him. You traitor! Yelled the Root ANBU once he spotted Sai controlling the artificial beasts. My task is to watch over Naruto. I was never ordered to get in his way, said Sai, not noticing another root member flanking him. Shinranshin no Jutsu. Mind-body disturbance technique. The agent stopped in his tracks before turning around and attacked the closest root ANBU he could find. What are you doing? Asked the confused ANBU as he defended himself against one of his own. My body is moving by itself, yelled his comrade as he kept slashing at him with his sword. Ino smirked triumphantly as she held her square-shaped hand seal in place. Using their own members to attack would cause confusion. It would hopefully give them enough time to allow any of them to slip by these guys. Kuratsuchi unsheathed her sword but was stopped before she could engage. Kuratsuchi, stop! Yelled Yugao. You and Naruto get out of here and find Danzo, ordered the woman before ducking under a swipe from the guy she was fighting and returned the favor with a kick that sent him stumbling back. If you attack any of them, Danzo will use that as evidence that you should be behind bars. But Kuratsuchi tried to argue. Go. We have them under control, don't waste time. Yugao repeated. Let's go, Kuratsuchi, urged Naruto. Kuratsuchi knew that she didn't have time to discuss this, so decided with much reluctance to leave these morons to her friends while she and Naruto went looking for Danzo. Okay, just be careful, Kuratsuchi warned Yugao and the rest before she followed Naruto and made a run for the village. I won't let you get away. One of the root ANBU attempted to block their path, but it was pushed aside by Sai's wolves, giving Naruto and Kuratsuchi the chance to escape. Both teenagers quickly made their way into the village, not wasting any time to go and look for this council meeting taking place. Where are we supposed to go? Asked Kuratsuchi, sprinting behind Naruto. I don't know. The Hokage tower is gone, I don't know where they are supposed to meet, said Naruto as he rounded another corner, looking for any high-ranking ninja that could give him information. Kuratsuchi felt like berating Naruto for running aimlessly looking for something that he didn't even know how to find, but this was no moment to be discussing among themselves. It wasn't like she had a better idea. After asking a few jounin and even some chunin, Naruto and Kuratsuchi quickly found out that the general public had been just as clueless as them about the meeting, as no one knew anything about it. Naruto was starting to get frustrated. They couldn't afford to be wasting their time, and here they were running around like idiots. Then, as they rounded yet another building, they came to an abrupt halt when they almost ran into somebody. Hey, watch it. Shikamaru gave a step back before he noticed who had almost knocked him over. Naruto? Sorry, Shikamaru, said Naruto. We are in a hurry. We need to find out where the fire daimyo is, said Kuratsuchi. That's right. We have to find out where he is meeting with the council, said Naruto. How do you know about that? Asked Shikamaru. It wasn't something that had been made public just yet. Kuratsuchi eyed Shikamaru in suspicion. I get the impression that you know about this, declared the tomboy. The way that the Nara talked about this made it seem like he wasn't surprised. It's classified, said Shikamaru. In fact, the only reason he himself knew about it was because his dad was going to be at the meeting too. Now is not the time to worry about crap like that, said Naruto. We have to see the daimyo. This is an emergency, Nara, insisted Kuratsuchi. Shikamaru sighed. He wasn't sure what was going on, but even Naruto had to know that intruding in a meeting with the daimyo was nothing to make light about. In that case, whatever that was happening had to be severe for his friends to be in such disarray. Fine, but don't tell me I didn't warn you about the trouble you could get in, said Shikamaru as he pointed at a particularly huge building at the distance. Just passing that place there is a large black tent guarded by chunin. You will find the meeting there. The shadow user had just barely finished his sentence when Naruto and Kuratsuchi shot past him, leaving a cloud of dust behind. Thanks, Shikamaru. In their rush, Naruto and Kuratsuchi passed the building in just a minute, and it wasn't long before they spotted the black tent that Shikamaru had told them about. Both teenagers landed in front of the entrance, startling the two chunin guarding it. And Naruto? Asked one of the chunin, not expecting the blonde hero to appear here. What are you two doing here? Inquired the other. This is an important meeting. If you want something you will have to come back later. No can do. I need to enter right about now, said the Jinchuriki, not even waiting for the two young men responses. The couple of chunin were momentarily taken aback by the boy's boldness. They rushed to block Naruto's path, but the blonde pushed past them with surprising force, not leaving them enough time to react further. Now, I declare Danzo as the new dash. The meeting was interrupted when Naruto came barging into the tent, swatting away the flaps as he made his way in. At that moment, Naruto came face to face with a dozen confused stares fixing on him. In the center of the room was a large table. On one side there was a row of individuals all dressed in formal black clothes, most likely the daimyo's advisors, while on the other he recognized Shikamaru's dad, who was almost an exact copy of his son except for his scars and goatee. At his side were the two elders that he occasionally saw with Tsunade, and at their side, he noticed a bandaged old man who all his instincts were telling him that it had to be Danzo. And by the glare that the Roots leader was shooting his way, he wasn't pleased to see him there. The whole room went silent as the integrants of the meeting eyed the blonde in surprise and confusion. Who is this young man?" asked a bored-looking middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table. He was wearing regal clothing of the finest silk, the gold and black garments enveloping his body, only leaving his long white sleeves out. He was wearing a rather ornate headpiece that resembled an open curtain that had a fire motif knitted on it. "What is the meaning of this, Uzumaki Naruto?" said an enraged Koharu. "This is a private meeting, you are intruding, boy," said Danzo sharply and coldly. "Oh, so this is the famous Uzumaki Naruto I have heard so much about?" declared the daimyo in mild excitement. "You have heard about me?" asked Naruto, the daimyo's attention and recognition calming him somewhat. "Everyone is talking about you," said the regal man. "You were the brave soul who defeated pain and saved the village. You are quite the hero now, I hear." "It wasn't that big of a deal," said Naruto sheepishly, feeling weird to be complimented by the daimyo himself. "Now if the boy would leave so we can return to the matter at hand," demanded Danzo. "Oh yes, the Hokage selection," said the daimyo, remembering the topic they had been addressing a moment ago. And with that, Naruto was brought back to his original purpose, his panic returning in full force. "Wait! You can't make Danzo the new Hokage." At Naruto's request, everyone once again turned their attention to him, even more confused than before. Save for Danzo, whose gaze seemed colder than ever. "That's what you came here for?" said Hamura. "Just so you could get in the way of the elections? You have to listen to me," pleaded Naruto before pointing to Danzo. "This guy wants 2 of my friends dead. His comrades just attacked me minutes ago. Also, he has always been in conflict with Bachan and even the third. And he is always doing shady stuff. He isn't fit to be Hokage." "2 friends, you say? Do you mean the traitor Uchiha and the IWA spy you are so fond of?" said Danzo in a mocking tone. "Truly you seem to associate yourself with people dangerous to Konoha. One could say that your own allegiance is questionable if that is the kind of company you choose. And you dare say I'm shady? That doesn't change the fact that you had your men attack me, and it doesn't excuse all the other stuff you have done," exclaimed Naruto. "Mere words of an ignorant child." "Everything I've done has been for the betterment of the village," Danzo shot back. "I don't expect a naive boy like you to understand." "So, who should be named Hokage then?" asked the daimyo tentatively. He wasn't sure what was going on here, but it seemed that the choice of the Hokage wasn't so clear-cut anymore. All this just served to confuse him. "This changes nothing," declared Danzo. "That's right. Danzo is still the best choice we have regardless of what Naruto says," said Koharu. "The village needs a strong leader right now. Someone that does what need to be done, and that's Danzo." "You gotta be kidding me. There has to be someone else besides this guy," said Naruto in exasperation. "Well, we certainly already went through our most likely candidates without success," said the daimyo. "With Jiraiya dead, there weren't many who could be up to par. He personally hadn't been against Hatake Kakashi, but if his advisors didn't approve of the White Fang's son, what was he to do? There aren't a lot of people left in the village who are strong enough to be Hokage and that the citizens acknowledge besides Danzo." At that moment, the until now silent Shikaku widened his eyes as a thought occurred to him. What he had in mind might not be the ideal outcome either, but it was better than having Danzo as Hokage. "Yes, we have," declared the Nara clan's head, garnering the attention of everyone. "Young Naruto here fits the role perfectly." Now, even Naruto stared agape at Shikaku's suggestion. "Naruto as Hokage? What nonsense are you talking about?" Danzo sneered. "This wet behind the ears boy is the furthest image from Hokage there is." "Have you finally lost your mind, Shikaku?" added Koharu. "Please explain," urged the daimyo. "Being honest, Naruto here is the strongest in the village," said Shikaku. "He managed to defeat pain by himself, which is something that the entire village together couldn't do. Also, he is now loved by the villagers and respected by our fellow ninja. It is clear that even if he is young, Naruto has both the strength and the public acceptance to be Hokage." "He is too young and inexperienced," argued Hamura. "Yes, the boy is strong and much more well-liked now than years ago, but he is not ready to lead a village. He is too green. That's what counselors are for, to help guide the Hokage and teaching him the ropes even more so when they are new to the job," said Shikaku. Tsunade herself wasn't that much more knowledgeable about her position when she came back, but she learned, and Naruto will learn too. Soon as Godame Kazekage was even younger when he became a Kage, there is no reason why Naruto can't be one too. "We need a strong figurehead," yelled Danzo. Someone who other villages will recognize as strong and will be wary to cross us. We need a leader that shows power. I agree, and that's why Naruto is perfect too, Shikaku continued. News about his triumph against Pain and his reputation as Konoha's strongest is already spreading like wildfire in other nations. Also, he has good relationships with important individuals in other countries. Even being one of the closest people to the Kazekage and the next Tsuchikage, also he has been heralded as a hero in the Land of Waves for a few years now. I don't know about you, but I think that those qualities make for a better figurehead than someone who has spent his entire life avoiding the public eye and failing time and again to obtain the Hokage position. Watch your mouth, Danzo glowered dangerously. Hamura and Koharu were left speechless. Shikaku had managed to turn the entire situation in the boy's favor. It is decided then, said the daimyo cheerily. Naruto-kun, you shall be the Rokudaime Hokage. Naruto's eyes were wide as plates as his mouth hung loosely with a blank stare plastered on his face. He couldn't fully comprehend what just had happened. This was some kind of dream, right? It was unreal, it simply couldn't be happening so soon. The rest of people present weren't faring much better than Naruto. Both Hamura and Koharu alternated between looking at the daimyo and Naruto as if expecting for the monarch to declare that all this was a joke, but he never did so. Danzo meanwhile was fuming. He would never forgive this humiliation. He had lost the Hokage position. Again. And to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki no less. This was ridiculous. Finally, the bandaged man could take it no more and promptly sat up and left the tent. His rage was almost palpable by everyone else. Hamura and Koharu followed soon after, not fully believing what just had happened. It is decided then, said the daimyo cheerily. Naruto-kun, you shall be the Rokudaime Hokage. Naruto's eyes were wide as plates as his mouth hung loosely with a blank stare plastered on his face. He couldn't fully comprehend what just had happened. This was some kind of dream, right? It was unreal, it simply couldn't be happening so soon. The rest of people present weren't faring much better than Naruto. Both Hamura and Koharu alternated between looking at the daimyo and Naruto as if expecting for the monarch to declare that all this was a joke, but he never did so. Danzo meanwhile was fuming. He would never forgive this humiliation. He had lost the Hokage position. Again. And to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki no less. This was ridiculous. Finally, the bandaged man could take it no more and promptly sat up and left the tent. His rage was almost palpable by everyone else. Hamura and Koharu followed soon after, not fully believing what just had happened. Now if we are done here, let's go somewhere to eat, I'm starving, exclaimed the daimyo before he too stood up along with his black-clad advisors. Good luck in your new position, young Naruto? And with that, the eccentric man left with his companions. Shikaku, for his part, put an encouraging hand on Naruto's shoulder. He didn't say anything to the boy, for he knew that whatever he said would fall on deaf ears if Naruto's lost expression was anything to go by. Shikaku-san, what just happened? Asked the two chunin that had been previously guarding the entrance as they made their way into the tent. What's up with everyone's faces as they left? And you, Naruto? You better have behaved in here. The chunin scolded the silent blonde. It had been bad enough that the boy had managed to slip by him. At least he hoped that he hadn't made a ruckus in her or he could lose his rank for allowing the boy in. You better not have caused trouble. More respect, you too, said Shikaku. You are talking to your Hokage. The chunin's mind seemed to go blank for a moment before they freaked out when their brain comprehended what Shikaku had said. Say what? Exclaimed the two men in unison. Naruto took this chance to exit the tent too while Shikaku explained things to the chunin. He wasn't even paying attention to where he was going as he tried to process his new position. Kuratsuchi finally spotted Naruto exiting the tent. Unlike him, she hadn't managed to enter the tent, and she couldn't have the luxury to try. As an Iwa kunoichi, she could be executed just for trying to force her way where the fire daimyo was. Anyway, she approached her boyfriend feeling full of anxiety. She really wanted to know if he had managed to stop Danzo from turning her into his new guinea pig. So, how did it go? Kuratsuchi asked impatiently. Did we make it in time? Naruto turned to his girlfriend, trying to form a coherent sentence to explain what had happened, but nothing came out. Kuratsuchi eyed him worriedly. Naruto's behavior was odd. Out of all the reactions she expected, utter and total confusion wasn't what she had in mind. Naruto, what's wrong? She asked again, this time more worried about him than her fate. What happened there? It seems, Naruto finally managed to let out. He licked his lips and cleared his throat before continuing. I'm Hokage now. Kuratsuchi's face slowly turned into a mirror image of the confusion that Naruto exhibited. She had to have heard wrong. However, Naruto's expression told her everything. She found it hard to respond with anything at the moment. There was only one thing she could say at a time like this. What the fuck? Chapter 42, Hokage Naruto? And that's pretty much what happened. Naruto finished explaining Kakashi and Shizen his recent meeting with the daimyo with an expectant Katsuchi at his side. Kakashi and Shizen stared in shock at the two teenagers, their brains seemingly not grasping what they had just been told. They silently turned to look at Shikaku standing by the door, as if asking the Nara clan head if they had heard right. It's true, said the Nara simply. Word has already spread to the rest of the village's high-standing officials. Soon the entirety of Konoha will know about this. I just can't believe it, muttered Shizen. Naruto as Hokage? She always had faith that he would reach his dream, but she didn't exactly expect it to be so soon and sudden. I guess some congratulations are in order, said Kakashi, still getting used to the idea but nevertheless still glad for his student. Good job, Naruto. Or maybe I should say Hokage-sama. Naruto felt a shiver going through his body at the honorific. Somehow it doesn't feel quite right for Kakashi-sensei to call me that way just yet. I'm not used to it. Whatever you say, Hokage-sama, replied Kakashi with an amused smile. Cut it out, insisted Naruto. As you command, said Kakashi cheekily. Naruto simply growled in annoyance. It was clear that his sensei was not going to leave him be for a while. Despite her lately sorrowful demeanor due to her master's condition, Shizen could still spare a small snicker of amusement at their antics. Hokage or not, Naruto was still Naruto. Well, whatever, declared Naruto. Now I can finally show everyone how amazing of a Hokage I can be. I'll make sure to treat everyone right. I'll make sure to protect the village and not let anyone die on my watch. Maybe even a ramen day wouldn't be a bad idea. Mused Naruto before he was interrupted by Katsuchi. Naruto, it's wonderful that you are so enthusiastic about the position, and I will absolutely love to rub in everyone's faces that my boyfriend is the Hokage, but you also have to make sure to be realistic, said the tomboy. The job won't be all sunshine and rainbows. There will be a lot of times when you will have to make tough decisions, and the amount of paperwork is no joke. Not to mention that you'll have to make choices that will affect the lives of everyone under you and the image of your village as a whole. Naruto stared in silence at his girlfriend. He already knew that the job wasn't going to be so easy, but when she put it like that it made him a bit nervous. Katsuchi is right, you know? Added Kakashi, earning the teenager's attention. Sure, being Hokage has its perks, but the responsibility that comes with it is not for everyone. There will be times when you will be sending people to their deaths, but you will have no choice as you will need those missions done. Sometimes you might have to be ruthless if you want to keep the other nations respecting you. You will have to punish your fellow Leaf comrades if they slight you or the village. All in all, the job is not easy. Naruto pondered about what they were telling him. He wanted to say that he would not have to rely on those kinds of tactics when he was the one making decisions, but even he wasn't so naive as to think that. Smarter people than him had taken this position before, and even they never found the answer to avoid doing those unsavory things. In that case, said Naruto before turning to Kakashi. Will you help me, Kakashi-sensei? Can you offer me counsel until I get the hang of this? Kakashi was taken aback momentarily by the request but quickly shot his student a comforting smile. Of course. That's why I'm here. Naruto grinned in gratitude before he turned to Katsuchi. What about you? Can you also help me out with this, Kuro-chan? Me? Asked Katsuchi, even more surprised than Kakashi had been. I mean, you are meant to be the next Sasuke, right? And your grandpa is the current one. I'm sure that you have much more experience seeing how a Kage works, explained Naruto. And you are pretty smart. Your opinion will definitely help me be a better Hokage. Sure, I wouldn't mind, but, are you certain of this? Asked Katsuchi tentatively. Won't people raise an eyebrow at your rule for having an Iwa Kunoichi helping you? It might, but I don't care, said Naruto. If I am to be Hokage, then I'll start to fix the problems between our villages. I want to start taking steps to make everyone see that we can work together and that we can be comrades. This will be a good opportunity for that. Katsuchi was surprised by his answer, but it was quickly replaced by a heartfelt smile. He had always said that if he became Hokage he would fix the relationship of their villages, and while she knew that Naruto wasn't a liar, it was something else to finally be seeing with her own eyes the first steps that may pave the future for a peaceful coexistence between Iwa and Konoha, for a future where they didn't have to hate each other and where their relationship wasn't taboo. It would be her honor to take part in starting the change. In that case, I'd absolutely love to help you, said the girl warmly, which earned her a toothy grin from the blonde. Naruto. The blonde and companions turned to see both Team Guy and 8 rushing them with worried expressions on their faces. Guys? Asked Naruto in wonder. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? asked Lee, inspecting Naruto's face closely in search of any injuries while the Jinchuriki took a step back to regain some of his personal space. I'm fine, exclaimed Naruto. Why wouldn't I be? Are you sure? Are the rest of you all right? Asked Tenten. Hinata looked just as mortified as them while Niji and Kiba looked tense and ready to fight while Shino seemed to keep himself composed. We are fine, really, reassured Kuratsuchi. You can stop asking us that. Did something happen? Asked Kakashi. We heard from Sai and Ino that you guys could be being targeted currently by some kind of special branch of ANBU and their leader, explained Shino. We split up from them and came to find you as soon as possible, continued Niji. Luckily, it seems like nothing had happened yet. So that's what is happening here, said Shizune in understanding. Yeah, when we heard that you went to face that Danzo guy before he became Hokage we thought you could be in trouble, said Kiba. So what happened? Did that creep ended up as Hokage or what? The question caused Naruto to share looks of amusement between him, Kakashi, and Kuratsuchi. If that's what worries you, you have nothing to fear for the time being, said Kakashi. Danzo is not the Hokage. Because I am, boasted Naruto with pride. Naruto's declaration drained his friends' faces from all emotion save from shock and a raised eyebrow from Shino. You have to be pulling my leg? Muttered Kiba. I am not, insisted the offended blonde. Not convinced, Kiba turned to Shizune. That can't be, right? Said raven-haired medic simply smiled. Naruto-kun is not lying, Kiba. He really was appointed as Hokage by the daimyo himself. No way, said Kiba in complete bewilderment that was shared by most of his fellow Chunin. Is it really that unbelievable that I can be Hokage? Asked Naruto in exasperation. Yes, kinda, said Kiba and Tenten at the same time. However, Lee on the other hand. Yash. I knew that you would make it someday, Naruto-kun, said the cheerful taijutsu specialist with a thumbs up. I had plenty of faith in you. Congratulations, Naruto, said Niji amicably. I didn't expect you to be Hokage this soon, but I believed you could reach your dream by molding your own destiny. As surprising as this turn of events is, I also wish to congratulate you, Naruto, said Shino. I know your heart is in the right place. That's right, we always believed in you, said Hinata shyly as she twiddled her thumbs. I'm very happy for you, Naruto-kun. I know you'll be an excellent Hokage. Still, the Hyuga heiress worried what this could mean for her relationship with Naruto. His attention had already been snatched away by Kuratsuchi, now maybe this difference in their standings would mean little time to hang out as friends. She hoped that it wasn't the case. Naruto scratched his cheek sheepishly. It was nice to see that his friends supported him even if they teased him from time to time. Thanks, guys. I promise I won't let you down. Then, he narrowed his eyes as a playful smirk etched itself on his face as he turned to the Inuzuka. So, Kiba. This means that you will have to show me more respect and refer to me as Hokage-sama. What? Said Kiba in horror. No way. I ain't calling you that. You want me to arrest you for disrespecting your Hokage? Naruto shot back. Why you wouldn't do that? Said Kiba. Maybe, but you still have to refer to me with proper respect, insisted Naruto. Niji, Tenten, and Shizune shared a sigh at their antics. Naruto would always be Naruto, it seemed, even if he was Hokage. Finally, Kuratsuchi slapped the back of Naruto's head. Stop that, will you? She scolded him. Ouch. It hurts, complained Naruto as he turned to her. Why did you do that? You are Hokage now. Try to show a bit more restraint to command more respect, said Kuratsuchi. Also, don't abuse your new power even if it is a joke. Also, don't get too carried away, you are the standing Hokage at the moment, Naruto, said Kakashi. It could be temporary. What? Asked everyone present in unison save from Shizune, who already knew this. What do you mean it could be just temporary? Asked the shocked blonde. When we are lacking a Hokage at times of extreme need like right now, we don't have time to wait for a votation, so the daimyo can come and elect someone to act as Hokage until the time to make it definitive comes, explained Kakashi. So, I'm not really the Hokage? Asked Naruto in disappointment. By all intents and purposes, right now you are, reassured Kakashi. You have the whole authority of the position and can make decisions as the Hokage could. But we still have to wait for the Jounin vote to make it official. They may even elect someone totally different. So I could, in fact, lose my position, stated Naruto. As he had feared, the Hokage title could very well be taken from him. Don't lose hope. The choice of the daimyo holds much sway in the Jounin opinion for the definitive candidate, said Kakashi. Not to mention that you have most of the village favor after your victory against Pain. So, unless you make some choice that the public absolutely loathes, is very unlikely that you lose the popular vote. That seemed to calm Naruto down for the time being as he let out a sigh of relief. It was good to know for him that he still had a chance to keep the position. He just would have to work hard for the time being to show everyone that he could totally be trusted to be the Hokage. What are you all doing here? Everyone turned to see Shikamaru just arriving. Shikamaru? Said Naruto in the presence of the Nara. It's good to see you all. However, right now I'm on an important errand so I can't stay to chat, said Shikamaru before turning to Shizune and Kakashi. I came looking for the new appointed Hokage. Instead of simply answering him, the group shared amused glances between themselves before they settled them silently on Naruto. They didn't have to say anything, though, as Shikamaru was quick to deduce what their gazes meant. How troublesome. I was still debating if what my dad had said was true, but now I see he was right. So you really are the Hokage for the moment, Naruto, said Shikamaru addressing the Jinchuriki. Honestly, I don't know why I keep getting surprised anytime you end up in the most bizarre of situations. I should be used to it by now. Naruto simply smiled sheepishly at the comment. Whatever, now that I have found you, come with me. There are some matters that you have to attend to, said Shikamaru. You weren't elected as standing Hokage for nothing, you know. We need you to take care of some important stuff right away. What? You want me to attend to important stuff? Like, delicate stuff? Inquired Naruto. Of course. That's exactly why we needed a Hokage so badly right now, said Shikamaru in a matter-of-fact way. Oh, of course. I'll do it right away. You'll see that it will be a piece of cake for me, exclaimed Naruto before turning to the rest of his friends. Then I guess I'll be seeing you guys around. Good luck, Naruto-kun, said Hinata encouragingly. You can do it, said Neji with a nod from Shino. I know you'll do your best, Naruto-kun, said Lee. Try not to burn Konoha to the ground, will ya? Joked Kiba, followed with an elbow to the ribs courtesy of Tenten. After that, Naruto, accompanied by Kakashi and Katsuchi, were taken by Shimakaru to a large 3-story building in the middle of the village. 2 Chunin stood guarding the entrance, but after seeing their group they swiftly let them in. The Hokage Tower hasn't been completely rebuilt yet, so we are using this as the Hokage office building for the time being, Shikamaru informed them as they went up the stairs. By the way, there is someone already waiting for you. Naruto and Katsuchi wondered who could it be, but they arrived before they could ask. We are here, said Shikamaru before promptly opening the door of the last floor, revealing 3 familiar faces standing in the middle of the almost bare room. Oh, it's you, said Naruto and Katsuchi at the same time as they pointed a finger at the Kumo shinobi. You, Karui shot back. What are you doing here? We could ask the same thing, said Katsuchi. Omoi sighed at having to witness another one of Karui's spats with these guys, while Samui raised an eyebrow at their presence. Excuse me, what is the meaning of this? Samui firmly but politely asked. We were told we would be seeing the Hokage. And you are, informed Shikamaru. Naruto here is the newly appointed Hokage. As soon as Shikamaru muttered those words, the 3 Kumo ninja looked agape at the blonde in disbelief while he simply gave them a silly smile. However, soon their faces went pale, especially Karui, after remembering their previous encounter. Oh shit, muttered Karui almost inadvertently. What have you done, Karui? You assaulted their Hokage. Omoi said in horror. Wait, what? Said Shikamaru. You met before? Asked Kakashi just as confused as the Nara. Seeing the mortified faces of the Kumo ninja at the realization of their crime, Katsuchi smiled deviously at their predicament. It was time for some sweet revenge. So, what are you going to do, With a snide smirk, Katsuchi asked the fearful Karui. In a lot of cases what you did would be severely punished. You could even be executed and your country would be asked to answer for your actions. Karui was struggling to find words. She knew that she had screwed up badly. How could she explain her actions to the rest of the Konoha ninja? I know, said Katsuchi, feigning a realization. Get on your hands and knees and beg for mercy. My friends are merciful. I bet they would refrain from punishing you too badly if you showed how truly sorry you are. Karui shot Katsuchi a hateful glare for a moment before she considered her options. She really didn't want to do as the IWA bitch said, she was too proud to do something as humiliating as that, but she could be in deep trouble right now. She didn't want to cause her country and her team any more problems that she had already caused, so with a hard swallow she tried to bury her pride and reluctantly knelt before the blonde Jinchuriki. I'm sorry, said Karui, her gaze downwards trying to hide her shame. What was that? Sorry we couldn't hear you, said Katsuchi slyly. Look up and speak louder. Wait, urged Naruto. Please get up. You don't need to do this. I get it, you were sorry for before. Is all good. Karui turned to look at Naruto in relief and surprise. Really? I'm forgiven. Yep. Don't worry about it anymore," said Naruto amicably. Thanking her luck, Karui rose from the floor glad that her actions didn't bring them more serious consequences. "But Naruto, she used you as her punching bag," complained Katsuchi. "And I forgive her. She is sorry and that's what matters. There is no permanent damage and I wasn't Hokage at that moment," reasoned Naruto. "Besides, you are the one who said earlier that I shouldn't abuse my new power." Katsuchi puffed her cheeks in annoyance. "Me and my big mouth," thought the frustrated tomboy. "So, what did you guys want to talk about?" asked Naruto. Samui cleared her throat, glad that the incident with Karui had been forgiven. Still, she had to keep going with her task. "This is about our comrade and Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, has been attacked and kidnapped by Uchiha Sasuke," informed Samui. Shikamaru and Kakashi narrowed their eyes at the information while Naruto frowned at the reminder as he had already heard about that. "The Raikage wants you to label him as a national criminal so that we can go after him and bring him to justice," said Samui. "Whether you do it or not won't change that we will go after him. We simply don't wish to have trouble with Konoha if you do decide to protect him, but if there is no other choice we won't back down." Naruto clenched his fist at the request. He still had a hard time believing that Sasuke was capable of doing something like that, but there was no argument that the Uchiha had changed. It was not out of the question that Sasuke could dare to mess with other villages. Everyone in the room waited intently for Naruto's answer. I can't do that, sorry," said Naruto, earning him a look of disapproval from the Kumo ninja and Katsuchi while Kakashi and Shikamaru stared with unreadable expressions. "I can't do what you ask. I can't stop you from going after him, but I won't label him as a criminal." "I see," said Samui. "It's very unfortunate that we don't see eye to eye on this. However, at the very least we request that you give us a copy of all you have on Uchiha Sasuke. Having as much info on him as we can will be very helpful." Before Naruto could refute their request, Kakashi took a step forward. "We can at least do that much," said the copy ninja as Naruto stared at him in bewilderment. "Please, follow Shikamaru. He will provide you with all the information and documents you need," informed Kakashi. "Are you sure about this?" asked Shikamaru. "Yeah," insisted Kakashi. However, Naruto didn't look happy at all about his teacher's choice. Sensei however, he was stopped from continuing by Katsuchi's hand on his shoulder. "Thanks for cooperating with us. It will be of great help," said Samui with a respectful bow. "Also, the Raikage wanted us to give you this," added the blonde as she handed the copy ninja a scroll. "With your permission," concluded Samui before she and her team followed Shikamaru out of the room. Now that the Kumo ninja were gone, Naruto didn't waste time to voice his displeasure. "What was that about? Why did you give them intel on Sasuke?" Naruto stared harshly at his sensei, not being able to help but feel a bit betrayed by his teacher for not backing Sasuke up and for acting by himself. "I didn't have a choice. They are in their right to ask about Sasuke after what he did," said Kakashi. "But we didn't have to just give them what they wanted. I thought that we were supposed to look strong in front of the other villages," argued Naruto. "We don't betray our comrades." "It is hard for me too, Naruto," said Kakashi sternly. "Sasuke is my student and I hate that I just had to do that, but there was no other way. He attacked them first without provocation. We can't protect him in all aspects without making us seem like we are protecting a criminal in the eyes of the other nations. Remember that for all intents and purposes Sasuke is considered a missing nin. The only reason he hasn't been labeled as one by Tsunade-sama is for our team's sake, but every other village already considers him as such. It gives us a bad image if we shield him all the time." Naruto clenched his fists in impotence. "I know that, but..." He knew that Kakashi was mostly right, his sensei almost always was, but that didn't make this any easier. "This is the kind of thing that I was talking about when I told you that you would have to make hard choices," said Kakashi. "And I'm simply helping you so your burden is not as bad right away, just as you asked me to." Now Naruto simply stared sadly at the floor. He hated that things had to be this way. He hadn't expected for his first day as Hokage to start so hard. Seeing his moody demeanor, Kakashi put a comforting hand on the young Hokage's shoulder. "If it makes you feel any better, the info we gave Kumo on Sasuke is severely outdated. He has grown and improved exponentially since he abandoned the village. Our records on his abilities don't reflect his current skills. I highly doubt that it will make a big difference in Kumo's hunt for Sasuke." Naruto nodded in understanding with a small hopeful grin on his face. He hadn't thought about that. But still, knowing that Sasuke had done such awful things in the first place to put them in this situation was heartbreaking enough. Katsuchi was worried for her boyfriend. Even if she hated the Uchiha, she knew how hard it was for Naruto all this mess with Kumo. She was about to give him some words of encouragement herself when someone knocked on the door. The three occupants of the room turned at the source of the noise before Naruto finally gave permission to enter. Come in. The words of authority still felt alien in his mouth, but he didn't have to ponder on that too much as the newcomer wasted no time to open the door, revealing a Chunin. Hokage-sama, said the Chunin with uncertainty, most likely not used to refer to Naruto as such. Yes, what's up? Said Naruto. I brought the package from this month, said the man as he approached Naruto and handed him a large envelope. Naruto raised an eyebrow at it but took it nonetheless. Kakashi and Kuratsuchi looked curious, wondering what it could be. What is this? Exclaimed Naruto as he opened the envelope to find stacks of high-denomination bills. This is a lot of money. Even his two Jounin companions widened their eyes at the exorbitant amount of cash in Naruto's hands. What is this for? Asked Naruto at the Chunin. The Chunin looked confused for a moment before the color on his face was drained once he realized that Naruto had never been informed of this. The man eyed cautiously the girl at the blonde side, causing Kuratsuchi to tilt her head in wonder. You mean that Tsunade-sama never said anything to you? Asked the nervous Chunin. Explain to me what? Inquired the blonde. Where did you get this? Kakashi narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Something wasn't quite right. What was this man hiding and why was he worried that Naruto had never been informed of it? That's our monthly payment, said the Chunin with unease. Monthly payment? There are like millions in here, said Naruto, shuffling the money in the envelope. The envelope was already fairly large and the stacks of cash barely fit in there, even just rummaging through them threatened to spill them on the floor. How much is there? Asked Kakashi. 50 million, confirmed the Chunin. Kakashi was astounded. Most S-ranked missions didn't pay that well, and even when they did they weren't monthly. Wow, that's huge, said Naruto. He had never seen this much money in his life, much less held it. But if this was their payment for some mission or whatever, it would be a great help to the rebuilding of the village. Still, he wanted to know where this had come from. Who sent us this? At the question, the man gulped hard. He started to sweat as he readied himself for the answer, further arousing Kakashi's suspicion, and even Kuratsuchi was starting to get bothered by his reluctance. From Iwagakure, said the man finally, much to the shock of everyone present. Kakashi widened his lone visible eye as he finally caught up with what was happening here. Kuratsuchi, for her part, her eyes turned into slits, clenching her teeth and balling her hands into fists. From IWA? Repeated Naruto in utter confusion. Why would they give us this? They weren't in good terms, not yet. Why would they give them such a generous amount of money willingly? They are being blackmailed, said Kuratsuchi with a sneer as she glared holes through the Chunin. What? Exclaimed Naruto. They must be paying Konoha to ensure my safety, said the girl with venom dripping from her voice. Isn't that right? Naruto turned his attention to the Chunin. Is that true? Asked the blonde with a serious tone. I wouldn't say it that way, muttered the man. Then how would you call it, yelled Kuratsuchi. What? Are you guys too much of a cowards to call it what it really is? Extortion. Please, I'm just the messenger, pleaded the Chunin. Tsunade-sama already settled things months ago with IWA. This is the arrangement they came up with. So this had been going on for months now? Said the enraged girl. How much money have you collected from my home, The Chunin didn't know what to tell them. He himself had lost count. Kuratsuchi shook her fists in rage, trying to keep herself from doing something she would regret. Instead, she decided to get out of there. She didn't want to hear anything else. She pushed the man away with her shoulder, rapidly going for the door. Wait, Kuratsuchi, said Naruto, quickly catching up to her and grasping her forearm tightly. Let go, Naruto, said the girl harshly, not turning to look at him, at any of them. She just wanted to be alone. I won't, said the blonde with finality. This is something we have to talk about. So don't just leave. Listen to me. Kuratsuchi turned her head to tell Naruto to fuck off, but her words died in her mouth upon locking eyes with him. His face reflected concern and sorry as she had been expecting, but also resolution and firmness, letting her know that he wasn't going to leave this for later. He wanted to talk this out right now. Still, Kuratsuchi kept her face stone cold. However, she wasn't making an effort to break free of his hold and just waited patiently for something else to happen. Kakashi glanced back and forth between the two teenagers, recognizing that this was something that they would rather keep between themselves. All right, we'll leave you guys to discuss things alone. I'll be around close by if you need me, said the copy ninja as he went for the door with the Chunin following him hurriedly, being too happy to get out of this room and the uncomfortable ambient. Seeing that she wasn't trying to run away anymore, Naruto let go of her arm. What do you want? Said Kuratsuchi, sounding a bit harsher than she intended. First, how are you feeling? Asked Naruto serenely. How do you think? Said Kuratsuchi sardonically. Nothing has changed. I'm still just a foolish good-for-nothing naive girl. Don't say that. You know that's not true, said Naruto. But it is, corrected the prodigy. I can't do anything but worry the people I care about. Here in Konoha, you and Yugao have to take care of me and you even pay for my stuff. Meanwhile back in IWA I burden my family with a ridiculous amount of payments just to keep me breathing, said the girl, shaking from the repressed anger. I don't like this either. I didn't know that Bachan had done such a deal, said Naruto, hurt that Tsunade had kept this from them. I know that you feel sorry, Naruto, but no, you don't know how I feel. You simply cannot, said Katsuchi, her features frowning in sorrow. To be used against your own family and friends while living in a village that hates you. That's something that no one else can understand and honestly I wouldn't wish it upon anyone else. I have learned to let go of my resentment towards Konoha even if the road has been hard. But this, being used like this is something that I can't accept. This isn't something that anyone else can help me with. Naruto stared at her with a blank expression, puzzling the girl. She had expected a more explosive reaction from Naruto. After a moment, his eyes softened with a somber look, taking the girl by surprise. I love you, you know, said Naruto warmly. Katsuchi's heart couldn't help but skip a beat at Naruto's words. Even in this situation he still had a deep effect on her. And I'm not the only one that cares about you. You have a lot of friends that worry for your sake, said Naruto. Don't act like this doesn't have a way to be solved. We will help you as long as you let us in. In fact, now that I'm Hokage I'll be able to help you in ways I never could before. The tomboy widened her eyes at his declaration. You mean? Naruto simply nodded before examining the envelope in his hand. I'll send this back to your grandpa. I won't accept this, I can't. Whatever deal we had that your village had to repay us is over. You mean that? Katsuchi mused. With everything that had happened, she had forgotten to consider the power that Naruto held now over these decisions. Yeah, I'll give them back this money. Also, I'll send a message to your grandpa to arrange new terms so that we can hopefully reach a peaceful agreement, promised Naruto. And lastly, you are no longer considered our prisoner. You won't need to be watched by the ANBU at all times and you are free to leave the village whenever you like. Katsuchi couldn't find the right words. The gratefulness she felt couldn't be put into speech. Naruto smiled. As Hokage, I'll make sure to fix all this. I'll talk to your grandfather. I'm sure that we can settle things some other way. The road for a peaceful coexistence will be long and hard but I'll make sure to see it through. Then, the blonde found himself wrapped in the arms of the woman he loved. Finding her embrace tender and soothing as she pressed her cheek against his. Thank you, Naruto, muttered Katsuchi softly. She felt stupid for having forgotten that she could always count on Naruto, and now more than ever. There was no doubt in her heart that she had made the right choice, he was the one man worthy of her heart. Naruto simply found respite in enjoying this moment with her, returning her gesture and gently leaned against her. They stood there in comfortable silence for a couple of minutes until someone knocked on the door. Naruto groaned at being interrupted but knew that there was no helping it. As Hokage he still had a lot of matter to tend to. Come in, announced the blonde as he and Katsuchi took a step back from each other to appear more professional. But unexpectedly, Kakashi was the one to enter the room once again. They didn't think that he would come back so soon. Kakashi-sensei? What is it? Asked Naruto. I took the liberty to take a look at the scroll that our Kumo friends left us and after reading what they had to say I decided that you had to know this as soon as possible, said Kakashi. What do you mean? Inquired the young Hokage. Even Katsuchi seemed curious. A Kage summit, said Kakashi. In the land of iron. Apparently, all the Kages are going. A Kage summit? Repeated both teenagers. A meeting of all the Kages was something unheard of. There had been a very few number of summits like this through history. What is the purpose of this? Katsuchi felt the need to ask. The letter didn't go into much detail. We just know that the Reikage wants to talk about the Akatsuki, said Kakashi in all seriousness. Now, both Naruto and Katsuchi also went stern. If this was about the Akatsuki it was something that couldn't be taken lightly. I'm sure what your answer will be but I still have to ask, said Kakashi. Are you going? Of course I'm going. There is no way I'm missing something so important. Exclaimed the blonde. I thought you'd say that, said Kakashi. Also, I have something very important to discuss with the Tsuchikage and this will be the perfect chance, said Naruto, surprising Kakashi and getting a beaming smile from Katsuchi. It was good to see him take his vow so seriously. I'm sure you have your reasons, said Kakashi. Then, you better prepare yourself and decide who will be accompanying you. The Hokage can't go without escorts, after all. And it better be fast. The meeting will be in a week. We should be going as soon as we can. No worries. We'll go tomorrow morning. I already have an idea on who to choose for the trip, said Naruto with confidence before he turned to Katsuchi with a reassuring smile and grasped her hand in comfort. Katsuchi returned his warm smile with one of her own as she tightened her grip on his palm. She knew that Naruto was going to do his best at this summit. Not only as her boyfriend but also as Hokage, and she trusted him fully, for she knew that he would never let his loved ones down. Whatever happened in the Land of Iron, she knew that Naruto would find a way to make things better. She just knew it deep down. And she would support him all the way. Chapter 43, Akage's Burdens. Achoo! Naruto snorted loudly and wrapped himself tighter with his winter cloak, shaking off some of the falling snow. It was freezing. He hadn't known that the Land of Iron was this cold. It was almost as bad as the Land of Frost. Are we there yet, Kakashi-sensei? Asked Naruto, making his best effort to ignore the cold and keep his steady step up the icy cliff. We are almost there. Just passing this hill, in fact, said Kakashi, leading the way serving as a guide. I hope so. I'm tired of sleeping in cold-ass caves, said the newly appointed Hokage. They had been traveling for a few days now. At first it hadn't been too bad, but the further and further they got into the Land of Iron's territory, the worse the climate got. To be honest, this does make me a bit nervous. I never thought I'd witness the 5 Kage coming together like this. Yugao followed closely behind them, guarding the rear. I'm honored that you chose me to be one of your 2 bodyguards, Naruto. You mean, Hokage-sama, Kakashi corrected with a playful smile. Right? Hokage-sama, Yugao played along deviously. Cut it out, you two. Seriously, just Naruto is fine. Complained the young leader. Both adults shared a chuckle. It never got old to tease Naruto about his new position. Still, I'm still surprised you picked me to come with you, said Yugao. Naruto shrugged sheepishly. What can I say? You were always around me and Katsuchi for so long that you are kinda like an older sister, admitted the blonde. Yugao stared oddly at the boy for a moment. It was a bit weird to have him think of her with such closeness, but she couldn't deny that both Naruto and Katsuchi had also become sort of younger siblings to her too. Younger siblings that wanted to bone each other and were at fault for prematurely aging her from stress due to their irresponsible antics that threatened war between their nations, but younger siblings nonetheless. It didn't take long for the trio of Konoha ninja to make it all the way to the top of the hill, revealing a pyramid-like structure that had been hiding from view using the mountain walls as cover that even had several more rows of gigantic stone walls around it for protection. Amazing! Who would have thought some building like this was here, said Naruto in awe. This could almost be its own hidden village. The samurai from the Land of Iron are just as resourceful as any ninja nation. Not to mention strong too, said Kakashi. There is a reason they have managed to stay neutral and hold on to their territory all this time. They are a force to be respected. With their destination in sight, they carefully made it down the slope towards the outer barricade, serving as the first door of the entrance. In front of it was a tall individual wearing a metal-plated armor covering his entire body along with a helmet that kept his face hidden. Wait a minute, is that Gaara? Naruto asked upon spotting another 3-man team also approaching the entrance. Yugao and Kakashi were quick to confirm that Naruto was right. The Kazekage was indeed arriving along with them. Naruto, is that you? Temari turned around in surprise, brushing her unruly sand-blonde hair out of her face to see better in this hail. Indeed he is, said Kankuro, just as surprised as his sister. What are you guys doing here? Gaara smiled with content at seeing his old friend. Naruto, nice to see you here, though unexpected. I'm happy to see you guys, too, said Naruto. He had had so many things on his mind that it had escaped him that coming to a Kage reunion meant seeing Gaara too. At least we won't be seeing just a bunch bitter old farts with you here, said Kankuro. I'm happy to get to see you again. It has been a while, said Gaara. However, I was expecting to meet Tsunade-sama here. Where is she? Are you escorting her? Kakashi and Yugao shared a knowing look while Naruto was briefly disheartened to be reminded of her comatose grandma figure. Still, he still managed to give the Suna siblings a look of amusement at their question. No, Bachan couldn't come. She isn't feeling well, you see, Naruto regrettably informed them. There was no time to wait for Lady Tsunade to get better, so we had to choose another Hokage at once, said Yugao. I see. That's a shame, said Gaara with genuine concern. Give her my wishes for a speedy recovery. So, does that mean that you are the new Hokage, Kakashi-san? Inquired Temari, finding that to be the most logical conclusion given the Konoha members present in Tsunade's stead. Actually, I'm the Hokage now. Naruto finally revealed his new position. Temari and Kankuro went agape in for several seconds, staring at Naruto in a mixture of surprise, disbelief, and awe. Meanwhile, Gaara for his part soon replaced his surprise with a proud smile. Congratulations, Naruto, said Gaara. I knew you would be able to realize your dreams someday, my friend. Yeah, you left me without words, said Kankuro. Only thing I can say is congrats, man. I know you'll do well. Who would have thought you'd make it so soon, said Temari, just as happy for him as the rest of her brothers. I'm really glad you finally became a Kage. Naruto scratched the back of his neck, feeling a bit put on the spot. Well, the choice is not final yet, but I'll do the best I can either way. If you do end up as the undisputed Rokudaime Hokage, I know that you'll do a great job, as I know you'll put everything you got into the job, added Gaara. Just try to be mindful of all the new responsibilities that come with the job. A lot of the choices you will have to make from now on won't be easy, and you'll have to put your village and the people you love before you always, even yourself. I know it won't be easy. I realize that, said Naruto. But just as you said, I won't ever back down even if it's difficult. I'll definitely do the best job there is. I have faith in that, Gaara returned Naruto's smile. Just giving friendly advice. From Kage to Kage? Ahem. All shinobi present directed their attention to the samurai guarding the entrance to the building that they had been ignoring until now. If you are finished catching up, I would advise that you proceed to the summit, the samurai said with a deep distorted voice through his mask. It is rude to keep people waiting. Sorry. We'll be coming in shortly, Kakashi shot the armored man a carefree smile. It seems that we will have to leave this conversation for later, Naruto, Gaara said. Right, agreed the blonde. With a mighty shove from the samurai, the towering gate spread open a passage of several more rows of barriers opening before them, forming a sort of tunnel of metallic doors. With no more time to waste, the two groups of ninja went through, steadily passing one after the other. Naruto noted that the place was heavily guarded. Not only was the main building surrounded by all these outer walls, but each one of them had more than a few samurai guarding each gate. It almost seemed overkill, but he supposed that it made sense if all the Kage were to gather. After a few minutes, they finally reached the pyramid-shaped structure. It was even bigger than they thought. Now that they had it up close, it seemed more like a fortified city rather than a simple building. However, they didn't have much time to admire it before they entered the wondrous structure. Their footsteps echoed in the mostly empty and silent halls. For such a big building, the interior was oddly barren save for the massive pillars supporting it and the occasional samurai stationed against a wall. Finally they arrived at a specific room. It was big and had a large U-shaped table in the center with an additional desk at the head. True to the strongly fortified theme of the place, the walls were lined with samurai, and at the table were several individuals already sitting down and waiting for them. Naruto took a moment to survey the room and take a good look at the people there. At the head of the table, sitting at the desk, was an old man. The top of his head was wrapped in bandages, he had a rather long graying goatee and a thin, pointy, and almost as long, mustache. A rather beautiful woman occupied one of the seats. She had long auburn hair tied into a top knot with a bang covering one of her green eyes, had pale, fair skin covered by a blue tunic that accentuated her figure. She shot the blonde an inquisitive look, her crimson lips forming a slight grin as if content with what she saw. Before her rested a conic hat almost identical to the Hokage hat that Naruto was accustomed to, except for the blue color and the kanji for water written on it, which had to mean that this pretty lady was the Mizukage, a realization that left Naruto a bit surprised. Besides the Mizukage were two other people, presumably her escorts. They were two blue-haired men. One looked much older than the other and had an eye patch on one of his eyes, and the younger one was wearing glasses, ear protectors, and had a large bandaged sword on his back which briefly reminded Naruto of Kisame. They were both looking at Naruto's group as if closely evaluating them. Sitting across from the mature woman was a large muscular man with blonde hair combed back and a small mustache and goatee. He was dark-skinned and had a stern, almost aggressive look on his eyes. Just like with the Mizukage, before him laid a hat with the kanji for lightning, revealing him as the Reikage. At his sides were two men, one fair-skinned with unruly blonde hair, and the other was a man that Naruto knew from quite a while ago, Darui. Said man shot the young Hokage a look of surprise. Naruto responded with a wide grin that made both the Reikage and Naruto's companions to send him an odd look. Still, anyone refrained from saying anything about it for the moment. Finally, Naruto took notice of the old man sitting next to the Reikage. It was incredibly short, so much so that he barely reached over the table. But for such an old man, he was sending Naruto a look that almost felt it could freeze even the inhabitants of this land. Behind him, one of his guards was a tall, plump boy around Naruto's age. And beside him was a middle-aged man with a bandana on his head. And while the man didn't have the sheer look of hate that the tiny old man displayed, he still sported a harsh look directed at the boy. Naruto almost didn't bother to check the kanji for earth on the old man's hat, as it was obvious to even him that he had to be the Tsuchikage. That's Kuro-chan's grandpa. Naruto couldn't help but gulp at the thought. This man was Kuratsuchi's grandfather. He was his girlfriend's family. But also was the man that had ordered his capture and eventual execution and hated him with all his being for being the Yandame's son. Naruto had always heard that meeting your girlfriend's family the first time was hard, but he was willing to bet anything that no other boyfriend in history had to deal with such a complicated situation. Thanks for joining us at last, Kazekage Dano, said the bandaged man politely. But this is curious. I see Konoha Ninja here, but Tsunade Dano is not with you. I'm afraid that Tsunade-sama won't be joining us, informed Kakashi. We have elected a new Hokage in her stead. And that would be me. Uzumaki Naruto, glad to meet you all, declared Naruto proudly. The revelation took the nation leaders aback. They hadn't heard about Tsunade stepping down. That had to mean that Konoha had kept the succession secret, or the new Hokage had been appointed very recently. What kind of joke is this? Exclaimed the Tsuchikage, the look in his eyes becoming even darker. Now any snot-nosed greenhorn can become Kage? This is a disgrace to the honor of what it means to occupy our sacred position. It was already shameful for all Kages that the Kazekage was a brat, now the Hokage was an even greener amateur and just as young. And not only that, he was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Tsunade had been bad enough, but now he had to deal with the son of the Yellow Flash as if they were something akin to equals? The situation would be laughable if it weren't something so delicate. What did Naruto's rebuttal was cut short by Kakashi's firm grip on his shoulder. Take it easy, Naruto, Kakashi whispered in his student's ear. Remember that you are the Hokage. You represent the leadership of our village, so try to keep a level head at all times. From this point on I won't be able to help you in the meeting, so please be mindful of all you do. Kakashi knew that Naruto would be a great leader one day, but he would really have liked for the boy to get some experience before being thrust so soon into such a delicate diplomatic affair as this one. Still, they never had a choice and Naruto would simply have to pull through. All that was left for Kakashi was to have faith in his student. See? He even has to be babysat by his own cohort. Shameful, Anoki scoffed. Even Yugao and the elder Sand siblings couldn't help but shoot a glare at the diminutive man. Just who did he think he was? Please Tsuchikage, stop antagonizing the young men. You are just postponing the meeting, said the Mizukage, to which Anoki simply huffed in indignation but still relented. With the Tsuchikage silenced, Naruto and Gaara went to take their seats, with their bodyguards following behind them and silently thanking the Mizukage for silencing the old man. Now that everyone is here, let me declare the start to this 5 Kage summit, announced the bandaged man. I'm Mifune and I'll be the neutral moderator of this meeting. Then let's get down to it, said the Raikage sternly. I called you all here to talk about the threat of Akatsuki and to see where your loyalties lie regarding them. What's that supposed to mean? Said Naruto. I'll say it in terms that even a simple-minded runt like you can understand, said the Raikage, ignoring the annoyed stare that Naruto was giving him. You all have ties to Akatsuki. To be honest, I don't trust any of you, snakes. I didn't even want to talk to you if I could avoid it. But the Akatsuki threat has gotten too big and now it's time to set things straight. What basis do you have for these accusations? Said Gaara. Surely you would have heard by now how they kidnapped me and tried to extract the Shukaku. If it hadn't been for Naruto's assistance here I would have surely died and had my tailed beast stolen. To say that I'm on friendly terms with such an organization is irrational. Right? Added Naruto in indignation at the suggestion. Those bastards have attacked me and my village multiple times. There is no way I would ever work with them. I hate to agree with these toddlers of a Kage, but are you out of your mind, Raikage? Said Anoki. Have you not heard about their recent attack on my village and how they stole my Jinchuriki? I'm offended you can even suggest I'm in league with those terrorists. Quit your bullshit. The Raikage brought down his massive gauntlet on the wooden table in front of him, carving a hole clean through. In the blink of an eye, all the bodyguards from all nations appeared in defensive formation in front of their respective Kage, wielding a battle stance and weapons at the ready to act at a moment's notice. Even some of the samurai had their hands on their swords. The tension was palpable now. Everyone eyed each other waiting for any move that would warrant lethal force. Everyone is so jumpy, said the Mizukage coyly. Chojuro, Ao, it's fine. Go back to your seats. You two calm down, Kankuro, Temari, Gaara informed his siblings. You two guys, Naruto called back his sensei and ANBU guard. Seeing that everyone else was backing down, the Tsuchikage and Raikage's escorts also returned to their place at the side of their masters. Please Raikage Dano, refrain from such reckless actions during the meeting, Toryun scolded the large man. We are trying to have a civilized discussion. I won't simply sit idly by while I'm being fed lies, said the Raikage. I know that all of you have used or held relations with Akatsuki in the past, so don't come here crying innocent. He pointed at Gaara. Kazekage. It is pretty well known that Suna used the aid of Orochimaru, a former member of Akatsuki, in their war to destroy Konoha. It is unknown if he was still a member at the time, but as far as I'm concerned that matters little. You still used a known criminal to further your goals to attain power by betraying an ally. Gaara simply stayed silent for the time being, letting the Raikage make his point. He then turned to the Tsuchikage. You Anoki. I know that you have used the Akatsuki's mercenary services extensively in the past and don't you dare deny it. Who knows how many dirty deeds the Akatsuki have done on your behalf? How do we know that you didn't have a hand in the taking of the tailed beasts? Did all your brawn finally start to affect your brain, Raikage? Anoki seethed with rage. We had our own tailed beasts stolen too. Bah, for all we know maybe you couldn't keep them under control and they ended up betraying you, the Raikage said. Why you dash? And you, Hokage brat, the Raikage turned to Naruto next. Your village has the most members who have deflected to Akatsuki as far as we know, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, Orochimaru, and those are the ones we know about, there could be more. Your village either has connections with Akatsuki or you are utterly incompetent from keeping your shinobi from becoming missing nin. Honestly, I don't know which of the two is more pathetic. What did you say? Naruto exclaimed. Again, the Raikage simply ignored the outrage from another fellow Kage and continued to the next. And finally you, Mizukage, said the Raikage. It is believed that Akatsuki was formed in Kiri. Along with the fact that you have no diplomatic relations with other villages make you very suspicious. The Mizukage actually looked burdened by the Raikage's words as she got pensive. It's true that our former Mizukage, our Yondaime Yagura, was suspected of being manipulated. We personally believe that Akatsuki was to blame, and maybe there were ties with Akatsuki and our nation in the past if our suspicions are true, but Yagura's reign is in the past, the Mizukage said with conviction. Yes, we don't have diplomatic ties with other countries yet thanks to Yagura's hand in isolating us, but I'm working into fixing that in the future. Don't act like you have nothing to be blamed for, Raikage, said Anoki at last. These are times of peace, times for disarmament. Yet, you continued to amass military might as if readying yourself for another confrontation. You left other nations with no choice but to also seek military growth. Other nations had to use Akatsuki for several of their most dangerous and delicate missions as they couldn't afford to risk their own militia. So as far as I'm concerned you are the reason the Akatsuki were so enticing to hire? The Tsuchikage is right in this regard, said the Mizukage. You couldn't expect the other countries to sit by while you grew in power, did you? Especially since we knew that you couldn't be trusted to not use your power to slight other nations. Just look back at the failed Hyuga kidnapping affair a few years back for proof. What my father did during his rule is no concern of mine, said the Raikage. What an asinine way to clean your hands of any fault, said Anoki. You are one to talk, shifting the blame to me just because I'm doing what any shinobi nation worth anything would do and continue to strengthen ourselves, said the Raikage. Is not my fault you are cowards shivering before my might? Enough of this, exclaimed Naruto in exasperation, grabbing everyone's attention. We shouldn't be fighting amongst ourselves. The Akatsuki are the real enemy here. Don't you see we are on the same side here? Same side you say? Repeated the Raikage. As far as I'm concerned everyone is playing for their own side. Also, don't go putting us together, tree hugger, said the Tsuchikage. Like I would team up with Konoha? Naruto is correct, added Gaara. All this is foolish. We should come together and form a strategy. The Akatsuki have already proven that separated we are vulnerable but working together we have a chance. I get what you are saying, Hokage, Kazekage. And it isn't like I'm personally against the idea, said the Mizukage. But what you are proposing is basically a 5-nation ninja alliance. Such a thing has never been done before. I can't even begin to imagine the complications it would cause with the disarray of not having a protocol for this and not to mention the tension between the ninja of our villages. I doubt most of our shinobi would be too happy to work with other nations when they feel they can't trust their allies. Honestly, it sounds like an extreme measure. It will be a while before the Akatsuki are able to use the bijou. They will have to find suitable hosts and infants on top of that if they want to properly control them, so why not wait before resorting to involving everyone? The Akatsuki are not a bunch of amateurs, said Gaara. They can't have expected that the nations wouldn't want them to answer for taking their Jinchuriki, so they must have a way to put them to use right away even if we don't know what it is. In fact, I argue that exactly because we don't know what they are capable of doing with them that is even more imperative that we stop them as fast as possible. Besides, everyone is already involved, the Akatsuki have wronged each and everyone here in our homes so we are already in their sight. I too, agree with the sentiment, said Mifune, diverting the attention to him. I also think that an alliance between the villages would be in everyone's best interests. I know that some of you would object, but this is only while we deal with the Akatsuki threat. In turn, I also offer the aid of the full might of the samurai forces of the Land of Iron. Are these conditions agreeable? Hokage? Mifune turned to the leader of Kumo, looking at him intently to make him ponder his answer. The Hokage rolled his eyes and let out a huff of resignation. He hated to admit it, but they did have a point. He did want to get back at the Akatsuki for messing with him and taking his brother along with Yujito before him. Fine. If the rest of these weaklings agree to it, I'll go along with it. But only until the Akatsuki is done for. Nodding in understanding, Mifune turned to the Mizukage. As I said, I have nothing against joining forces. If this is the best course of action, Kiri will also give their full support, said the pretty woman. Then, Mifune regarded the Kazekage. I accept this ninja alliance. Suna will give its full support too, said Gaara without a second thought. Hokage? Asked Mifune now that Gaara had cemented his position. Count me in. We'll definitely help get rid of Akatsuki, said Naruto. I see, said Mifune before finally turning to Anoki. And what about you, Tsuchikage? The short man let silence set in as he glared coldly at the Hokage. After a minute he finally gave an answer. I refuse. What? Naruto inquired in shock while the rest of the Kages stared in anticipation. Even Mifune was listening intently to what the Tsuchikage had to say. You heard me. I refuse to work with Konoha and with the son of the Yellow Flash no less, sneered Anoki. I'd rather be dead than cooperate with that detestable runt. Naruto grinded his teeth. Now he knew where Katsuchi had gotten her attitude from. However, rather than blow up, Naruto took a deep breath to compose himself before continuing. I knew this wasn't gonna be easy. So I want to take this chance to talk about some things with you if everyone is alright with it. Naruto had been intending to patch things up in any way he could with the Tsuchikage and it was now or never. Talk some things you say, repeated Anoki. Very well, said Mifune. I'll let you use this meeting as a chance to work things out. However, I implore you to be mindful of everyone's time here. So you want to talk things through? Said Anoki mockingly, almost incredulously. He couldn't believe how naive the silly boy was to think he could simply solve things between them by talking for a bit, but the notion was too ridiculous. It was amusing, so he humored him. Then go ahead. Talk. Naruto sighed. He slid a hand down the largest pouch on his coat before he pulled out a rather large bag that had the Tsuchikage's guards tense up in anticipation of foul play. Take it easy. This isn't a trap, I swear, said Naruto as he put the bag over the table. Not trusting the word of the blonde, Anoki signaled Katsuchi. Katsuchi nodded obediently and carefully went over to the other side of the table and carefully took the bag. He shot Naruto a wary glance before he gently opened it. What this is? Katsuchi's words died in his throat as he looked at the contents, much to the curiosity of everyone else present. What is it, Katsuchi? Anoki demanded to know. You should take a look at this, said Katsuchi. He went back and handed his father the bag. The Tsuchikage took it tentatively and promptly opened it. He widened his eyes at the sight of a large stack of cash inside. He pulled a handful of it out to examine its authenticity, which only served to confuse the onlookers that wondered what was the money for. However, the Tsuchikage needed no explanation of what it was. He knew perfectly what the money was for, or rather what it was supposed to be, as he didn't have a clue why the Hokage was giving it back. What is the meaning of this? Asked Anoki, still confused. What do you intend to do? What it looks like. I'm giving it back, said Naruto. Anoki stared long and hard at Naruto. Does this mean that our arrangement is over? Or rather, the arrangement I had with Tsunade? Yeah, it's over, confirmed Naruto. What are you trying to pull here? Anoki narrowed his eyes dangerously. Does this mean that you won't continue to ensure my granddaughter's safety? Or are you trying to trade my cooperation for her well-being? Is that it? What? No way, I would never do that. Naruto said. To say that he would dare put Katsuchi at harm to make a point, the mere notion was unthinkable. I just don't want to keep taking your money. It's just not right. I don't need you to pay me to keep your granddaughter safe. How generous of you, the Tsuchikage mocked him. Do you think me so naive as to believe such nonsense? Why would it be hard to believe? I want to repair relations, so it would only be natural for me to do something like this. Naruto shot back. How long do you think I've been doing this? Said Anoki. Even before you were born I was many years Tsuchikage at that point, you stupid boy. Like I would believe your word. Katsuchi is one of the ninja we sent for your head. Probably if you had your way you would have her executed, and she hates your kind just the same. Obviously the only reason you don't is to respect the previous arrangement I had with Tsunade. You expect me to believe that you don't feel resentment at all for that, and you will give me your word to keep her safe? Don't make me laugh. You are the last person I would trust to keep her unharmed. Naruto clenched his fists. Having that Sasuke relentlessly talk about him abusing Kuratsuchi was doing quick work on his temper by the minute. You are wrong. Anoki didn't let up, however. Without the payment you have no incentive to keep your word. You could easily try to fool me into helping you while you throw her body in a ditch somewhere. Shut up. I'd die before laying a finger on Kuro-chan. Naruto's outburst silenced the entire room, garnering all kinds of odd looks from everyone. Gaara and his siblings raised an eyebrow at the blonde's reaction. They knew that he had befriended the girl, but this reaction was quite extreme. While the Hokage and one of his companions, weren't particularly thrilled by the exchange, Darui on the other hand, was trying to piece together what was happening here. He had been surprised to hear that both Naruto and Kuratsuchi were still getting involved together, and that was suspicious. He wasn't totally sure what was happening here, but if his earlier assumption when he first met Naruto was correct, he guessed that it was nothing good. Naruto just seemed like the type to get himself involved in all sorts of bizarre trouble. Kuro-chan, mused Anoki in shock. What was with that nickname for Kuratsuchi? And what was the deal with the Kyuubi's reaction? Was he implying that he cared about her? Even the usually absent-minded Akatsuki had been taken aback by the exchange. This was a weird response from the Hokage. Katsuchi especially was wondering what the deal was with the Yellow Flash's son. What had he just called his daughter? Naruto realized too late that he had slipped up. However, there was no going back now. He now had no choice but to explain himself. Leaving out the most important part of his relationship with Kuratsuchi, of course. Naruto took a deep breath and started explaining himself before that Sasuke could start his rant again. I know that logically, you have no reason to trust me. I know that reasonably I should have no interest in keeping her safe in your eyes. But she is not some enemy kunoichi to me. I spent a lot of time getting to know her, and I have come to see not only how great of a ninja she is but also how great of a person she is. Unlike her two guards, the Mizuki was enthralled in the conversation now. It was very endearing to hear the way the young Hokage talked about this kunoichi, who appeared to be the granddaughter of Anoki no less. The affection he expressed seemed too genuine and warm that if she didn't know any better she would say that they were in love. But no one would be so irresponsible as to fall in love with the enemy and risk international conflict. Still, it was fun to think of this as one of the romance novels that she totally didn't cry herself to sleep reading despite what Ao said. However, Naruto's companions couldn't say that they shared the Mizuki's enthusiasm. Kakashi did his best effort to hide the sweat rolling down his brow. He hoped that Naruto chose his words wisely. Any misconstrued word could spell disaster. Yugao was even worse off. She cursed the gods that seemed to like to torment her. Why did she always have to be in the front seat to witness these things? If everything was going to go to hell anyway, she would rather remain ignorant of it, if only for her peace of mind. I would do anything for my friends, Naruto continued. And she has become a dear friend to me. It might be hard for you to believe me, but when I say that I have the best intentions for her, I mean it. Like his father, Katsuchi tried to put together what was going on here. The boy could be lying, and most likely was, but to his credit, he did a damn well job in sounding sincere. But he knew that his father would not let himself be taken for a fool. He himself felt apprehensive and offended that the boy could even suggest that Kuratsuchi would befriend him. But maybe she had fooled the boy into thinking she was his friend to get some sort of advantage while she was in Konoha. Katsuchi wouldn't put it past her to use such a strategy. Anoki stared at Naruto directly in the eye. What the Kyuubi boy was saying was preposterous. He and Kuratsuchi friends? A Konoha ninja and son of their worst enemy having the best of intentions for her? Unlikely. Not to mention that the Kuratsuchi he knew would never associate herself with a Konoha ninja, much less her mission target. Everything had to be a ridiculous lie, it had to be. But surprisingly he could not detect any lies or ill intent coming from the boy, which only made him angrier. But maybe he could use this and turn the situation in their favor. You say that you are friends? I find that hard to believe, said Anoki. And you claim that you have her best interests at heart? That's what I'm saying, and yes, we are friends. Naruto shot back. I'm not convinced, but I'll give you a chance to prove yourself, said the Tsuchikage. Naruto was surprised momentarily but quickly cheered up. If the Tsuchikage was willing to give him a chance to prove that he was truthful, he would gladly take it. All right then. Tell me what I have to do to convince you. It is very simple, said Anoki. Just give her back. Naruto's heart felt like it skipped a beat. What? You heard me, repeated the Tsuchikage. If you really do care for her as you say, then let her go back to her home. No more monthly ransoms and no more keeping her as a bargaining chip. That's what is best for her. Katsuchi smiled at his dad. If this worked, they could get Kuratsuchi back. He barely even cared to take Konoha's main way to blackmail them, he simply wanted his daughter back safe and sound at his side. Kakashi and Yugao stared at Naruto anxiously. They couldn't say that they were surprised by the Katsuki's demands, but they didn't know if Naruto had been ready to give up Katsuki just yet. Well? Anoki pressed the issue. Naruto was having a hard time formulating any thought. The demand had taken him off guard, but in retrospect, what had he expected? Of course that would be the first thing they would want. Still, he had failed to consider it. What an interesting reunion we have here. All the inhabitants of the room snapped their attention to a masked man perched on one of the ceiling beams casually looking down on them. Akatsuki! Yelled the Hokage upon noticing the man's robes. You bastard! Who are you? Naruto added. How could you enter this place? Mifune said. Everyone readied themselves to engage in battle, with one samurai sending a beam of chakra with a swing of his blade, only for the attack to pass through the man and destroy a portion of the wall behind him. It's useless. Your attacks cannot harm me, said the man. Are you here to take the bijou? Kankuro asked in rage. It would not be weird for Akatsuki to try. After all, they had two-tailed beasts with them present. What business do you have with us? Asked Kakashi. I'm guessing you had a good motive to give away your presence. Indeed, said the Akatsuki. I'm simply here to talk, so I had no reason to conceal myself. We have nothing to talk with you, said the Hokage. I want my brother back. If you don't, I'll tear you apart limb from limb. Your brother? How curious. It seems like you have not realized it yet, said the man. The Hachibi escaped our grasp due to an oversight from the one tasked to capture him. Even I don't know where he is now. What did you say? Exclaimed the Hokage. If what the Akatsuki bastard said was true, then Killer Bee had used the chance to escape from the village. The mere thought left the Hokage fuming. Oh, how he would make his brother lament, worrying him that he will make him wish the Akatsuki had really taken him. Whatever the case, you still haven't answered our question, said the Mizukage. Just who are you and what do you want with the tailed beasts? If you must know, fine, I'll tell you, said the man. I'm the one you know as Uchiha Madara. Several gasps were heard in the room at the revelation. Uchiha Madara, mused Yugao. Was it possible that he really was the legendary Madara? That's impossible, said Anoki. Uchiha Madara is long dead. I met him before and you seem nothing like the Madara of old to me. Whether you believe me or not, I don't care. It's true that my powers aren't what they used to be, but I assure you that I'm Madara, said the supposed Madara. Fine. Let's say that you are Uchiha Madara. What do you hope to accomplish by gathering the bijou? Asked Gaara. To unite everyone, said Madara cryptically. I'll use the power of the tailed beasts to cast a genjutsu so powerful that it will affect the entire world. You'll what? What are you trying to do with that? Naruto yelled at him. To bring peace to this world, said Madara. Under the infinite Tsukuyomi, all senseless wars would stop, all pointless deaths would be avoided from that day forward. Everyone in the world would live in an illusion inside their own mind, a perfect fantasy created by each individual. This will become a peaceful world with everyone living their own perfect life inside their own minds. It will truly be a paradise. Are you insane? You call that a paradise? Naruto shot back. You will eradicate all free will. The entire world would simply be a slave to your genjutsu, said Anoki. You'll think we'll just sit idly by while you do whatever you want with our minds, said the Hokage. You are just a bunch relics from a war-ridden world. I wasn't expecting you to understand my views, said Madara. I just came here to explain my reasons and to give you one last chance to turn the remaining tailed beasts to me peacefully. You are out of your mind if you think we'll give you what you want, said Anoki. You preach peace but have brought unmeasurable suffering to countless people to achieve your goal. Someone like you would never bring peace to the world, said Gaara. That was the only warning I will give you. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance to avoid what is to come for you, said Madara before vanishing away into a spiraling dimension, leaving behind several distraught shinobi behind. Toby got out of the vortex, landing on a hill on a lush green field overlooking a dense forest, now miles away from the land of iron and the Kages after his blood. How did your little incursion go? Asked Zetsu, appearing out from the ground already waiting for the masked man. Pretty much how we thought it would. It would have been too much to expect the ones who propagate the injustice of our shinobi world to want change, said Toby. But was it a good idea to provoke them at this juncture, said Black Zetsu. We are still missing three-tailed beasts. Our military power is not yet where we want it to be. We have part of the chakra of the Hachibi and the Ichibi. It is not optimal, but it should be enough to use the Geto Mazo, said Toby. Besides, I don't believe that they will work together just yet. What do you mean by that? You have something in mind? White Zetsu inquired. Tension seemed to be high among them, explained Toby. If we make our moves right, we can make their entire alliance crumble down before it even begins. You seem confident. It would be correct to assume that you have a plan already, said Black Zetsu. Indeed I have, said Toby ominously. Toby, Before he could explain himself, the leader of Akatsuki directed his attention to another member of his organization. Deidara. I didn't know you were here, said Toby. Did you want something? The mad bomber jumped down from a branch and landed in front of the masked man, glaring heatedly at him. I want to know if it is true, Deidara demanded. Elaborate, ordered Toby, genuinely confused at why Deidara looked downright murderous right now. I'm referring to what you talked with the old man and the rest of those good-for-nothing kages, yelled Deidara. What is that shit about casting a genjutsu over the world? Toby widened his lone visible eye, and even Zetsu's both have seemed shocked to hear Deidara mention the Eye of the Moon plan that they had been careful to hide even from most of their members. How did you hear about that? Toby narrowed his eye. Deidara simply pointed to one of Toby's sleeves, and realization dawned on the masked man when he noticed a small clay bug coming out from his sleeve. I see, mused Toby, so he had been listening in. How did you put this on me? I've been watching you closely. I know that you like to make us think that nothing can touch you, but you have a time limit for how long at a time you can be invulnerable, am I right? Deidara didn't usually use his art for anything other than blowing stuff up, but if need be he could use small clay figures to spy for him. Toby glared at Deidara. So now the mad bomber knew a bit more of his abilities and did his research behind his back. He was starting to have his doubts on how reliable Deidara really was. You asshole. You never said anything about any doomsday genjutsu, yelled Deidara. You never objected to Nagato's plan to use the bijou as a weapon of mass destruction. So we are threatening the world in other ways. Why does it matter to you now? Asked Toby. It's true that I never particularly cared for the world's well-being, but I could respect blowing shit up in mass, explained Deidara. But I never signed up to end as some sort of zombie under a genjutsu. You would live in a paradise of your own making, a world specially made to realize your dreams, said Toby. The Eye of the Moon plan was made for peace. Yeah, inside my mind, Deidara retorted. I want my art to be remembered forever, by real people. Not by delusions inside my own head fooling myself that I amounted to jack shit like some loser. What are you getting at then? Asked Toby, preparing a kunai under his sleeve if this was going where he thought it was. I'm out, that's what I'm saying, Deidara declared. So you are betraying me like Conan and Nagato, said Toby with a dangerous tone. This is getting hairy. I should get out of here just in case, thought Zetsu in anticipation for a battle. If the conflict escalated, he didn't want to be caught in the crossfire, so without anything more to add, he disappeared beneath the ground. The way I see it, I'm the one betrayed here. I didn't sign up for this, Deidara flipped him off. That moon eye plan of yours, or whatever it's called, you can shove, Ak. Deidara looked down to see an open palm coming out his chest. He turned his head to see Toby behind him as the other one vanished in thin air. You piece of shit, so he had substituted himself with a basic clone at some point. He should have guessed that the bastard wasn't going to let him go just like that. I won't tolerate deserters. Still, I commend you for your service until now. You were a valuable asset, but I'm afraid you have outlived your usefulness. Toby buried his arm deeper into Deidara's torso, eliciting a cry of agony. Now you die. However, Deidara's grimace of anguish turned into a mocking grin. Right back at ya? The mad bomber's body shifted in color and turned white, and Toby barely had time to widen his eyes in realization before the clay sculpture detonated in his face. Deidara glanced back, grabbing a hold of his giant clay bird tighter as he witnessed the ball of fire and smoke that his little escape stunt had caused. As he soared the skies, he thought about what his next plan of action was going to be. As good as it would be to think that Toby had died with his clay clone, he knew better than to underestimate the Uchiha. No, something like that wasn't nearly enough to get rid of him, so now the question was what he had to do. One thing was for sure though, he wasn't going to let Toby ensnare him in a fucking genjutsu that would trap him inside his own mind for a lifetime. After careful consideration, he could only come up with one place where he may be able to be safe for the time being. Hopefully, his old comrade would lend him a hand. Who does he think he is? Coming here and making demands of us. The Reikage slammed his fist on the table, marring it with another hole. He is just a common criminal, scum. Still, what he said about that plan of his is worrying, the Mizukage added. If he can pull it off, he will have the whole world at his mercy. I still have my doubts about who he says he is, but if he really is Madara, things could get ugly, said Anoki. I know what I'm talking about. I personally met that monster in his prime. If he has even just a small part of his former power, he is trouble. Not to mention that if he is Madara, he has immediate use of the tailed beasts, said Gaara. This would only confirm our worst fears. Madara was known to be able to control the bijou. If the Akatsuki is able to control them at will, this could spell disaster for all nations. Madara or not, he came here and personally threatened us and told us he was going to control the world, exclaimed Naruto. Regardless of who he is, We have to take him out as soon as we can. Enough, all of you, Mifune ordered, momentarily putting a stop to their bickering. Please keep calm, especially during these times. We have to think things through. Mifune eyed each one of them until the disputes finally settled down and the room was calm once more. Mifune took a deep breath before continuing. These recent developments have served to show us that the Akatsuki threat is very real and we would be fools to take it lightly. Even if we can't confirm that the identity of that individual was really Uchiha Madara, the fact that he managed to sneak into our summing with several high-class warriors here is a testament of how dangerous he is, not to mention that weird intangibility and teleportation he has. Now more than ever it is imperative that all nations come together to fight this enemy. So I ask you all again, will you be willing to form an alliance? The Kages regarded each other silently, each one of them contemplating their answer. After a moment, Naruto broke the silence. You don't have to convince me. I was willing from the very start, said Naruto. Same. This is no time for petty disagreements. We have to act together, said Gaara. This is unorthodox, but I too believe that an alliance is best, concluded the Mizukage. The Raikage was more reluctant than the three previous leaders, but he still relented. Fine. I'll agree to work together just this time. The Akatsuki can't be allowed to get away with this. Everyone waited expectantly for the Tsuchikage's response, who simply turned to look at Naruto sternly. My choice still stands, said Anoki. I want my granddaughter back if you want any hope of this ridiculous alliance coming to fruition. Naruto felt deflated. He had suddenly forgotten about that. Do you really have to be so difficult, Tsuchikage? The Mizukage said. We are wasting time here. Can't you settle your issues after we dealt with the Akatsuki? I just want my granddaughter. What I'm asking is not unreasonable. Anoki turned back to Naruto. Prove to me that what you say is true. If you really care for Kuratsuchi's well-being and the possibility of any alliance, I want her back with us in IWA. Naruto sat back down and contemplated on the choice laid before him. He had to send Katsuchi back to IWA? He knew that she would have to leave eventually. It wasn't as if they were going to keep her there forever, but for the day to actually make the choice to have come so unexpectedly was monetarily filling the blonde with doubts. Naruto sat back down and contemplated on the choice laid before him. He had to send Katsuchi back to IWA? He knew that she would have to leave eventually. It wasn't as if they were going to keep her there forever, but for the day to actually make the choice to have come so unexpectedly was monetarily filling the blonde with doubts. He pictured the face of the girl he loved, and all the times they had spent together, their training sessions, their meals together, their first kiss. He felt he was losing all those moments along with Kuratsuchi. But he had promised, he had swore that to her, that he would find a way to get her back home, and the solution was staring it right in the face, and he was hesitating. He hated it. He hated himself so much right now for finding it so hard to make the right choice. Anticipation was building in the room for the Hokage's answer, while the hurt reflected on the blonde's face served to worry his friends and disgust the IWA ninja. All right? So you agree to my terms? Asked Anoki. I do, Naruto answered, resignated to the circumstances. I'll arrange her trip as soon as I get back. Anoki nodded triumphantly. I better be hearing from you soon then. Katsuchi breathed a sigh of relief. It felt as if a huge burden had been taken off his shoulders. The thought of Kuratsuchi back with him at home filled him with longing. Still, it was still to be seen if the Hokage would actually deliver on his promises, but at the very least he could see a light at the end of the tunnel. The Kumo ninja were glad that this nonsense had been settled and they could go back to more important matters, and while the Kiri ninja weren't as brash in their opinion of the situation, they were also looking forward to get things into motion. Gaara and his siblings shot Naruto a look of sympathy. They didn't know exactly how close Naruto and the IWA Kunoichi were, but it was clear that the decision had been hard for their friend. Yugao and Kakashi also spared a concerned glance at Naruto. They could understand his pain the best out of everyone there, as they knew the full extent of Kuratsuchi and Naruto's relationship. But they had already prepared themselves mentally for the eventuality of Kuratsuchi leaving them, even if they would miss the fiery girl. They just hoped that Naruto didn't take it too badly. Not that things have been settled. I recommend that you all go back to your respective nations and begin any preparations you have to make, announced Mifune. I know that there are still some doubts amongst yourselves, so I won't force you to elect a leader for this alliance right now. However, I urge you to think impartially and logically of someone who should lead you, and I recommend you do it fast. I'll contact you all soon for the next meeting. Naruto was barely listening to what Mifune was saying. He stared hard at the table in front of him and clenched his fists in frustration. He was distressed but also disappointed in himself. He had known that Kuratsuchi was going to leave him someday. Heck, he had promised her he would get her back home. But to actually send her off and having the possibility of not seeing her for a very long time if ever left him feeling lost. She not only had become the person he loved the most but also his family. She had taught him how it felt to come back home to someone waiting eagerly for you. And now he would be alone again. It hurt. Having to say goodbye to the girl he loved and being the one to send her away personally was pure anguish. He hated being selfish. He had to think of what was best for her and not what he wanted, and she deserved to be with her family, in her nation. Despite that, he couldn't help but want her there at his side. There were so many more thoughts swirling inside his head, but he tried to contain them. Right now he was the Hokage, he couldn't afford to break down in front of the other nations. This is what Gaara had warned him about earlier. These were the kind of choices he would have to make from now on if he was to be the Hokage. He would have to do what was best for everyone without mattering how he felt about it. He never thought he would say this, but right now he didn't feel like being Hokage. Chapter 44, A Selfish Wish. Katsuchi watched as yet another wooden building sprouted from the ground in front of her. A multitude of Konoha citizens cheered in sensation at the ease in which their previously destroyed compound had been rebuilt in its entirety in the blink of an eye. Katsuchi couldn't blame them. It was an amazing sight. But after having seen the same technique over and over again all day, it kind of lost its awe-inducing factor on her. Yamato cleaned his hands with a huff after performing his jutsu. However, he didn't even have the time to catch his breath before he got swarmed with grateful civilians. "You are amazing, Mr. Shinobi, like you sure are a blessing. Please, you have to help my brother with his house too. My mother's too. Me first." Katsuchi held back a snicker at the sight of Yamato trying to appease his newly found fans. After a couple of minutes of the poor man's pleas for a well-deserved rest being drowned by the multitude, Katsuchi decided to give him a hand. "Okay people, that's enough." Katsuchi approached them. "We have other places we need to go. This isn't the only sector of the village in need of Yamato here." She forcefully made her way into the crowd and pulled Yamato out of there despite people's protests and disappointment. "Don't worry. I'll be back soon, so just be patient," said Yamato, giving the citizens a shaky thumbs up that he was barely able to keep from exhaustion. "Just keep walking, don't give them a chance to drag you back," Katsuchi urged, getting herself and the wood user out of there before the villagers could block their path. Once they were a dozen blocks away, Yamato took a deep long breath. "That was close. I thought they would keep me there all day," said Yamato. "Thanks for the help back there." "Don't mention it. I was considering leaving you there. I almost didn't have the heart to take their precious instant homemaker from them," joked Katsuchi. "How gracious of you," Yamato deadpanned, popping a food pill into his mouth. "And you do know that Naruto said that I don't need to have people keeping an eye on me anymore, right?" Katsuchi said. "You don't have to follow me around." "Yes, I know what Naruto said, and no, I am not keeping an eye on you, as you say," said Yamato. "I just like to stay on the side of caution. I feel it's irresponsible to leave you all day without anyone watching your back. You are an important political figure after all. Now even more so considering your relation with Naruto." "Whatever," she blushed at the comment. She was still getting used to people knowing about that, and she was definitely not as familiar with Yamato just yet to feel comfortable talking about her love life with him. "Besides, if you truly wanted me gone, you have had plenty of chances to leave me behind," Yamato pointed out. People constantly interrupted him throughout the day to have him help them rebuild their homes. Katsuchi could have gone on her merry way many times while the general populace kept him busy. She shrugged. "I don't have anything to do, and seeing the occasional mob of civilians robbing you away is as good as anything to keep me entertained." "Oh, I'm honored that my misfortune can keep you from boring to death. Well, it's starting to get old now, so next time I might just really leave you to the villagers." Yamato grunted. He was not looking forward to that. He wanted to help the village as much as he could, but his jutsu consumed so much chakra that at this rate he might end up in the hospital from chakra exhaustion. "And by the way," said Yamato after several minutes of walking aimlessly, "how is it that you are not with Team Guy?" She seemed to hang around them most of the time, and taking into account that she apparently didn't have anything to do and was bored out of her mind, it was curious that she didn't seek them out. Or even the Yamanaka heiress, or Sakura, or anyone really. As far as he knew, no one she frequented was out on missions, save for Naruto's party, of course. "So? Can I enjoy being by myself?" Yamato didn't buy that. If she really wanted to be by herself, she would have ditched him long ago. And even when he just found her, she didn't seem in a particularly good mood either. She looked conflicted more than anything. "Something happened between you and your friends." It was more of a statement than a question. Katsuchi bit her lip and narrowed her eyes at the comment. Ever since her discussion with Niji, she had been avoiding hanging out with Team Guy. She didn't want a repeat of that event. And what made it even worse was that Niji was right, as infuriating as it was. She could deny it all she wanted, but she knew that she gave Naruto a bad image by association alone. Just because he was Hokage now didn't mean that public opinion on him didn't matter. Heck, one could argue that it mattered more now. And that was just the beginning of her worries. Now with Naruto away on a very important diplomatic mission, she couldn't help but dread how he would handle the pressure and the weight of the responsibility. Not to mention that he and Gramps were going to be meeting face to face. She wanted to be optimistic, but she knew a lot of things could go wrong. The other Kages could eat him alive with their superior experience alone, maybe even undermine him. Her grandpa could end up getting under Naruto's skin, or even Naruto could be the one riling the old man up. Naruto could slip up and say something about their relationship. He could be ambushed and killed by enemy nations on his travels, or... Gah! She shook her head, trying to rid herself of intrusive thoughts. Look, I just have a lot in my mind right now, okay? She snapped. Sorry. I'm just trying to help, said Yamato. Well, you suck at it, so stop it. Yamato sighed. Still, he couldn't blame the girl for feeling conflicted. He couldn't imagine how he would fare in her place. Saying her situation was unique was the understatement of the century. Every single angle you looked at her position there were obstacles. Too many to even grasp, he would dare say. Suddenly, both of them perked up and shot each other a furtive glance. They had a silent understatement. They were being followed. Pretending they didn't notice, continued and their way until they arrived at the outskirts of the village. They briefly split up, with Yamato seemingly going on the main road further, while Katsuchi entered an abandoned building that had yet to be rebuilt. Her footsteps echoed through the empty, dusty building, anticipating any move she could spot in the dim light. Katsuchi didn't have to wait long for their uninvited companion to make himself known. She jumped to the side to avoid a barrage of shuriken, only for a kunai with a paper tag to ebb itself on her path. She shielded her eyes from the explosion. She just narrowly managed to escape, but as soon as she regained her balance, she felt the tip of cold metal on her neck. She turned her head to see a white mask staring back at her. Target acquired, said the ANBU, pressing his blade ever so slightly against the girl's skin. You will come with me. Then, the ground beneath him cracked. Before he could even react, two pillars of wood emerged and wrapped themselves tightly around him, trapping him in place. Wah, was all the ANBU could say as the wood engulfed him further. Okay, time to tell us what you want. Yamato came out from the shadows with Katsuchi in tow. The ANBU noticed the girl he previously had in his grasp had disintegrated into ash. They had tricked him. Yeah, what do you want with us? Katsuchi unsheathed her sword. Either spill the beans or I spill your guts. Your choice. I won't, muttered the man, struggling against his restraints. Having trouble speaking? Let me help you. Katsuchi proceeded to punch him in the face, knocking away his mask to get a clear view of the glare from their prisoner. This only served to earn himself another blow to the face. And another. And another. I don't get it. Why would a member of ANBU be preying on us? Pondered Yamato. He is after me. Katsuchi continued to pummel the guy. He is probably one of Danzo's goons. Danzo, you say? Yamato was perplexed. So this man was a root ninja. Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time he tries to get to me. Man, this guy is tough, I'll give him that. She shook her aching hand, crimson dripping from her fingers after turning the root agent's face into a bloody pulp. Yamato had so many questions. Being in root sites was serious. Just since when were Katsuchi and, possibly, her friends involved with Danzo and his organization? And what did Danzo hope to accomplish? But if this man was really a root member, this interrogation was a lost cause. Forget it, Katsuchi. We won't be getting anything out from him. Oh, we shall see about that. She pulled out her sword and held it in front of the man's face, hoping that he could still somewhat peer through his swollen eyes. You see, I learned a thing or two from perfecting my nature transformation. More specifically my fire nature. Katsuchi channeled her chakra through her weapon. Her blade starting to glow an almost blinding vivid red. The root member's eyes filled with dread at the implications. Neat, isn't it? Said Katsuchi menacingly. With this little trick, I can cut through steel like butter. I was wondering what it can do to a person. I have yet to try it. I say let's find out. Katsuchi, I'm serious, this won't. The sound of searing flesh and screams of pain interrupted Yamato as Katsuchi brought the tip of her blazing weapon upon the man's cheek. How's your pain tolerance faring now? Katsuchi shouted over the man's yells. Well, I hope you are a big boy, because this is gonna get a whole lot worse if you don't talk. He literally can't say anything. Katsuchi ignored Yamato and instead placed the flat of her scalding blade onto the ANBU's neck. The man's previous pain now paled in comparison to the screams of sheer agony he was eliciting. She cared not, however. What does Danzo want with me? Katsuchi demanded. Speak now. The miserable man could only take a few more seconds of this torture until he finally relented. Danzo-sama is, Kuratsuchi jolted back in surprise when the root agent started convulsing and gargling, with his face frozen in a state of shock. But after a brief moment, the man stopped moving, yet, his face remained frozen in a perpetual silent scream. "What the hell?" exclaimed Kuratsuchi. "She didn't do that, did she?" Yamato let out a breath of exasperation. "This is what I was trying to tell you. Take a closer look at his mouth." Kuratsuchi raised an eyebrow but followed his instruction nonetheless. It didn't take long for her to spot something strange on the man's tongue. She could see several dark stripes marking the agent's appendage. "A seal?" said the puzzled girl. Yamato nodded. "All members of Root bear that seal. Danzo brands them with that to prevent them from saying any relevant information about their organization or Danzo himself." "And what's wrong with him right now?" "He is simply paralyzed," Yamato explained. "Even though he can still see, hear, feel, smell, he won't be able to talk, or move for that matter, for at least a few hours." Kuratsuchi looked at the seal in disgust. She could see the logic behind it. It was coldly effective. But Danzo was not the sort of person she felt comfortable having that kind of control over people, so it made her sick. She almost felt bad for torturing the guy like that. Well, no, not really. He had just assaulted her a few minutes ago to do God knows what with her, so fuck him. "So," she finally spoke. "He can still feel sensation?" "Correct. Only his motor functions are inhibited." "Good to know." She proceeded to kick the root member in the groin, eliciting a small wheeze of pain from him despite his paralysis. "But it's still perplexing. Why would they attack you now of all times?" Yamato pondered out loud. Kuratsuchi shrugged. "Danzo always had it out for me ever since I got here. Always keeping tabs on me or harassing me if given the chance. All just because I was a prisoner and couldn't do a thing about it. Well, now thanks to Naruto I'm not anymore. So who is the bitch now?" She kicked the man's genitals again. "Precisely. Now is probably the worst time there is to make an attempt on your life, and yet he went ahead and did it anyway," Yamato mused. Something didn't add up. Naruto was Hokage now. Danzo couldn't just attack the Hokage's girlfriend and expect to get away with it. If he laid a hand on Kuratsuchi he would certainly face severe repercussions, and Danzo had to know it. The man was plotting something big for him to be this bold and feel safe doing so. Yamato had a bad feeling about this. The guy is clearly mad. He is an old coot and probably senile on top of that. He simply had a lapse in judgment, concluded the girl. He must be throwing a fit of anger because we crashed his party with the daimyo. Good thing that Sai warned us to be wary of him, or he might have gotten away with the Hokage title. "Wait, what did you say?" "What? You mean that Sai told on Danzo?" exclaimed Yamato, uncharacteristically alarmed. "Why yeah," Kuratsuchi stammered, taken aback by Yamato's sudden shift in demeanor. "And where is Sai now?" As a former Root member, he knew how dire this situation was. As a Root ANBU, you did not do anything that could compromise Danzo. Ever. If you did, slitting your own throat was a preferable fate to having Danzo get his hands on you after you betrayed him. That cursed seal on the man's tongue proved how far Danzo went to silence even his own agents. "I don't know. With Ino probably, it was her most likely guess. Those two seem to always be together. Then we must hurry." Yamato rushed to the village. "And what about this guy?" Kuratsuchi yelled after him. "Leave him. Your friends are in danger." Kuratsuchi turned to their captive. "If something happens to my comrades I'll be coming back for you. Look forward to it." She swiftly gave him yet another kick to his privates for good measure before following after Yamato. "And it's good to go," declared Ino as she hammered the last nail into place. "Oh. Splendid work, Missy," said an old woman. She passed a bony hand over the wooden wall that the young Yamanaka had helped her to erect. Her wrinkled lips curled into a satisfied smile after inspecting the quality of the craftsmanship. "Very fine indeed, dearie. How are things on your end, Saikuin?" Ino yelled into the building, wiping the sweat from her brow. The pale boy emerged from the back of the wooden establishment with a hammer still in hand. "I just finished," he then rejoined Ino and the expectant woman. Ino took a step outside and turned around to face their progress, beaming proudly at their work. "So this is it. All done. Thank you for helping these old bones of mine to have a roof under which to rest once again." The old lady eyed the house up and down, appraising her newly rebuilt home. "It's nice to see the new generation be so dependable." "It was nothing. We are shinobi, our job is to be dependable," Ino gloated while Sai simply nodded. "But are you sure you don't want compensation?" the woman replied. "You have done so much, I am indebted. The least I could do is give you something for your troubles." "It was no trouble at all. We are all Koona citizens, right? We all have to do our part to help," said Ino. "With that said, we have to get going. Ninja life and all that. Busy. I see. I won't take more of your time then. Please have a nice day and take care to not overwork yourselves. The old woman shot them one last gentle smile. Will do, thank you. Ino waved back, leaving with Sai. Ino let out a heavy sigh, glad to finally have a chance to stretch her legs with a walk. It was just noon and she felt like she had been working for much longer. Ever since the aftermath of Pain's attack, every day she would be up before sunrise helping around the village with the rebuilding effort. Progress was slow, but at least it was steady, and the effects could be felt already. Vendors were starting to come back in droves, selling their merch at every corner. More builders could be seen abound, no doubt because of the aid of allied villages, and more importantly, the civilians were returning to their daily routines. While it was still depressing to see that they had a long way to go still, the palpable improvements still kept their spirits up and more optimistic by the day. I think we have earned ourselves a little break, yeah? Ino suggested. We have worked hard all day. Just a couple of hours to relax won't hurt anyone, right? I suppose, said Sai. Ino did a victory fist pump. Yes, we do. We deserve a treat. I wonder if that pudding parlor is open, or if has been rebuilt already, and nothing makes a good pudding better than enjoying it in good company. She gave him a sultry wink. Is someone else joining us? Sai stared blankly at her, slightly puzzled. Ino's flirty smile dropped and held back the urge to face slap herself. I was talking about you, dummy. Oh, said Sai in understanding. It's one of those friendly compliments meant to strengthen friendships by showing appreciation and/or closeness. I get it now. Sorry, it was just like the books had said. He was learning. Thank you, Ino-san. I also think you are good company and a close friend. He had almost forgotten to return the pleasantries. Progress. Right, friend? Sure, Ino deadpanned. Sai, as oblivious to social cues as always, didn't notice his partner sulking in disappointment. Then, the air shifted. Suddenly now both realizing that the street they were in was strangely devoid of traffic. Sai-kun. I know. Both teenagers stopped, now on guard. We know you are there, what do you want? Ino yelled, sensing two other chakra signatures nearby. One man came from around the corner of the building in front of them, blocking their pass, while another jumped down from the roof and landed behind them, cutting off their path of retreat. Ino took notice of the white masks they were wearing. Umbu? What did ANBU want with them? Something was off. They had done nothing wrong and ANBU usually didn't act unless specifically ordered by the Hokage, and Naruto wasn't in the village at the moment. She apprehensively inched closer to Sai, feeling like a cornered animal. Sai, come with us, said the one on the front. Sai kept his composure. Even with their masks on he could identify the root members. Fu and Torian, two of their most skilled and dangerous agents. Danzo wouldn't have sent these two if this wasn't serious. He could already guess why he was being summoned. But against these two he had to tread with caution. Not until we know what you want with him. Ino barked. This doesn't concern you, warned the ANBU. I don't. Realization dawned on Ino. These had to be Danzo's men. They had to be. That was the only logical conclusion on why ANBU members were being this shady. He isn't going with you. If you want to fight, in the blink of an eye, her face went blank and she lost her balance. Ino-san. Sai barely caught the limp body of the girl before she hit the ground and turned back to his fellow root member with a heated glare. She was in the way, said Fu, still holding the hand seal responsible for taking out Ino. She is just incapacitated. Come with us peacefully and this shall be the end of it. Do not and, well... Sai glanced at the unconscious girl in his arms. It wasn't until he put a finger to her neck and confirmed that she still had a pulse that he let out a sigh he didn't even know he had been holding. He gritted his teeth, angry at himself. He had known it was just a matter of time before Danzo decided to get rid of him. He just didn't think he would do it with Ino present. I'm sorry, Ino-san. I didn't mean to put you in danger. Still, it mattered not that he hadn't intended for her to get involved. He was still responsible for putting her at risk. We won't repeat ourselves again. Danzo-sama has little patience for broken tools, said Torian. Sai gently brushed aside the golden locks covering Ino's face, revealing her to be in a deep slumber. He tightened his embrace on her, almost afraid to let go, knowing that it was unlikely he would ever get to hold her again. He paid no mind to the flood of alien emotion swirling inside of him, for he didn't have the luxury to delve into them. He simply prayed silently that she would be able to forgive him for involving her in his affairs. I'll go, just leave Ino-san out of this. She has nothing to do with us, said the guilt-ridden Sai. Hurry up, then. Danzo-sama awaits us, said Fu. Sai nodded obediently. He carefully laid Ino on the floor as gently as he could muster before standing up and making his way to Torian, with Fu soon joining the flank. And don't try anything. If by some chance you do manage to get away, the organization will come not just for you, but also your little friend there, warned Torian. Sai nodded. He was aware of that. He hated to simply vanish without a trace, but he was certain that Ino and the rest of his friends would understand. After all, he was no one. He had been nobody from the moment he had been born. He was whatever his master required him to be. A tool, an useful, flexible tool, but a tool all the same. And as with all tools, they were meant to be discarded once they were no longer useful. He had made peace with what he truly was a long time ago, and his newfound comrades would understand too, in time. He was certain that they would soon forget about him like the passing shadow he was. Sai turned to look at Ino's sleeping form. Despite everything, he still managed to give a genuine smile. All things considered, he counted himself fortunate. People like him never got to experience life the way others could. He got to know what it was to have friends, people that actually cared for you. He had comrades that were not just someone you uncaringly worked with, but an actual team that worried for your well-being. He managed to feel what it was like to hang out with people, simply fooling around, sharing laughs and tears, accomplishments and failures, happiness and sorrow. He actually got to know what it was to be human. That was something very few Root members, before or after, would ever get to experience. If he was to die because of that, so be it. His time as Sai had been short, it was but a borrowed name, temporary, just like him. But the memories he created would forever be with him, and that, he would always cherish, be it in this life or the next. He was satisfied. But more importantly, he took comfort in the knowledge that Ino was going to be all right. Despite her delicate frame and prissy attitude, she was stronger than she let on. But knowing that this was the last time he would lay eyes on her, he felt a powerful feeling emerging deep within. A desire that he didn't know where it was coming from, not that it mattered now, and considering that he had been lucky for even being allowed to have a life, he felt greedy and selfish for having one last wish. But just this once he allowed himself to feel selfish. For one last time, he wished he could see her bright cerulean eyes that seemed to gleam every time she looked at him. He wanted to see the silly smile she always sported whenever she teased him, and he yearned to have her call his name with her ever-so-cheerful voice that enticed him to get into all sorts of mischief together. Just one last time. But alas, that would remain just that, a selfish wish. Fu and Torian stared in confusion at Sai's content smile. Didn't he realize he was going to die? What's with that face? One of them finally asked. You wouldn't understand. The Root veterans shared a puzzled look. It was weird, but it almost felt as if their renegade member pitied them. They shrugged it off. It was of no concern to them. Whatever, time's up. We're going now. Fu grabbed Sai's shoulder and used his free hand to make a hand seal for a shunshin. Right, Sai responded. He shot Ino one last, longing look. Thank you, Ino-san. For everything. And just like that, the 3 Root members vanished. Chapter 45, Retribution. Yamanaka. Ino let out a moan of discomfort as her senses returned to her. Her blurred vision began to clear to make out the shape of a pair of bright pink eyes staring down at her in concern. Katsuchi, said the dozy Ino. She brought her palm to her head as a jolt of pain flared in her skull. The chattering of nearby people made her headache worse. Are you okay, Yamanaka? Said Katsuchi, nudging her gently. With the now conscious heiress, Yamato came forward, not missing a beat. What happened here, and where is Sai? Sai? Ino lingered, confused and disoriented, then the memories of the day's previous events rushed back to her. Saikuin, she peeled her eyes at the appalling recollection. Ino sprung back up, managing to find her footing even in her sorry, numb state. She gendered around, searching for signals of her assailants or for her socially inept companion, but she found none, as a crowd of concerned civilians gathered around the now busy road. Oh no, they must have taken him, exclaimed Ino, her desperation escalating. Those ANBU got him. Yamato frowned, cursing under his breath. He feared they'd failed to stop the worst from happening. Damn it, we were too late, he exclaimed. If Root had already gotten Sai, there was little they could do now. Katsuchi shot Yamato a look of disbelief. Wait, you aren't expecting us to give up just like this, are you? She protested. You seem to know a lot about these guys. Can't you do anything? Lead us to their hideout maybe? Yamato shook his head in remorse. They have bases scattered both in and under Konoha, and Danzo never stays in a singular one for long periods of time. They could be anywhere, not to mention that he hadn't been a member of Root in ages. Who knows how many more quarters they could have that he didn't know about. Katsuchi was outraged at the suggestion, but she also failed to think of a viable alternative. She clenched her fists in fury. They had to do something, and it had to be done right now. Were they just supposed to stand idly by and let Danzo pick them off one by one whenever he pleased? There had to be a way to get the bastard to pay for all the shit he had put them through. We are definitely not letting them get away with this. Ino put her foot down, livid that they would even suggest such a thing. Sai's life was in the line here. I can still pick up traces of chakra from them. If we hurry we can still track them down. Kuratsuchi and Yamato shared a look of surprise. She was a sensor type? They went that way. Ino pointed to the distance. It's faint but I can still sense the chakra of the idiot that knocked me out, and they had used a Yamanaka technique on her to boot, so the imbecile that had attacked her was a member of her own clan. She was going to make that brute pay for daring to raise a hand against his own heiress and for taking her Saikuin. Yamato's eyes followed the direction that Ino was signaling. They had to be taking Sai to the hideouts outside the village. It made sense. After Konoha had been destroyed, most of the underground bases within the city limits must have collapsed. Good, those were older tunnels, he knew their layout. With Ino's guidance, he could help them weave their way through Root's hideout without losing their trail. In that case, let's get going, there's no time to waste, hurried Kuratsuchi. Just as the Iwa Kunoichi had said, the three of them blitzed away in haste, leaving behind a cluster of confused villagers on the street. Sai dragged his feet across the dirt-covered stone floor, as his former comrades escorted him through the dim corridors. He ignored the strain on his wrists caused by the rope keeping his hands tied behind his back. He found roaming these underground tunnels to be difficult without tripping over himself. He wasn't very familiar with these particular bases. They were before his time and hardly ever used anymore. These were only temporary quarters for Root. The accommodations had been rushed, lacking even basic commodities like good illumination or proper paving, and the darkness engulfing permeated every inch. Move it. Sai stumbled on his feet from the forceful push Fu gave him. He refrained from shooting his captor a glare. He understood the protocol of a Root agent and knew that they had to always be vigilant and wary of potential threats, but he had been pretty complacent so far, he surmised. On top of it they had tied him and taken his weapons. He wasn't going to go anywhere, nor would he try to. It was pointless, they would just come looking for him or his friends. These little displays of roughness were overkill and unnecessary in his opinion, but on the other hand, he did betray the organization's trust in the first place. Well, it was of no importance now, everything was going to be over soon, for him at least. They rounded a corner and came to a halt in front of another ANBU guarding a door. The man uncrossed his arms, silently examining them for any oddities. He nodded in satisfaction once he made sure everything was in order and proceeded to unlock the door for them. The wash of bright that came from the new room was almost blinding. It was a stark contrast to the rest of the dingy halls. Danzo-sama is waiting, said the man, holding the door open for them. You heard him, Torian prodded Sai. Sai simply bit his tongue and did as he was told, the guard slamming the door behind them as they entered the spacious quarters. Candelabra adorned the edges of the room, perched into each wall in countless rows, and at the center of the empty room was a simple wooden chair, with Danzo himself sitting on it, awaiting them. Danzo made no move or expression whatsoever as they approached him, keeping a stony face all throughout. Despite his best efforts, Sai couldn't help but feel like cowering under the man's gaze as he studied him with a careful, uncaring eye. But Sai knew better. He had known Danzo-sama for most of his life. Regardless of the unrelenting stoicism that Root's leader seemed to convey, he could recognize the slight hints of a scowl threatening to form on his face. We have brought the deserter, Danzo-sama, said Torian as they came to a stop a few feet away from the old man. Danzo nodded in acknowledgement but said nothing else, continuing to stare at the boy in silence. Sai averted his eyes, no longer able to meet Danzo's. He wallowed in shame for bringing disappointment to his leader, the same leader that once had held him in high regard as one of Root's best agents. Danzo exhaled loudly and stared at Sai a few seconds longer. Sai, why have you forsaken me? He said at last. Sai shrunk like a small child about to receive his parents' reprimands, for he knew the kind of punishment that would befall him. It was not my intention, Danzo-sama, said Sai, hiding his face. Danzo slammed his cane on the floor. Sai flinched. You didn't intend to betray me, you say? Said Danzo incredulously. You are the one that told Naruto and the Iwa spy about me. Do you not consider that a betrayal? Sai could only reflect on his actions as his words relinquished him. He had not expected things to get so out of hand. He hadn't meant to betray the organization but he also didn't wish to leave his friends to any lurking dangers. He had told Danzo everything he knew about Naruto and Kuratsuchi. It wasn't fair that he had spied on them and then leave them to their fates should Root conclude they were an obstacle. He had felt guilty. Danzo studied the boy's expression. It was clear that he was conflicted. His internal turmoil was practically etched on his face. I did warn you to be wary of your emotions, Danzo reproached. Emotions are a hindrance to us shinobi. They cloud your judgment, and in turn, your purpose. As tools, ninjas are meant to serve the betterment of the village, and you have let your inner struggle and poor hold over your feelings jeopardize the village's interests and minds. I'm sorry, Danzo-sama, said Sai somberly. You know what happens to those that turn their backs to our organization and to me. Yes, Danzo-sama, replied Sai. It was a shame, Danzo reckoned. Sai had been a valuable asset for a long time, and losing him to his emotions was disappointing. Maybe he himself also shared some of the blame. If he had refrained the boy from staying with Team Kakashi, this situation could have been averted. No matter, what is done is done. He turned to his subordinate and gave him a nod of confirmation. Fu understood his leader, grabbing Sai by the shoulders, forcing the boy down into a kneeling position, while Toryun handed his blade to Danzo. With a firm grip on the sword, Root's leader stood up from his chair and stared down at his former subordinate. Regardless of Sai's betrayal, the boy had served him well for years and was at least going to give him the honor of dying by his hand. Anything left you have to say? Asked Danzo, unsheathing the tanto from its scabbard. Sai didn't lift his head, accepting his upcoming demise. Just one thing, will my friends be all right? He had to know. He was okay with his death, but couldn't bear the thought that the friends he had finally made be put in danger because of his recklessness. Danzo eyed him stoically. There it was, those same meddling emotions that had spoiled one of his most prized members. Still, he had no reason to let his former agent leave this world in distress. If you are talking about the Yamanaka girl, she is safe. Same for the Anbu woman, said Danzo. The only reason the girl had even intervened was because of Sai, and once he was gone she would have nothing on him. Not to mention that getting rid of a clan heiress was not worth the trouble and even potentially damaging to the village as a whole. And the Anbu captain had been doing her job. Her involvement had been more of a miscalculation on their part. Had he known she was a censor, he would have refrained from sending his agents for the IWA spy until the Hokage position had been secured. What about my team? Inquired Sai. Danzo raised his eyebrow. There he went again with those pesky attachments. Kakashi and Tsunade's apprentice are also exempt from retaliation. However, Naruto is another matter. Sai broke away from his self-hating days, lifting his head to look at Danzo in dismay. Naruto has proven himself to be quite the nuisance, explained Danzo. It is bad enough that our own Jinchuriki has time and again enabled the IWA spy to have more freedom within the village, but now he goes and snatches the Hokage title that I so rightfully deserve. He has to be dealt with, both he and his wench. But Naruto, he is... Sai tried to find the right words, a way to try and dissuade his master from leaving his friends alone. He is Konoha's hero now, the Hokage. What are you saying, boy, said Danzo. Have you forgotten what we do? Getting rid of Naruto won't be too much of a problem. As for the girl, I will do what I should have done from the beginning and make her see my way of thinking. Having a double agent of her stationed back in IWA will be most beneficial to us. Sai's eyes were glued to the floor as he contemplated what he was hearing. Danzo was going to kill Naruto. And what did he mean about making Katsuchi see his way of thinking? As for the rest of his companions, as long as they stay out of my way I have no quarrel with them, added Danzo. But then, everything dawned on Sai. There was no way that Kakashi, Ino, and the rest would stand back and let Danzo get rid of Naruto or even Katsuchi for that matter. They would all fight tooth and nail to defend them, to the bitter end if it was necessary. In that event, Danzo would have no choice but to have them share the same fate as their blonde friend. In any case, one thing was certain, his friends were not really safe. That's all I can promise, said Danzo. The blade in his hand glinted dangerously as he gripped it firmly. You were a good tool, boy. Danzo brought down the sword upon Sai's neck, feeling the blade grace the youth's skin. Blood dripped down from the edge of the blade as Danzo frowned in disappointment. So it has come to this, Sai, he directed a glare towards the boy that had narrowly avoided the brunt of the attack. Sai stood defiant against his former master as Fu and Toryun adopted battle positions. Pain blazed from his gaping open cheek, but he paid no mind to his wound. That had been close. A millisecond later would have spelled doom for him. You really are a traitor, exclaimed Fu. Do you still intend to go against Danzo-sama's wishes? Added Toryun. I do not mean to come across as ungrateful, said Sai. I appreciate the purpose that Root and Danzo-sama have given me until now, but I can't allow any harm to befall my new comrades. He had been ready to die, content with the life he had lived so far, but if that meant perishing while his friends were left to deal with the consequences of his actions, he would not, or rather, he could not allow himself to fall here and forego his friends. I don't need your gratitude, I need your obedience, remarked Danzo. I see now that you are utterly and completely lost to our cause. I shall dispose of you before I deal with Naruto and the IWA girl. We will make sure that the traitor is dealt with swiftly, Danzo-sama, said Toryun. The Root leader and his agents eyed their renegade member, evaluating the boy. They recognized the futility of the boy's situation, but they would not drop their guard regardless. Fu and Toryun started circling Sai, like a wolf pack corners its prey, positioned to strike him down at any moment. Sai tensed as he readied himself for a confrontation. The odds were stacked against him. It was 3-on-1 and he was unarmed and handbound. He realized that there was little he could do. Even if he was totally battle-prepared, he doubted he could get out of this situation, and in his current state it was pretty much fruitless. But he had to try. Naruto always gave his best for his friends and he was going to reciprocate the feeling. All the room's integrants turned their attention to the single lone door in the room. Muffled echoing shrieks seeped into the chamber from the halls beyond, followed by the sound of clattering metal and cries of agony. Soon after, the distinctive wet sounds of rag bodies hitting the floor joined the macabre rhythm. Then as quickly as it had begun, a thick silence soon replaced it. All the room's integrants stared expectantly in the direction of the hallway just outside the room, just as puzzled as they were alert. At that moment, a gigantic blade bathed in crimson sprouted from the door, accompanied by gurgling desperate yells gasping for breath that soon died out. A couple of seconds later, it retracted back, with a heavy thud plopping on the floor just outside. A moment after, the door exploded into a shower of splinters as the same enormous sword smashed right through it. Knock knock, assholes, a white-haired youth stood at the entrance, surveying the room with a smug smirk, basking in the bewildered looks of everyone. Akatsuki, said Danzo, recognizing the dark robes with red clouds that the newcomer was sporting. Sai and his former comrades regarded the swordsman with wariness. You must be Danzo, said the intruder. We came all this way for a decrepit old fart like you? What a joke. You won't lay a finger on Danzo-sama. Fu dashed at the swordsman, his own blade in hand. The intruder didn't bother to dodge, his neck dematerializing into water as the blade cut through. Fu didn't have time to process his surprise before his adversary regenerated himself and retaliated with his own slash. The agent barely managed to bring up his sword to block, but the sheer weight of the giant cleaver sent him careening back until his back slammed the concrete wall. Danzo dropped his cane and reached for the bandages on his arm when 1,000 cries of birds were heard, a split second before excruciating agony spread on his chest. The old man gawked down at the hand coated in lightning bursting through his torso. He glanced back to look into a pair of cold, vicious red eyes. Sai could hardly grasp this turn of events, everything had transpired so fast and unexpectedly. What was the purpose of Sasuke's presence here? Den-sama. Toryun rushed to his master's aid, removing the glove from his hand to reveal an unnatural purple skin color. Ha 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 ha, a hulking figure emerged from the darkened corridor, revealing a mutated crazed-looking man drenched in blood and entrails. Where do you think you are going, worm? What appeared to be chakra jets morphed from the madman's calves propelled him forward. He caught the aburame with a clawed hand, dragging him along. Sai narrowly got out of the way as they smashed right through a wall behind him. Man, these guys went down fast, the white-haired boy said. How boring. Could have at least made the trip worth it. Fu took advantage of the swordsman's distraction. Even if the boy seemed to be impervious to conventional damage, he still had a mind, and that's something that Fu could target. He made a hand seal and aimed at the complacent sword user. Shintenshin no, he was forced to dodge a shuriken coming for his blind spot, making him drop his technique. He tried to face the source of the attack, but in an instant, found himself being strangled by the swordsman instead. Are you brainless, Suigetsu? A red-haired girl emerged from the corridor. Drop your guard like that again and I won't be saving your butt a second time, said the woman, adjusting her glasses with a condescending look. Shut it, Karen, said Suigetsu. I don't remember asking for your help, you annoying hag. He lifted Fu further into the air with his arm having somehow tripled in size as he choked the life out of the Yamanaka. Sai regarded the scene in disbelief. They were good, they had dealt with two of the best root agents and Danzo himself in a moment. He was broken out of his stupor as he ducked to avoid a kunai flying past him. Wait, I'm not with them, said Sai, dodging a barrage of weapons hurled towards him. Karen charged at him, ignoring his words. Punches and kicks flew toward Sai that he did his best to dodge, the air whizzing around him with each blow grazing past, but eventually a false step led to the young woman scoring a hit to his head. The world spun around him, giving the girl the chance to tackle him to the ground, the sharp edge of a kunai at his throat. This guy is all tied up. Karen noticed Sai's hands restrained behind his back. As I said, I'm not one of them, explained Sai, causing the girl to press the kunai tighter against his skin, finding himself once again at the mercy of someone else for the second time in the day. Whatever, stay still and keep quiet, said Karen, caring little for his allegiances. At the moment, she was just concerned with keeping anyone from interfering with Sasuke. With the battle so short-lived, now only the sounds of cracking and chirping of lightning filled the room. Sasuke, uchi, blar. Danzo spat out a gurgle of blood pooling in his mouth. Silence. I didn't come here to have a chat, said Sasuke, burying his hand deeper into Danzo's back. I want you to confess before I kill you. Did you and the council order Itachi to kill my clan? Danzo stiffened in anger at Sasuke's words, despite his pain. So that's why the Uchiha intentionally missed all his vital organs. I see, so Itachi went and spilled everything to you, damn him. Sasuke's face turned murderous. So it's true, his Chidori blared violently inside Danzo's chest, eliciting an anguished scream from the old man. It won't make a difference whether it's true or false, said Danzo, using all that remained of his strength to form a single hand seal. You will all die here. A chain of fizzing sounds caused everyone to avert their eyes upward to see, much to their horror, the roof completely plastered with ignited paper bomb tags. This place will be your tomb, Danzo declared triumphantly just before a flash of light engulfed them and the whole place trembled, a deafening boom tearing apart the ceiling in a rain of rock and debris.